Long time no chat, everybody. It's been a long day without you, my friend. I'll tell you all about it when I see you again. Day, something, see you again. What would do? Tell you all about it when something. One day, how are you, my friend? Something. See you again. Spilo is live? Yes. One day, how's you, my friend? Something. I'll see you again. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, ba, ba. I did not indeed survive, actually. I didn't make it. This is just an AI's best representation or replication of things that I would say, but I'm not actually saying. If you guys can follow that at all, let's not get ourselves. You guys are in my Twitch stream, so it's not like you're gonna be able to follow that at all. Yeah, here we are. Exactly. Hello. Is it a little hottie? A little hottie is the best. Spilo is handsome? No. Hello, Spilo. I love the content. Thank you, Chief Yona. He's a ghost. Yes. Hello, Alucus. Tell you all about it when I see. Don't you hate that song? I freaking hate that song. Hate that song. What year is that song? 6 a.m. gang? 6 a.m. gang? You in Australia? Tell you all about it. No, you're not in Australia. Wait, what would be 6 a.m.? Hawaii? Oh, wait, you are in Australia? No way Australia is only 8 hours behind. You're like Western Australia? Very Western. Wait. 2? No, it's not. I thought it was. Bro, I thought it was. Is it 16? I thought it was like 14. I'm more handsome than Spilo. That's a cap. Solid 7 out of 10 meme. Yeah, it is what it is. I'm running out of memes. Can't get the holiday version of I'm Just Can out of my head. I've managed to dodge that song. Honestly, I'm a little concerned about that movie because I can't tell if it's worth watching or not. I'm kind of a snob when it comes to movies, and when it came out, I got like decent ratings and stuff, but it's like I've heard a lot of mixed things about it. I'm like, oh no. Kind of scared. What can I do in the gym that doesn't require having an ankle, just upper body? Yeah, you could do upper body. Also keep in mind that upper body would be good. Spilo's AI has lost track of time. Yes. Also 69. Oh yes, thank you, Neo, for the sub. A tier 2. I didn't even realize you were a tier 2 sub. Yeah, I'm sorry about your ankle, by the way, Neo. Everybody be nice to Neo. She was chasing down a bank robber that just beat up an old lady, and she did a triple backflip off the side of a building, and obviously stopped the bank robber. But she sprained her ankle. Is it better to play Echo or Sojourn on Powder East? So, I think both are good. Probably both are good. Hello, Will. Glad to see that you're being as noxious as ever. Hey, Red Knight. Sorry I missed a month, man. Sorry I can't. I'm sorry it doesn't really do it. So, That's rad. Yeah, it was sick. Barbie is fine. It's very direct in its messaging and also subtle, but it's fun. I like stuff with more subtext, more personally. Yeah, true. Okay, I'm no spoilers, but okay, you guys ready for a hot take? You guys ready for Scalder? You guys ready for a real annual scorcher? You guys ready for a summertime scorcher? I think Oppenheimer was a good movie, but I actually don't think it was a great movie. I think it was a little bit overrated. And I like good movies. I'm a snob. I thought it was fine. I just was like, all right, yeah, it just was. It was a good movie, but I think some of the fans are like, it's Christopher Nolan's. It's not. It's not his greatest. I don't even know if I'd put it top 3. I would agree with that, Schmitty. I was not a fan of Tenet at all. Besides, what's his name? Who's the freaking vampire dude? I liked him in that movie, but yeah, Tenet was pretty weak. It was good. It just was like, I mean, it's overrated because it was for a lot of people. I think it was the greatest movie of like the last 10 years, or maybe not that, but Robert Pattinson. I thought Robert Pattinson was pretty good. Yeah, but yeah, I was like, I'm so nerdy. I have like a list of movies. We go back and rewatch. I call it the perma list, right? And I actually had to think long and hard about whether I'd want to see Oppenheimer again. No, I agree. Prestige is amazing. Prestige is probably my top 5, top 10 movies ever, actually. I really like the Prestige. I'm also was an amateur musician back when I was like a young teenager. For a while, magic was actually something I was going to do for work. I don't know if you guys even know that, actually. I was almost a magician. I did a couple of parties as like a kid. I was really into it. So that definitely helps for me, though. Yeah, Christopher Nolan is really good. I agree. I just recently saw Memento, actually, a few months ago. What's my favorite movie of 2023? What is my favorite movie? Let's do what's my favorite movie that I've seen in 2023, even if it didn't come out. Let me look through my list here really fast. I really enjoyed 1917. I saw that in 2023. I enjoyed that a lot. It was good. I really liked it. The one scene, I was like, it was very, very, very powerful scene. It's hard to like, with all the build up, it's hard to like put it into words, that one scene, like how it like impactful it is. It's crazy. I watched Top Gun. It's complete camp. But the action is really good. I'm not much of a car or plane guy, but it was really fun. Do I have a letterbox? What does that mean? Yeah. I watched a movie from the Bollywood called Anhad Hun. Anhad Hun. 2018. It was good. Kind of a twister, typical Bollywood twister, which I thought was good. RRR was pretty good. Typical Bollywood camp, but I enjoyed that one as well. I like Memento a lot. That might have been my favorite movie of 2023. I watched 3 movies. The Denis Villeneuve trilogy, the Western trilogy, Sicario, Hell or High Water, and Wind River. All 3 were very good. Gritty, but very good. I liked all 3 of those. I've heard Godzilla is really good. No spoilers. I haven't seen it yet. Yes, it's. I'm not sure. I don't know if today's Emo Mastery Call is free or not. Let me check really fast. Yes, today is free. So yes, you're able to join. Yeah, I enjoy a lot of Bollywood films. Have I seen Everything Everywhere All at Once? No, but it's on the list to watch. Should probably see it the next few months. You know what I saw, guys? Okay, here's another spicy take. Parasite was overrated. I enjoyed the movie, but the pacing was give me whiplash. It was unbelievably hard, like very it was a hard read. I'm not a fan of. I know. I enjoyed Parasite and I respected Parasite as a movie. I personally did not enjoy it as much as I thought I would. like I said, gave me a lot of whiplash. The pacing was difficult. I also discovered after watching a bunch of 80s movies, classic 80s films like Ferris Bueller's Day Off, Ghostbusters, stuff like that, I realized that most 80s movies are wildly overrated. They all have the same feel, all very silly. A lot of the big ones, I'm convinced that they're like a nostalgia goggle, but it is what it is. Whiplash is great. Whiplash is one of my top 10 movies. Yeah, they're fun films, but that's the thing, is a lot of these movies are just fun films. Mercurial, thank you for the sub, mate. I appreciate it. Tim Curry is just, Tim Curry. Anything Tim Curry is in is like makes you want to watch it. Sound of Music is really good. I watched Django Unchained, thought it was good. Not amazing, but I enjoyed it. What else did we see? I thought Guardians 3 was fine. Probably the best thing that Marvel's put out in like the last 4 years. This is Spinal Tap. Watched that. That was okay. Across the Spider-Verse obviously is fine. I watched The Irishman, and I'm not much of a gangster film guy, but I enjoyed The Irishman. Happy New Year. Thank you for Rashi. I enjoyed The Irishman. I enjoyed the soundtrack as well from The Irishman as well. What else we got? Mission Impossible was, Mission Impossible, the new one. It was exactly what you think it is. Like I said, the Wind River trilogy was good. We watched Jaws. I had not seen Jaws, and I liked it. I really thought Jaws was good. Okay, here's a snooty take. I thought Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf was pretentious and dull. It lost a lot of momentum in the second half of that movie. Dragged on, got way too full of itself. I don't know if any of you guys many of you have probably seen that. But I was like, it had me on the edge of my seat, and then it lost me. Not because I didn't understand it. The analogy was very clear to me of what it was trying to say, but it was like, all right, okay, we get it. We get it. You don't have to be so heavy-handed with it. Experiment in Terror. That was an old serial killer movie from the early 60s. Not very violent. Just I thought that was quite underrated. I had not heard of that one before, and it did a good job building up tension, actually. Started and watched and finished Breaking Bad, Better Call Saul. Enjoyed both. Both are just, there's enough to have been said about both. There's nothing really to add about either of those. Supernatural, awful, way overrated. Friday Night Lights, also awful, way overrated. I've seen House. House has its moments. House is one of those things where the show itself is kind of like, it's okay, but the main character is just so likable that you end up watching through the not so okay parts. Cobra Kai, awful, way overrated. And with an E, not that good. Supernatural before season 6 had its moments. Yeah, it had. When I say awful, I'm being harsh. They had definitely had their moments, but way overrated. Watched and enjoyed Arcane, although I felt like it lost momentum after the midway point of the season. If you've seen it, you know what I'm talking about. Stranger Things, also first season, excellent. Rest of the show, it gets so full of itself. It starts to Marvel. Stranger Things cannibalizes itself. It is the same thing that Marvel does, where it gets so full of itself and in the world that it's created, that instead of coming up with new and creative new ideas, it just makes existential threads bigger and bigger and bigger, and it really doesn't do a good job developing the characters that it has. I haven't seen Scrubs, no. Yeah, I agree. Now, I think Stranger Things 1 was like, wow, this is really good. These characters are great. But then once the big bad guy is exposed, the only way they build tension is by making it bigger and badder, and that just doesn't work for me. Okay, here's a hot take. I thought Shutter Island was not very good. I thought Shutter Island was way overrated. I don't know if you guys have heard Shutter Island. That was a movie that I had a lot of expectations for and was very disappointed. Iron Monkey, yep, it's on the perma list, actually. It's on my perma list. I really enjoy Iron Monkey. 2001, watched that one again. Really, 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 really questionable parts of that movie. That movie should have been half an hour shorter. But some of the best special effects, I think. I mean, it's honestly hard to believe, some of the special effects. 310 to Yuma was good. Old version I like better. New one was iffy. Act of Violence. That's a good one I enjoyed. It's an old one. The Artist I thought was okay as well. Had just seen that one. Birdman of Alcatraz was pretty good. Hadn't seen that one yet. That one was okay. Breaker Morant. That was kind of a fun one I had not heard of. Bit of an obscure like 1980 film on three Australians and the Boer War. Excuse me. That was pretty good. Canterbury Tale. Very weird film, but decent. Old, like 30s movie. Children's Hour, not so good. I didn't like Chinatown that much. I know it's a hot take. Cinderella Man, not as much of a fan. Ice Cold and Alex, that was another like 50s, early 60s British war film, which I thought was pretty good. Let me just do the interesting ones here. El Dorado was an old Western that was a little bit unique. The Old Great Expectations from the late 30s was really good. It was Alec Guinness, who's Obi-Wan in the original Star Wars. It was his first film. Really like that one. Good Omens is also recommended. Okay. What is my stance in the Star Wars franchise? The most basic standard opinion of the Star Wars franchise is mine. Prequels are fun, but not good. Sequels, bad. Old ones, good. Most new shows, bad. Mandalorian, decent. Andor, good. It's the average opinion, I think. Theory of Everything is on the list. I haven't seen it yet. Hotel Rwanda. I don't know if that's how you pronounce it, with Don Cheadle. We watched that one. Really enjoyed that one. Ice Age, the animated show. Not that funny, actually. Kind of disappointed by that one. I was expecting that one to be a fun one. Didn't enjoy it as much. The original Invasion of the Body Snatchers, pretty good. KGF is a Bollywood movie. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2. Total nonsense, but fun. Maltese Falcon is, that's a classic. I saw that one again. Let's see here. 40K out. On the Waterfront's good, obviously. Wait. Picture of Dorian Gray. You guys talk about an old scary movie. That one was disturbing, but good. 1945, actually. Safety Last, Harold Lloyd. It's good. Skyfall, didn't like it that much. Whiplash, obviously, is, Whiplash. Also, Wreck-It Ralph lost a lot of momentum for me. That was when that was like Ice Age. I heard that people thought it was fun. And it was fun for the first third. And it just got entirely predictable. And I didn't enjoy it as much as I thought. Read my earlier messages, Spilo. Have I seen Birdman? I think. Iron Monkey. Yeah, I saw your message about Iron Monkey. Is Alien thoughts? What are you saying, Neo? Yeah, Alien is good. Alien's on the to list. I haven't seen it yet though. We actually we saw Sigourney Weaver in Ghostbusters just the other day. Oh, okay. Here's another hot take. You guys want another hot take? I think Puss in Boots is kind of overrated. It was fine, but it was like, I think it was more of like the it's kind of like a cult kind of a thing where like people were like, oh, Puss in Boots, but it wasn't all that good. Favorite movie is Alien. Yeah, I haven't seen it yet. I'm sure I will. Yeah, the sequel. Am I considering streaming on YouTube in the future? I've done it at times. I might do it like once a week. Yeah, I would agree with that, Beagle. It was enjoyable. Fluffy Atreus. Can you put that question in Ask Spilo? I'm going to try and do some Ask Spilo today. If I don't get to it, I don't know if I'll have time to get to that today because I have to jump into this 30-minute review really fast. And then we have to do some ELO mastery afterwards. I apologize, man. But yeah, we watched a lot of movies this year. So I have a list here of movies that we have to get to. There's several hundred movies. I've been pretty thorough with going through. So yeah, I am feeling a little better. I still have some congestion, still coughing a little bit, but I felt like a little awful. Oh, I thought the Batman with Robert Pattinson was pretty good. Better than expected. I don't know if that's technically a DC film or not. I assume the answer is no. But I felt like it was like the best DC oriented film I've seen. I mean, literally since Christopher Nolan. I mean, there's not been a single DC film that I think I've enjoyed, actually. Even was it the Justice League Zack Snyder's cut? I saw that because people said it was good. It wasn't. It was just more of mediocre and more mediocrity. Even their first Aquaman, which was like, I guess, inoffensive, wasn't really good. I could probably review a Goat Scrim, yeah. Favorite movie? I'll tell you guys my favorite movies really fast, super fast. I'll try in no particular order because I'm going to read off all the movies that are on my perma list. You guys ready? And these range from movies that I think are legitimately like good, like artistically good, which obviously is subjective, to movies that are probably not all that good, but are just fun to watch. 10 Cloverfield Lane, 12 Angry Men, 13 Assassins, A Face in the Crowd, All About Eve, All the King's Men, Anatomy of a Murder, Anne Headhunt, A Quiet Place 1, Arrival, Avengers Infinity War, Bahubali 1 and 2, Back to the Future 1, The Bad and the Beautiful, Bad Day at Black Rock, Bajrangi Bhaijaan, that's another Bollywood movie, Beauty and the Beast, Best in Show, Big Country, The Big Heat, Blazing Saddles, Book of Eli, The Bourne Trilogy, Brick, Captain Phillips, Casino Royale, Cat in a Hot Tin Roof, Christmas Carol, and I like multiple variations of the Christmas Carol, actually. Coach Carter, Conjuring, Coraline, Court Jester, Dan Gall, another Bollywood one, The Dark Knight series, The Day That Earth Stood Still, Dead of Night, Detective Story, Dial M for Murder, Dune, El Dorado, Emma, The Emperor's New Groove, The Fall, that's an old 2004 one, weird one. Fistful of Dollars for a few dollars more, Ford versus Ferrari, Frankenweenie, The Fugitive, Gentleman Jin, The Ghost and Mrs. Murr, Gladiator, Godfather, Gone with the Wind, The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, The Goofy Movie, Great Escape, Great Expectations, The Haunting, Heiress, Hero 2002, Hobson's Choice, Hunger Games, Hush Hush, Sweet Charlotte, It's a Wonderful Life, Inception, Indiana Jones 1 and 3, The Innocents, Insidious, Interstellar, Invisible Man, Ip Man, Iron Monkey, Jason and the Argonauts, Judgment at Nuremberg, Jurassic Park 1. I haven't seen Forrest Gump yet, although I'm scared it's going to be overrated because everybody says it's great. So I'm scared. KHAF Chapter 1 and 2, Kind Hearts and Coronets, Kiss Me Deadly, Kung Fu Hustle, The Lady Killers, The Lady Vanishes, Lagan, Laura, Lavender Hill Mob, Lawrence of Arabia, that's one of my favorites. The Lego Movie 1, Lord of the Rings, Mad Max, Man Who Shot Liberty Valance, Mary Poppins, the Marx Brothers series, specifically Duck Soup and Night at the Opera, The Matrix, Megamind, Mary Poppins, Miracle of 34th Street, Mission Impossible at Points, The Mob, Monsters Incorporated, Monty Python, Mr. Smith Goes to Washington, Muppets Treasure Island, Night Before Christmas, No Country for Old Men, North by Northwest, Once Upon a Time in the West, The Others, Out of the Past, The Oxbow Incident, Pan's Labyrinth, Paranorman, Philadelphia Story, Pickup on South Street, The Prestige, Pirates of the Caribbean, first one specifically, Princess Bride, Rangastalum, Rango, Rear Window, Rebecca, Red River, Rogue One, Red Shoes, Rope, Rudolph, Scooby-Doo, Scott Pilgrim vs. the World, Secrets of Nim, The Searchers, Sense and Sensibility, Seven Brides for Seven Brothers, Shadow of a Doubt, Shane, Sherlock Jr., Shrek 1 and 2, Singing in the Rain, Sleeping Beauty, Sleuth, that's a fun one, Some Like It Hot, Sound of Music, Spartacus, Spider-Man Homecoming, Spider-Man 3-ish, Spiral Staircase, Spirited Away, Stalag 7T, Star Wars, The Sting, Super 8, that's a fun one, Sunset Boulevard, Support Your Local Sheriff, Sweet Smell of Success, Tale of Two Cities, 10 Commandments, 10 Little Indians, The Big Country, Them, Thor Ragnarok, 310 to Yuma, Thin Man series, The Third Man, 3 Idiots, To Be or Not to Be, To Kill a Mockingbird, Touch of Evil, Toy Story, Treasure of the Sierra Madre, Troll Hunter, The Uninvited, Vertigo, Wallace and Gromit, Whiplash, Willy Wonka, Winchester 73, Winnie the Pooh, The Winter Soldier, Captain America, Witness for the Prosecution, and You Can't Take It With You. In terms of shows, we got a few in here. I like Avatar. The Office is a fun one. The Office, Psych as well is a guilty pleasure. Simpsons, first 8 seasons or so. Riff Tracks has moments. Doctor Who has moments. Episodes that are good. Pushing Daisies was a pretty fun show. Twilight Zone. Elementary has its moments. Clone Wars, Parks and Rec has its moments. Police Squad is a classic. The Mentalist, great main character, has its moments. Sherlock Holmes with Jeremy Brett. The Batman TV show, the animated one. The Last Dance, obviously. Gravity Falls, House MD, regular show. It's quite good at moments. Breaking Ball, Better Call Saul. Yeah. And there's a permalist. Did I mention Inside Out? No, I did not enjoy Inside Out. I liked it. I respected it overall, but it would not be a movie that I'd want to watch again. Okay. If we really gotta go. Thank you, Poke. I appreciate it. I hope I'm feeling better too. I am feeling better. Psych is just a total guilty pleasure. A lot of fun. The Godfather Part 2, that should be on the list. It's kind of, if it's not, if I didn't read it, then yeah, I messed up. But yeah, it's on the list. There's South Park or Futurama. I haven't seen it yet. A lot of the movies that I've seen, I know it's super homeschooler, but I don't care. I have a filtering service just to filter some of the more egregious content that I'm not really interested in, like the sex scenes and stuff like that. So if some of what I can watch is limited with what I have a filter for, and not. Game of Thrones is GOAT in my opinion. Yeah. The Town. You know, we spoke. The Town. That sounds familiar. No Eraserhead. I've not heard. I've heard that's not that bad. The Town is on my list to watch. Qualify. It's on my list. Is that the Ben Affleck one? And Eraserhead is something I've considered watching, and Eraserhead's not that bad, if I remember correctly. It's not that bad. It's just weird. Hardball. Last thing, and then we gotta go. Hardball. I don't think I've seen it, no. Futurama? All right, maybe we'll take a look at Futurama. Yeah, The Simpsons was good moments. Okay, so I guess I can take my headphones. I'll just keep them on. Okay, so let's take a look at some Ryan here. So this is from Me My Shiny. One question, which you can answer on stream. What do you do against Ramatra and Malga? So Ramatra is all about like timing your pushes correctly. It's very important that you avoid taking too much damage in the entry from his Omnic form, because he could do a lot of damage to your shield. So it's about efficiency of pushing. And then really when he is in Nemesis form, like really with Ramatra as well, it's like hitting your pins as well. Because like it's a lot of free damage. If he pushes you, if you're able to short pin him into a wall, it's a lot of damage. He doesn't have the capability to counter pin you, and he's a really big hitbox, so he should be easy to pin. So hit your fire strikes, hit your pins. If you need to shield and back off during his Nemesis form, it's fine. Obviously, he can punch through the Nemesis form, but it's more about not taking damage beyond Ram, because besides that, the punching isn't a lot of DPS onto an armored tank. It's actually not that much. And then obviously try to not take too much poke. Malga, I mean, you could pin him off the map. You can swing on him, but honestly, Malga's more about just shielding. Like Malga, the best way to beat a Malga is Ryan is to starve him. You need to starve a Malga. You cannot beat a Malga with your hammer. It's literally impossible to beat a Malga with your hammer. You have to starve him, which sucks, but that's how it's done. So, okay. That's fat phobic spell. Dang it, man. Caught me 4K. Only need to hit one to break the pylon there. It's a little bit unfortunate, but that's all right. The other way to beat a Malga is to just avoid him entirely, because in a lot of ways, your mobility is, I wouldn't say better, but it's different than Malga, where one of the weaknesses of Malga is if he's not actively healing, he's very vulnerable. So for you, for example, could pin on this Junkrat. Let's say you miss the pin. You just end up in Narnia, right? But you're not going to die because you'll just shield and you'll be okay. Whereas Malga's naked. If he misses the pin and he's out in the middle of the open, he's dead. So unfortunate. He's dead. Good. So what you could be doing right now, because you're even, and because you have full HP and full shield, you should not be backing up here. You should be getting in this Malga's face because there's follow-up from your team. You see this Reaper. You should be, if you see your Reaper with you, I want you walking in front of your Reaper and stand right in front of the Malga and hold your shield. And if he gets inside of your shield and starts to heal off of you, that's okay, because you know what you do? You pin away. You run away. You pin towards your team. You pin on an off angle. You run around. If he ends up chasing you around the map, yeah, it's annoying and it's difficult, but it's okay. Does charge break junk trap? No. You can edge it, I think. But I think if you pin directly into it, you get trapped. So yeah, this should be around Plat or Diamond Qualify. But right now, you're not getting value out of your shield here. And see, I appreciate the pin here, but really, you make a really important mistake here. So first off, you should have shielded off your Reaper there to allow him to just kill the Mauga. That's okay. This is okay as well. It's not the best target you want to pin, but it's all right. But right now, you need to jump backwards and shield. And just S key and shield. S key and shield. You cannot afford to get this swing right here. Certainly not on the Mauga. Because that right there, that's all he needs to put you in. It's not only is it about like the healing, it's also about the amount of HP, or about the amount of HP that you lose there as well. Nice. Could also go past upstairs, start shielding. Yeah. Yeah, you could. You could go, you know, past them. A little bit. We need to be a little bit faster with our canceling our pins as well, but that's okay. I should actually get the rank situated here. All right, this is Plat. Good fire strike. Really make sure that you're aiming for the fire strikes whenever you can for the squishy that's behind the tank. Idiari, Sombra. If you've ever seen some of the great Ryans right now playing, Cloudy, Hottie, Kron even to an extent, Krondot, you are aiming fire strikes, not necessarily always for the tank, but for the guys that's behind them. So find a corner. I also don't like how much space that you're giving here. I think you're just scared of Mauga. I think you're way too scared of this Mauga. You need to give respect to Mauga, but as long as you have, again, full HP, full shield, you need to be playing around your team. Like, this is not a picture I want to see, where my supports and my DPS are playing more aggressive than I am, even though I am full resources. This is silly. And again, if the Mauga gets inside your shield, you make a mistake, you start to take a lot of damage, you pen out. Then you give up space. But in the meantime, your team is using your shield. Your team is using your protection. And like, this fight is like I mean, if I'm your Reaper, I'm like so confused. Like, imagine what your Reaper could do with a shield here, right? Like, this is crazy. This is crazy to me. So I want you to match your team's aggression first off, regardless of the tank that you're playing, even if it's a Mauga. Good. I appreciate this though, right? You see Mauga, like, bye. I'm gonna go for your squishy instead. Fire strike needs to hit. That's okay. Get him. Go. Nice. That was good. That fire strike, your fire strikes are ugly. I want you to slow down your fire strikes just a little bit. Relax a little bit more with your fire strikes. Now shield. Shield. Yep. That's all right. That's all right. That was fine. The only thing here is that like you need to hit your fire strikes. You need to slow down your fire strikes. You need to play around your team's positioning. Those are the big two. Yeah, you're right, exactly. You need to go along with it, right? You can't be the only guy that's not engaged there. Even if it's just holding shield there, because it's a Mauga. It's really, really good. I'm telling you, you can play Ryan into Mauga if you have the right DPS. And especially in Plat, right? Just hold shield. It's a good idea. It's a good try. But again here, I will say this. Do you notice our first response here is to swing? Don't do that. Don't do this. If this Mauga slams in you, you have three things that you can do, right? You can shield, shatter, or pen. You never fire strike, and you should never swing unless he's already very, very, very low. And even then, generally the safer play is just to hold shield. You do not swing or fire strike. And like, this is why this hero is stupid. If this is, I'm talking to the future 2024 players. If you're watching this video 2 months from now and I'm wrong, please let me know in the comments and I will kiss you right in the mouth. Because if we're at that point in time where you can actually swing on this character, then that's going to be good news. But right now, January 4th, 2024, this doesn't work. But yeah, that shatter obviously needs to hit. But you see, this is good. This is good. It doesn't feel good, but like if your Reaper was better able to play around that Mauga could have maybe died. Obviously, or if you'd hit the shatter or whatever else. But yeah, okay. Good try. Hit the shatter. Don't swing first before taking action. Can we get her? Nice, we got her. All right, we're going in. So remember, you're shielding or you're swinging. Or swinging or you're penning. Or you're... Good. So swing on everybody but Malga. You know? Because the thing is even if you give him something to heal off of while you're swinging on something else, at least you're killing something else, right? Won't I get poke by Malga if I face him and rush me when I don't have resources? I'm not sure I understand what you're saying. Am I okay, buddy? No. Oh, I thought you timed that one well. You don't need to start from back here though, by the way. It's actually more efficient to just walk up, jump, and then pin from here, and then you can kind of wrap. Yeah. Okay, that's okay. We're gonna be there. Rotating with our team, that's good. Ryan plus Reaper can do a lot of work to Amalga. Ryan plus Reaper can do a lot of work because you have the biggest shield in the game, HP-wise. So here, you've got two options, remember? You shield, pen, whatever the Malga, right? Or you swing on squishies. Now, I don't even know if your team, I don't think you know your team's backing up. Shield, good. Don't back up behind your Reaper, though. Don't back up behind your, this is not an option. This is not an option. You are not allowed to throw fire strikes at Malga. Especially when you're on fire. You're just giving him healing. Look at his HP. Right? You're not allowed to do this. You're not allowed to do this. It's not worth it. It's just not worth it. You can hold shield, or you can fire strike his backline, but you do not fire strike the Malga. You do not do this either. You sit here in the corner and you hold shield, or you do nothing. So you keep backing up behind your Reaper. You keep backing up behind your Reaper. And so your Reaper's getting poked out. Your Reaper needs Rhine Shield. I know you don't have a ton of it, but you have enough. And that's it, right? So it's like one of those things where it's like, okay, at least you were trying to go for squishies. I will respect that. That's better than, going for the Malga. But like you have to understand that like sometimes the best thing that you could do is first off, if you are going to go for squishies, make sure that they're away from the Malga or you shield. I'm sorry, guys, that we have to coach our Ryan like this. You either dive backline away from the Malga or you sit and hold shield. Hold shield. Hold shield, especially when he pops that overdrive. You're going to die. Yes. Because the thing about Malga is his shield damage is decent, but it's not unbelievable because he relies a lot on crits to do damage, but your shield doesn't burn. So if you actually look at your shield HP here, it goes down slower than you think it would. Watch. And this guy's totally free firing in your shield. And it's still there. It's still okay. That's good. That's good. Away from the Malga. Good. Good because it hit the Kiriko, right? Good. That was good. Yeah, his shield damage is actually not all that good. What would be a good... I think Diva probably... I think Diva might have better shield break than he does. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. But I think it's at least close. He's Bastion in the fact that when he crits, he does Bastion level damage, right? And Bastion can't crit. Good. But see, you see, this is the thing though. Even when you drop shield to go for the fire strike here, the question's why? Why? You just full healed him. Like I know that you got EMP'd and that's what really killed you, but we're looking for habits here that we want to fix, right? Okay, let's keep going. Hey, Calix. Happy New Year, mate.
Happy New Year, boss.
You hear that, Gregor? Boss. Respect. I don't earn respect. I demand it. Like a real man. Yes, Neo, by the way. Good try. I'm totally ignoring you, ghosting you right now. That's how we do things. Having Ash with Malga would probably counter Reinhardt because I think the Dynamite can set fire to the shield, which then crits the shield. Really? I didn't know that. So I knew Malga can heal off of Ash burn, but I didn't know that it heals the shield. Why would you share that information? Are you Satan? Are you actually Satan? Oh, you have to flash your shield and it's no longer on fire. I'm an idiot. Okay, never mind. Then you're not Satan. I like this, right? Remember, if you can go for squishies and avoid the Malga, even better. I mean, because the thing is, it's really hard to go for squishies in front of the Malga. Just shatter, just shatter, just shatter right now. Solo shatter. Yeah, good. Pen. Wait, why does he go? Why didn't you pin? So first off, why did he swap off of Malga? And second off, why didn't you pin? So if you're not going to pin, what you need to do is this. Let me show you. This is like, we don't talk a lot about micro. And this is a micro that I think a lot of you guys are probably familiar with, but it's good. It's always good to bring up, right? This is like one of the old 2017 Jane moments, right? So time to kill, right? You're gonna shatter, swing, fire strike. So swing, fire strike, animation cancel. Swing, fire strike. Swing, fire strike. Swing. That's what that needed to happen there. And that's if you did not want to pin, which you probably should have pinned. But if you don't want to pin, then that's the way to go. If the voices went and shatter her, it'd be funny. Hey, Jane, at a YouTube stream near you. I popped in. He remembered me. I honestly don't even know what he's doing. Because he's just had it going for days and days and days, and even when he's asleep, I have no idea what's going on. I don't even know where he is. Okay, so Gregor's saying, just swing, fire strike gets the kill. Yeah, so here, slam, don't fire strike, walk in, swing, fire strike, swing, she's dead. And then if you got a pin after that, you got a pin. Yeah, I hope he's okay as well. But yeah, anyway, good try, good play. Obviously, maybe either pitting out there or shielding sooner might have saved your life, but the play itself was fine. It's good to try for. Fight's lost, get out. You might be able to reset and re-engage. Yeah, I agree. This game desperately needs personality. Thankfully, I've got enough personality for everybody. Not just enough personality, but the best personality. Nice. Hold shield, hold shield, hold shield, hold shield. So you use your HP like a resource. You have HP, you could do things like these. This. If you don't have HP, you cannot do things like this. Boy, this guy really wants you. Chill the fire strikes a little bit. Remember, that's something we kind of brought up earlier. Just be a little bit more patient. If you save the pin, had an easy off the map pin there. True. Nice. Spilo's personality is carrying this. Yeah, Spilo's personality is carrying. Spilo's personality is carrying the World Economic Forum as we speak. The market as we speak I'm like Atlas, only with a better body. Good. Get your HP back. I mean, that's just an ult dump. The only thing I will say here is what is wrong with your Moira? How is she not healing you? She's missing you. She just missed you. Okay, I was like, how did you die there? She just missed. That's unfortunate. I don't think you misplayed that one too much. I think you just didn't get any healing. You got hacked, which is in theory stoppable, but I don't know how realistic that is on console, because that's quite a flick. Just shatter anything here. Nice. Yo, me my shiny, are you here? Are you here? Because that was a really fast review. What was that, like 15 minutes, guys? You have 15 more minutes. So if you have another code, oh, yeah, okay, you sent me another code. Right. I was like, I was a little short. Okay, so yeah, the Malga matchup, the swing fire strike thing, hitting your fire strikes by not rushing things are what we're seeing kind of so far. Carrying this game solely, and guys, shut up, Gregor. I deserve this. I deserve this. I deserve this. I'm part of the World Economic Forum. No, I'm not. I'm not part of the World Economic Forum. By the way, I like rotating to top. What I would do is I would always rotate to top. If you get to here and you're like, there's nobody with me, then you can drop. But I think Ryan is pretty much the best brawl tank in the game at controlling top, even into Malga, because this is where like a really narrow choke where having a 1600 shield and a hammer is really useful. Obviously, versus the Malga, you're more relying on the shield. But I mean, there's not really any tank. Like if you're running a Rein, like you're generally going to control top most of the time. For the economic crash in the early 2000s. Yes, yeah. I see. This is as soon as I open my big, fat, stupid mouth, you guys just come crawling in. I can't even say anything funny. Just fine. No humor. No more humor today, guys. No humor. But yeah, it's fire strikes like these. Why do I keep saying these? That's like. Actually, that was pretty close. Those were close. I'll give some credit. Oh my goodness. You almost got her. But see, even though you didn't get her, you scared the pants off of her. You forced slide. Junkrat chased you. Moira had to chase the Junkrat. And then she ends up running right into your Tracer. So you're still creating space. You know, it's just like the way to look at like space. It's like you're creating space, but you create more space when you kill them. So if you hit the shots, you hit the fire strikes, you create more space. But at least you were doing the right thing. I'm not, dude, this guy. Pen, hold shield. You see. Ta. If you don't hit the pen, you got to immediately shield. I think you go for like one swing, but honestly, maybe at this range, you can't even pen a Malga. I think maybe that's the case, because honestly, by the time you get there, you're already on fire. Maybe if he's not looking, but yeah, that's a real tank hero, by the way. But yeah, don't do that. Don't do that. But you are inherently a clown. The best part about Gregor is if you just like read everything he says like a solid like 30 seconds later, it loses all its oomph and he looks like a total idiot. Although that doesn't really take much. Okay, honest question. How did that Sojourn get out of that? I thought for sure she was in it. Like, oh my gosh, guys, check this out. Oh my gosh. Dude. It's like the freaking Matrix. Look at this. That's actually wild. Good pen. A nice short pen away from the Malga. Now you hold your shield, get your HP back. You still have some HP. Don't just blindly throw fire strikes. Good fire strike gets that pylon. You have your shield back. You're going to pin, but this time you're actually close. Now hold your shield. Hold your shield. You're a little close. Oh, but you see what I'm saying? Like, see how like the margin of error is so tight. That's actually crazy that she lived that. She lived that from the damage reduction from the cardiac overdrive. Nice play overall. Really, really nice. Big thing is always that fire strike, right? And how quickly you shield after the Malga, but honestly, not too bad. Yeah. Good. Avoiding the Malga, going for backline. Love it. Keep going. No, don't stop. Yeah, huge. So you see, by the time you got the point, they still haven't capped it yet, right? Like, obviously, at some point, you do need to go to point and hold point, right? But there's not a huge rush. By the time you get to point here, they're already down to. I might just shatter this. I guess you didn't need to because they were already up to, but like, just to be safe, it wouldn't have been a bad decision. Yeah, Malga's insane. Remember, no swing. No swing. No swing. No swing, no fire strike. You pen, you shield, or you shatter. Good. You could shatter this. This guy's an idiot. Just shatter. Yeah. Fire strike. Now you fire strike there instead of swing fire strike because they were obviously too far away to do the cancel. And again, you don't worry about point. You only go to point when you absolutely have to. You see, you're going to run into a lot of Malgas as Rein that are really stupid, and all they do is they focus on the tank trade, and all they do is just sit on point. Meanwhile, you're diving backlines. I mean, it's pretty clear to me in chat. This mate's spent some time either watching some guides or watching some Cloudy play. I think Cloudy had a pretty good guide recently. Because I see a lot of like this backline proactivity that looks pretty good. So for the most part, it's knowing your tank matchups a little bit better, and then a lot of mechanics, right? So like hitting those fire strikes, hitting those shatters, and so on. Yeah, you literally cannot swing on Malga. It is the only tank trade that Ryan literally cannot, like, just under no circumstances can you take. Like, even a Roadhog, there's more circumstances. So, this is the mistake. I want you guys to watch this. We miss the pen, kind of. We get him off of high ground. It's not really a missed pen. But you see how we're already losing HP and we don't have our pen? So we really shouldn't drop here. You should just hold shield, go to this corner here, sneak around behind, wait for your pin again, then go for like one of these characters over here. Because when you drop, you don't have your pen, and you're also not even full HP. So this is not terrible. They're all chasing you, so it's actually pretty good. But what I would do is always try to make sure that before you like commit, you always have your pin. You always have your pin whenever it can. Because you did a good job pinning the Reaper off high ground, very useful. But there's no rush. Hold shield, chill, wait, 3, 2, 1, pin backline. Oh, did he drop an accent? Either way, even if he did drop by accident, it's a good educational moment just to remind yourself like you need your pen for engages. I mean, this is great. This is great. Like you're playing Ring Around the Rosie with squishies, and a character as big as you are and as fast as you are, that's unfortunate, is going to win this. Go for the bat, hold your shield. This Malga probably feels so useless, and he is. He is useless. He's not clearing near as much space as you. All he's done is chase you around the map and do meaningless tickle damage where you've actually pushed out and cleared out squishies. This is good. There's lots of good things about this Ryan play so far. For more than anything else, it's mechanics. And how you're managing your cooldowns. Why were you at Death's Door? I was very sick. Did you guys see the SVB Group Up podcast? I was literally like in so much pain. My head hurt so bad. It was like the worst headache I've ever had in my life. I had such light sensitivity. It's like a 9 out of 10 headache. Awful. So this is okay. But I want to point out like how that feels really, really annoying. But because they're giving all the resources into this RAM, both support resources, right? All you have to do is live, and they're just crossing out in the open. This is good. This is good. I mean, it feels annoying, but now he doesn't have his Omnic form anymore, or his Nemesis form anymore, and now he just dies. Ram is like one of those characters that peaks, and then he peaks in high school, right? Ryan doesn't peak in high school. Ryan doesn't have a peak. Ryan is consistently good. So obviously this goes pretty ugly. This gets pretty shaky, but you know what? Ram's peak is over. You hit the pin, and he's dead. That's it. Hey, Batto. Did some guy in Flash says say he doesn't listen to you because of your appearance? Boomers. I mean, they're welcome to their opinion. It's also, I'm like, dude, as the first thing SBB said in that podcast is that, oh, thanks for Spilo for being here. He's got a headache or whatever. Because obviously I had to tell him, you know, I was like, you know, I didn't want to miss it, but people are stupid. Now, one little detail I'll point out here. I like you holding the choke here, but I want you to be very decisive. I either want a corner held here, or I want you to hold this corner, like hold this high ground here. You're kind of floating here. I don't want you floating. You lose too much HP. Racist to Omnics. Yep. You guys heard it here first. Ah, that's unfortunate. You should have kept the pin, so you can at least end in safety, because you would have pulled him out to safety too, right? Good, keep going. What's the next target? You got pen, go for these guys up top. You got pen, and you've got HP, right? So, do it. Ooh, see, this is mechanics right here. You hit the fire strike, which is great, but you cannot miss the pen. And by miss the pen, I don't necessarily mean hit the pen, but you can't totally miss it. Like right now, you need to at least chip him with your shoulder to knock him this way, or you need to cancel your pin sooner so that you're not this far away from him. So you can at least get one swing, right? Nice. I mean, I make fun of you for your pin mechanics, but you actually hit both fire strikes. So, you know, credit where credit's due. Yeah, I mean, the musical tank things is for real. Yeah, pin is everything with Reinhardt in Overwatch 2. Wait, what did you do? I know what you did. Oh, no. Oh no. If you did the shatter, it would have been a good shatter. But I guess it doesn't really matter either way. Musical chair. It's a play on musical chairs, Iron Kuma. Like as in you're swapping chairs, you're swapping tanks. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I will say keep practicing your fire strike mechanics. But by practice, I mean don't just throw them. Be deliberate with them. And I think the same thing goes with Ryan Penn as well. I think the biggest thing that plagues Ryans when it comes to mechanics is because everything that they have is like a relatively big hitbox, and because Fire Strike is a slow projectile, because Penn is a little bit RNG, it's really easy to blame misses on just, oh no, I got unlucky. Because you know what? A large percentage of the time, you are going to be unlucky. Like even the best, you can have the literally perfect Fire Strike mechanics, but it's not possible to hit every single Fire Strike, right? It's not possible to hit every single Penn. But you need to kind of like look at it in a way where it's like, I need to significantly increase the chances that I'm able to cancel the Penn at the right time or hit the Penn or hit the Fire Strikes. Obviously, we didn't talk as much about hammer mechanics, but those are important too. And I think you need to treat every Fire Strike like something that I need to be hitting on the backline. I want you to play a little bit more around your HP. In other words, I want you to play more around your team. Where's my team setting up and so on. And when you have your Penn, shield, HP, make a play. When you don't, take a chill pill, play, find some cover, then do it again. I think your overall playstyle was actually okay, except versus the Malga, where you need to be a little bit faster with the shielding, a little bit more consistent at avoiding him. But yeah, if you have any questions, you know the routine. You can message me anytime. But that's all. Any questions about the Ryan review, guys, before we jump in? Spiller almost died? Yes. The global corporate elite tried to take me out with their own strain of the flu bug, but I beat it. Being deliberate, what exactly does that mean? That means don't just throw your fire strikes, aim them. As simple as that. Don't just throw your fire strikes, aim them. Putin was trying to get Spilo knocked off. Yeah, the whole 9 yards, man. Putin and Trump and Merkel or whatever the Marcon and freaking Justin Trudeau. Freaking hate those guys, man. Bunch of roaches. Trump, the whole gang was in on it. Try again next Christmas? Bro, please, I just want to have one Christmas where I'm not sick. I get sick every Christmas. Any Wingstop during break? Listen, bro. I was so sick, I had no appetite for 5 days. This is true. I ate less than like 800 calories for 5 days. I tried to eat, man. I could not eat. I was just not hungry. Like the first day I was so sick, the day with the podcast, I think I must have eaten like 400 calories, 300 calories. Like I was not hungry. It wasn't like stomach illness. I just wasn't hungry. I'm still like recovering. But the one thing that kept me going was Wingstop. I would just get a big vat of barbecue sauce and IV it right up. That was it. That wing. It is the. I would never accept a sponsor from anybody, but I'm gonna have Wingstop on my gravestone. Wingstop, man. Yeah. I wear Wingstop brand underwear. In fact, currently, right now, my butt cheeks are sautéing in about a gallon bucket of Wingstop sauce right now. Just it's the best moisturizer. If you're not sleeping inside a syrupy mess of Wingstop branded barbecue sauce, I think you're not missing out so much as just screwing yourself over. Pistons fan confirmed. Listen, all I'm saying is the Pistons wouldn't have lost 28 in a row if they'd been chowing down Wingstop. Wingstop. It's the real man's decision. Shout out Rick Ross. Yeah, shout out Rick Ross. I bet Rick Ross eats Wingstop. Real men. It's real men don't even eat or drink Wingstop. That's not real men are Wingstop. That's all that they are. Oh, he does? He owns Wingstop. I've never, honestly, I never heard of Wingstop until my good friend Rick came in here and told me about the good news of Wingstop. So big shout out to Rick and Wingstop. And I really mean Rick. Willie Billy, thank you for the sub, mate. I appreciate it. Thank you, Pat. All right, let's get our Elo Mastery coaching call going. And then I have a lot of really fun things to do today, guys. There's like so many Hammer Time, like tier list discussion, fun things I'm really excited for. Is this an ad read? No, not an ad. I'm not currently being paying millions of dollars as we speak. Yeah, Wingstop I think is a wings chain. Yeah. Could you suggest any good May players that stream consistently on Twitch? Actually, no, not really. That's a good question. SEC is in your head? Oh man, don't even remind me. I was so disappointed about this. Man. Although FSU getting their teeth kicked in was pretty fun. This Backbone stream? He does. I just don't know how often he has the last couple of weeks. Obviously Backbone May. I feel like that kind of went without saying, but I don't know if he's been streaming recently. I'm not sure, but yeah, definitely Backbone if so. Now I don't think Fitzy May is bad. I mean, it depends on what you're looking for. If you're like a Plat Diamond Masters player, you'd probably learn from Fitzy. I guess Fitzy is fine. Hasn't streamed since Flash Ops. Yeah. Okay. All right, y'all. Let's do our event here. Disconnect quietly from the call, then rejoin. Okay, can you guys hear me? I always have to leave and rejoin every call, so otherwise nobody can hear me. I'm not talking to my Twitch. Okay, you guys can hear me? Okay, good. I'm not talking to my Twitch chat. Don't worry, guys. I know you guys can hear me. Hello. Yeah, so Elo Mastery, those on my Twitch chat don't know, it's a coaching service I assist with a lot of the other Overwatch League and Tier 2 and coaches and all that kind of stuff. And I do weekly coaching calls for them. And there are premium and free versions. And today we're doing a free call. So I will probably do 7, 8 codes. So I won't be able to get to everybody today. But it's first come, first serve. Okay, let's do this. So let's do M here really fast. There are only like 5 codes here for now. Yes, that's usually how it starts. Let's get the stream started here. M, do you want to jump in? And you could also ask questions as well. So it's not just gameplay review. If you just have like a quick question or something you want to discuss, you're more than welcome to do that as well. As always, I do ask that because just the quantity of codes, I'm going to try and spend around 5 minutes per code, 5 to 10 minutes per code. So make sure that you post your code with a timestamp, if possible. What's up, man? How are you?
Hey, how are you?
All right, what are we looking at here? 7:33?
7:33. 7 minutes 33.
All right, let's take a look here.
Just kind of unsure if I played it okay and if I could have played it better.
Okay, let's take a look. First fight. I was gonna say this map looks familiar. Ilios Ruins. It's like last time. All right. On a Zen on the enemy team, Malga. Bit of an annoying kind of fella, I'm sure. Good try on the engage. This is the way I would say it when it comes to Malga. Ignore him. Avoid him as much as you possibly can. I know what you're going for here. You're going to go try and punch him off the map. Problem with that is I don't know if you're able to boop him from here to here. I don't know if you're able to boop him that far. And the risk to reward ratio is totally out of whack. Where maybe you're able to punch him. Maybe you're able to boop him. But if you don't, you're screwed. You see?
Okay, so what have we done instead? In my mind, I was just holding the space here,
Sure.
and yeah. what is
I think your entire mentality needs to be about hold the space. Well, let's actually do it right here. Let's give you perfect vision just to cheat to start. All right. What do you do?
Oh, probably walk right side. Maybe
Walk right side.
and-
Yeah, I think so too. I think you go for maybe a quick punch here. Maybe you slam soldier, blam, avoid. I mean, you just have to avoid him like the plague. Doomfist and Amalga isn't terrible because at least you have mobility, right? But you really, I don't even think what you like. If this was any other tank, I think it's not the best, but like okay, it's fine. But like this is like it's going to be so hard to recover, right? And so you're going to having to give up space now, and so now you want to go for backline, avoid the Amalga, right? But instead of starting from a position like here or a position like here, now you're starting all the way up here, and you had to back up.
Right. So can I ask a question?
Please.
On my first engage there, would there be any point to perhaps set up above their backline? Like there's this little high
Up here or here?
Yeah.
Or here? Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea. You might not be able to stay there for long. You might have to go grab like the Mega over here, or the Mega over here, or the Mega in where is it? There's it here, right? But yeah, that's not a bad idea. Not a bad idea.
Okay. So I guess it's close. Either we hold the point or go in their backline. Doesn't really matter, right?
Right. And you can kind of see it right here with Malga. Like as soon as he doesn't have anybody to shoot, look at his HP, right? The problem with Malga is that he loses like a lot of HP, and then you're like, oh, let me help my team kill him. And then he gets back to full. Leave him. Let him stay. Give him nothing to shoot. Punch over here, and then look for an opportunity to slam. Or punch over here, or slam over here, and look for an opportunity to kind of distract and engage in a backline here, right? Because as soon as you see, oh, Malga's low, I'm going to charge my punch. Sure, you'll charge your punch, but now Malga's back to armor, right? And you've used your resources. You kind of see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Keep avoiding him.
just-
Avoid him. Avoid him, right? Avoid him. Find a different target. Find that. I know you're going to go for the Zen now, but you've now given that Malga a full heal, himself. And that backline has been under no pressure outside of your Genji this entire fight. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. That's pretty much all the feedback I have. I mean, I think, you're moving around, you're cycling your cooldowns and so on. How's the shot practice, the kind of the shooting into the abilities looking? How's that practice been?
Ooh, slowly learning it, I guess.
Good.
As in, like slowly coming into the habits.
Good. They're good. I mean, it's going to take some time. It's a tough habit, especially with how, mentally difficult this character is. But yeah, avoid Malga, avoid him as much as you possibly can. Make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. That is all. GG's, man. Okay, we have Skitza. Do you want to jump the code? Or jump the code, I say. Skitza, do you want to jump in the code? Do you want to physically jump into the... oh, man. Yes? Okay, let's get you in here. What's up, man?
What up?
Ready to get into the game, man?
Work, by the way.
Yeah?
because It's kind all right. It's
You're on your
fine.
phone?
So this was a game I feel like I played pretty well,
Okay.
but I don't know. It just was rough. I mean, we didn't get much. I don't think I can say card distance, but you get what I mean. We didn't go
Yeah,
much
yeah,
farther than
yeah.
we should, and they basically touched our doors, if I remember correctly. And I don't know. It just felt awful.
Okay, sure.
It's also a map that I'm not really used to playing Genji with. I usually play Tracer on this because it's just way easier to go on a hard flank with Tracer in this map.
Well, you're making... Your first mistake is this.
Wonderful. Yeah.
Well, let it do him. Let him do his thing.
Yeah. Yeah, just Maga things.
Just manga things. And the other thing you have to consider as well is also like, what are you in the position to kill right now?
Probably the Hanzo or the Soldier, but I think the Hanzo doesn't have much support besides. The
Sure. But the answer is everything but the Malga. So even if this wasn't Malga, I don't care if this is like honestly, even if this was like a Widowmaker, like like you're so much in a better position to kill other things. Like, why are you chasing the thing that's all the way over there and just taking what's available right here? Right? Even just distracting the Ana Kiriko or going for, like you said, the soldier, or really trying to actually get the kill on the Sanzo, so much more valuable.
Yeah, I guess I was just trying to protect my Ana. I don't know.
Right. And I respect that. I respect that. But it's like one of those things where it's like, you know, it's like a 4-year-old like riding their tricycle to go help daddy, you know, to like mow the grass while you're out there on your tricycle with a pair of scissors, and all you're doing is you're getting in the way, you know. It's like your time would be better spent elsewhere, you know. So I appreciate the attempt, but it's being a nice guy doesn't win games. Your Ana wants to die knowing that, hey, my Genji's actually got a kill too. Not that, oh, he tried, you know. Oh, it's so sweet. Nice job, by the way. Really nice job. Nice use of your CDs, some nice shots.
I think I played here, yeah. I don't really know if it was a good play. I just kind of went for it.
It's fine. Fight wasn't guaranteed one yet. Probably. But they also had ultimates to turn it as well. They might have, you know, cage fighted and win. I mean, I would say probably not a necessary blade, but I would not say it's a bad play.
All right.
What sensitivity do you use? I feel like I've asked this before.
I think I have a 160. Oh, my bad.
1600.
1600 DPI and 4.25 in game.
Okay. I don't know if it's the game. The game almost seems jittery to me. Maybe it's just the.
Oh no, that's just my hardware. I play on like 40 FPS and it kind of jitters a little bit back to 30.
That's right. That's right. You're on 40 frames per second. Oh my goodness gracious.
I'm the laptop gamer.
That's okay. That's where I started for a long time too. Okay, yeah.
It's rough.
It's okay. It happens. You know, if you're having fun playing the game and you're enjoying it, don't let anybody tell you otherwise. This is great, by the way. This is great. I love the angle that you're on.
Yeah, I could have gotten the kill on the Ana.
I mean, maybe, yeah, but you know,
I guess I could have tried with the dash, you know.
Yeah, you could have, but let's put it this way: this is already better than the previous fight, right? Or the start of the previous fight, anyway, right?
Yep.
I think this is actually pretty smart too. Just need to get the kill. There, good. Quick. Your mercies. Tenacious.
Yeah.
I mean, I respect it. You know, she's got nowhere else to go. So let's talk about this really quick.
Mm-hmm.
Probably this instead.
I mean, I understand why, because it's closer and I still get the cover, but I feel it's not enough pressure. Well, maybe it is because I can divert the healings to Soldier instead of Maga.
Correct.
But I mean, it's still Maga. Maga won't die, you know?
Oh, I'm not talking about Malga.
No, sure, but like, Soldier won't die either. He has LOS on both supports, and there is healing station down as well.
Well, but there's a higher chance of an actual kill. The reason I want you to go for this as well, though, is I don't want you committing your dash here.
Oh, I see.
I want you to have your dash in your back pocket. You just throw hero shurikens, drop. Throw shurikens, drop. Throw shurikens, drop. Throw shurikens, drop. Commit the dash when you can actually get the kill.
I either have an escape or a guaranteed kill with dash.
Right. Because you're committing a dash early on a Kiriko that you're already close to the backline anyway.
True.
And even like this dash right here, for example. Very common mistake, but do not dash to get close to target that you're already close to.
I guess I just missed. What I was trying to do was actually do the one-shot combo, but I just mismanaged
your ammo. Yeah. Okay, you know what? Fine.
Not really. I could have actually saved the dash. I agree with you in that regard.
Let's put it this way: if you're committing your dash because you're going for a combo, I will never complain.
All right.
That's not really. We're not going to split hairs over it, right? Like, oh, you should never. It's fine. As long as you had a good reason for it, I'm fine with it.
All right.
Yeah. Just make sure that you're not committing your dash unless you're going for a combo, or you are finishing the kill, or you're far away and you need to get close. Okay, that's all. I think big thing here: do not peel Malga, please. Do not go backwards. Do not.
All right. Have a good one.
All right, you too, mate. Cheers. Okay, let's keep going. Jolly. Hey, Jolly. You want to jump in, Jolly? any bad play with a reason is acceptable. No, if your bad play has a good reason, it's acceptable, even if you fail at it mechanically. If you go for a play that makes sense, that you had a good reason for it, you just messed up the execution, then it's fine. What's up, mate?
Not too much, just enjoying Mage Ale.
Nice. Mostly wanted to look at first fight. Okay.
Yeah, we lost the Mauga early, and I wasn't sure if I should call it or like what. We ended up winning it, but like it felt super uncomfortable, and I just had questions on it, like if I went about it the right way.
Okay, sure. So, one thing you could already be doing better right off the bat is what's the difference between you and the enemy soldier?
He's consistently going to be able to pump out better damage. He's just in general probably more likely to kill me at that range than I am.
Okay. All right. What advantages do you have over him, though?
Play the wall.
Look at the bottom left.
Well, yeah, 8 HP, yeah.
Okay. And then look at the bottom right. Who's got the better defensive cooldown?
Me.
Okay. So who can hold the more... You're crazy to hold that off angle. Depends on the angle, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it definitely depends on the angle.
Watch this. What DPS could hold this position?
Me.
Right. It's not soldier. Soldier would die. You will not.
Yeah.
So when I see this Cassidy here, and here, and here, and here, I get mad.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's absolutely no way that that Cassidy should be allowed to be there when you're playing Mei.
Okay, so I should get up quickly.
Take a more... yes.
I do take that angle.
Right. You do take that angle. Right. Right. So you're thinking like, we're thinking 2 steps ahead. Obviously, we're like, oh, this is a good angle for a wall. I mean, yeah, obviously, but you could also wall from here. So who cares? I'm more concerned with the fact that before the wall even happens, you could take a more aggressive position and start doing more damage. Yeah. Anyway. Because that stuff adds up. Like that adds up to poke to Junker Queen early on. That adds up for a better angle on wall and so on. So you're doing it now, but it should be earlier. Good. Obviously, good. Good.
Yeah, we lost the Tracer, and I think we lose Mauga here. And this is where I start to have questions, because it's like...
You're still even. You're steer up 1 here. I would prefer you to go for the Ana instead here, to be honest, because I think that double support pocket's going to be really hard to break. So, like, knowing where that Ana is, you probably just go around and try and make a play here, right? If you kill her, great. If you don't, it's not like this fight's, like, winnable either way, right? So, you might as well go, like, roll the RNG dice, see what happens, right?
Yeah.
I think besides that first initial positioning, this has been mostly okay. Now you should probably try to back out.
Yeah. Yeah, honestly, I just now noticed that the Kirika was there. I thought it was just me and Ana.
Right. So I think at this point, this is where I would just back out.
Yeah.
What you could do is you could back up to, like, say this angle here.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe she's like, oh, push, not knowing that her DPS are also in spawn, and then she overextends, you kill her, and then you push right back again, right? You don't have to, like, fully run back to spawn, but you do need to give him some space.
Yeah, there I just heard the Suzu come out, and I was like, all right,
Yeah.
I'm doing this.
Yeah. Careful about the Plat magnet.
Yeah.
See it?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Right? Ah! I mean, that's actually tragic right there, that Plat magnet. Because that's going to cost you this. Because that was such a case. Maybe not. You guys commit a lot in here. But yeah, I mean, besides that, take the more aggressive position. By aggressive, just further forward, more greedy position, because you have the HP, you have the ice block for it. Get that early poke out. Start them on the negative snowball, right? And then if you end up losing that tank trade, you just need to give up a little bit of space. Like if you're down a couple, just give up some space to see if they overextend. Make sense?
Okay. Yes. So be a little bit more quick and decisive about my angles.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
then,
But besides that, was fine. Walls were good. Target priority was fine. Maybe go for the Ana at that point. Maybe roll the dice on that Ana
Yeah,
instead of going for the
okay.
queen at that point, because you don't really have the burst to kill that queen. If you're like a Reaper or like you were like a Hanzo, maybe it's okay. But yeah, okay. I'll chat with you later, mate.
Sounds good.
All right, see ya. Okay, let's keep going, y'all. Let's keep going. Biggie, check your messages. What all-time moment in Spilo chord? I don't even understand what this means. I don't get this at all, Biggie. Jobby, thank you for the sub. Let's move on to the next code here. The Doomslayer. Malga Masters 3. Guys, everybody take your thumb, take your index finger, pinch your nose, lift your 3 fingers, and go, ew, Malga! Preferably in that tone of condescension and disgust. Don't actually do that. Starts at the middle of the attack phase when I swap to Malga from Ram. Malgussi. Oh my gosh, I just thought I could get work. Love you too, be safe. From Ramatra for the last stretch, proceed to get diffed the rest of the game. Good, shame on you. All previous Malga content. What do I do? Okay, we'll take a look here. Do you want to jump in here? The Doomslayer. Are you here? You are here. Thank you for the gifted sub as well. I appreciate it. Too late, I am doing this. Oh, sorry. You deserve the Malga reaction? Yeah. Oh, good. It wasn't really a question. You were invited to speak. Welcome. I'd say welcome, but you're not welcome here, actually.
Don't worry, I'm trash at Malga. So
Okay, let's find where we're at here.
I basically could not push the last point of King's Row, and instead of trying to brute force, yeah, I went with Malga.
I mean, it's tricky, right? Like anytime you see this, that's hard.
Exactly.
That's hard. The irony here is probably the better solution was unironically go Winston.
I was thinking about it, but
yeah.
they just had such a team comp that it would be quite hard to dive, especially as a solo dive character.
Right. But if you're super
Force
disciplined, there's possibilities, right? But yeah, okay. Let's see what we could do with Malga here. Because the irony here is that Malga's not actually super good versus this comp. I mean, obviously Ramatra you could do pretty well versus, but like this is pretty rough to play into. You can't do anything with a Kiriko. Ana ruins your day. Hanzo ruins your day. Sojourn ruins your day. I mean, this is a bad Malga comp to play into. So if it makes you feel any better, you're an idiot when it comes to choosing tank heroes, but it might not necessarily be totally your fault when it comes to struggling. Because this is very hard. And not only a very hard comp, but a very hard map too. Because how are you supposed to dive these characters up here, right?
That's exactly why I went Malga, because everything struggles, so at least I'm gonna play the OP stuff.
That's the logic's there. I get it.
Yeah.
Two very real tank heroes in the year of our Lord 2024. I can't even do this. Go ahead. Sorry.
Just that I was walking into the enemy team because I was trying to back up into the mega room from their side, basically.
Yeah.
Distance and some cover.
Yeah. So one of the things you have to remember about Malga is in the Malga mirror, you don't shoot Malga, you die, right? But that's the Malga mirror. Because if the enemy Malga shoots you and you don't shoot him, it's not just that, I'm not getting self-healing. It's also that he's murdering me. He's Bastion level DPSing me, right? Mm-hmm. But Ramatra doesn't do that to you, especially in Nemesis form. So if you see this and you're like, at this point in time, it might be a better play to overrun into here and start to play patty cake with Grandma. I mean, I really mean that at this point in time.
Yeah, I can see this the moment you mentioned it.
Right. It's the
Sorry.
amalgam mirror that you can't stop shooting the tank. But that doesn't necessarily apply to the non-mirror, if that makes sense. It's still good to shoot tank, but you don't have to. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Because the amalgam mirror is the one that's going to punish you instantly by the enemy amalgam murders you. But Ramatra's not going to murder you. Ryan's not going to murder you. Winston's not going to murder you. Diva's not necessarily going to murder you. So there's more, a little more freedom here. And then obviously as soon as they pop Nano Annihilation,
It's basically over.
it's over. Right. Now, maybe that's just a fight where it's like, it's a loss. You know, they pop Nano Annihilation. It's not that deep. So, you know, that stuff happens. And look at that. Your Junkrat's still popping off. So maybe. Ryan, thank you for the sub, man. I appreciate
Is
it.
it just me, or is the overrun just so... I cannot steer with it.
It's awkward. It's incredibly awkward. I think it's just because we're used to the fluidity of Ryan's pen, whereas Malga's overrun is a lot quicker in some aspects in terms of turning, but it takes some getting used to. Good. Unfortunate that you use cardiac overdrive, though. You don't need to do that.
I did not
Yeah.
think to...
Yeah. That's that, and that's okay. I say that's okay. It's not okay, but you know, it is
Now
what it
he's
is.
Mauga, and I'm honestly not gonna have any impact until the end of
Yeah,
the game.
you're nated.
Not even
You don't
right.
have your cardiac overdrive. You're not even full HP yet, and you were also not shooting him quickly enough. So yeah. Be careful about this. One of the worst things that you could do in Amalgamir is run for no reason. I know you're thinking, oh, I'm going to slam him. Maybe you were thinking you could boop him off, or you know, you could like crit. It doesn't matter. Your overrun is your, oh no, I messed up the cardiac overdrive, or oh no, I got naded, or oh no, I got slept, or oh no, I'm losing this neutral so I can run away. So as soon as you do this, if you do not win whatever happens in the next 5 seconds, you die. You kind of see what I'm saying? See, whereas he gets slept, he gets naded, and look what he does. So when you get naded and you get slept, what can you do? You kind of see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There's nothing you can do, right? So at least not for 2 seconds. And so the problem with that is that even puts you in the back foot, because like right now, you have no armor. So you take a headshot from Hanzo, you're dead. Cannot use your run like that. Not in the mirror. Not in the mirror. Make sense? Okay, let's keep going.
This is honestly just us bonking our head against them.
All right, fair enough. Now, if you want to run over here for a different angle or something like that, that's fine. As long as you're in a location with cover, it's when you commit in with run, and for no really good reason, that's when you're going to struggle. So there's something in Overwatch called the corner advantage. It started all the way, it became a common like vernacular for Overwatch in GOATS meta, where it was basically what we'll do is I'm going to zoom out and you're going to understand immediately what I'm saying.
My team cannot see me, and their team can see me.
You see? So their team can see you, your team cannot see you. So for you, it's like, well, then what do I do? Like, do I just sit here forever? Well, first off, you need to give these guys like another second or two. I would probably take the time here to sit here and shoot the Hanzo Sojourn off of high ground first. Or at the very least, be super, super disciplined with how you peek this here until these guys actually get around the corner. Does that make sense?
I just thought that they got around the corner. I forgot that they could be scared of the high
Right,
ground.
exactly. But even if you weren't sure, you have to be super disciplined with your cover usage here. Like you cannot take any unnecessary shots from Kiriko or Ana. You cannot take any unnecessary shots from Hanzo and so on. But yeah, I think you the best thing there would be to help clear top, then turn the corner. I would just snag him right there. Yeah, I was gonna say, there you go, just get him. Just shoot. Aim for the head so that your primary fire guns also go for the head as well. Because if you look at this right here.
Even at this distance, I would
Yeah.
think that. Okay.
So you aim right for the neck. Aim right for the neck because it's kind of big. Okay. So you aim right for the neck, and so more of your primary fire shots will hit the head. Obviously, the incendiary fires will just, whatever. Like they're always going to crit, right? But here, you need to aim a little bit the neck, and you also need to make sure you're aiming properly. Because even if you aim right for the stomach, whatever, that's fine too. But you need to hit your shots because this character snowballs quickly. You're not healing right now. You're not healing. There's a little bit of healing. You miss healing for a second. You miss healing. You miss healing again.
Yeah, I know this part. I'm getting
Right.
other than the positioning, I'm getting constantly mechanically diffed on Auga.
Exactly. And once you lose your armor, bam, you're gone. This is why I think it's the worst tank mirror in the game, because there's no way to, once you've fallen behind, there's no way to catch up. Right? Like once you start to lose a little bit of armor, you're done. It's over. There's no way of catching back. But yeah, okay. All that makes sense. I guess like a little different detail for each fight. So any questions?
Not really.
Okay.
No.
Good luck with your practice. Let's pray for some patch notes next week. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yes. I'm
Yeah.
not playing ranked most of the time.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised anybody not playing ranked right now. It's that bad. It's that bad.
I played rank to have a code to provide here. That's
Sure. Well, it legitimately feels worse than goats in so many aspects, but yeah. All right, mate. I'll chat with you later. See ya. Okay, let's keep going here. Is Genty, you here? Would you like to jump into a call? Good sort of. I mean, of course, Mauga also takes skill, but it's some of the least amount of skill expression we've seen. What's up, mate?
Hello,
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Okay, doing well. 320. You to provide more value for my team, and they hard commit to the enemies of simply staying on the backlines doing damage here, but not for kills. Okay. This is a scrim. This is Grandmaster. Oh my goodness, that buzz is annoying. And you are here. Just sit right here.
We'll go forward.
This look like the fight. Maybe. This fight here?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, let's talk about the bad news. Bad news is you're not likely to win this fight because they've got 2 for 1 ult-wise, right? Not a very winnable fight. Good news is that there's something still to learn from this, and then there's still opportunity to at least to clutch this. You need to hit the Suzu on the Flux on your Winston. And then you also need to be able to kill this Baptiste. When you're playing Lucio in this composition, who are you peeling?
I should peel for like the Sojourn or
From what? What are you peeling here from?
from Poke.
Okay. So you basically are playing on your Sojourn to prevent her from getting poked out. Where's your Sojourn?
Good question.
Right? Now, you could there's 2 ways of looking at this, right? I don't know if you watched. Did you watch Flash Ops?
No.
Okay. So one of the things that they were doing a lot in Flash Ops in these, it was a Ramacha mirror, so it was a little different. But there were some teams that were pairing Lucio, Vega, and Seeker, were 2 of them, were pairing Lucio with Sojourn on and off angle. And because the Lucio does a little bit of chip damage, a little bit of speed, a little bit of healing, there's 0 reason for your Sojourn to beat down here. Where should she be? I know you don't play hit scan, but take a guess.
High ground.
High ground, right? Like, why should she not be up here on this off angle here, or even poking aggressively here, right? She has a Lucio pocket. It's not a Mercy pocket, but it's something, right? So that right there gives you more value immediately. Make sense?
Yeah.
That's one option. I don't even actually think it's the best option right now, because what else could you be doing right here? Again, what are you peeling here? What are you denying? What are you preventing? What are you controlling right here?
I'm trying to prevent them for poking out my team.
Correct. How? How are you doing that right now?
Right now, I'm not really doing that.
So then what are your options? I know I'm being
Right.
tough here and direct, but you tell me.
I think I need to like jump in with them.
Sure. Jump in, but you cannot get fluxed, right?
Yeah.
So that's how you protect your team right here. You want to protect your Kiriko, you want to protect your Winston. Do not let this Baptiste live. Do not let the Sojourn shoot uncontested, right? Get on him.
Yeah.
Obviously, you need to dodge the flux. But for me here, boop the May away, right? You see this? There's no way that she should be this close. There's no way this Bap should live. There's no way that this Sojourn should be here. Heck, you could even boop the flux, right? When you're playing Lucio into anything that's not a dive mirror, your priority immediately shifts into the more, I'm either helping a DPS control an angle or I'm an additional dive threat. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So you said it very well in your message here. Where is it? I'm wondering what I could do to provide more value for me when they had to commit between teams. So simply standing around the backline doing some damage here, but not really confirming any kills. And you're right. You're 100% right. Your instincts are 100% right. Because this right here, it's too slow. It's too slow. And it's not nearly aggressive enough. Because you know what? Your Kiriko might die. Your Winston might die. Maybe there's like nothing you could do about it. But you know what you can do? You can make sure that they don't die in vain. Right? You can boop the Soj off, harass the BAP, and so on. And that's kind of right where if you look right now, like even look at your aura here. You have one person in your aura. By the time you get there, it's too late. You need to go make a play. Does that make sense?
That makes sense.
So it either enable an off angle, like your Sojourn, or you set up your own engage. Do you want to watch one more fight? We can watch one more fight if you'd like.
Yeah, sure.
Because this one, there's a lot of opportunity to win. You guys actually going fast. You going with Winston? Good. Go. Find the target. But you see how you're kind of like immediately you're kind of peeling back, right?
Yeah.
You need to be thinking. Go ahead.
I think I'm trying to like stay with the Sojourn, but I should really be pushing up, shouldn't I?
Yeah, right. Well, you should be staying with the Sojourn if the Sojourn is doing what? Remember what we need from the Sojourn to demand her pocket. What does she need to be doing?
Doing damage.
Doing damage, right? Look at her positioning, right?
Yeah.
I would be with Sojourn if my Sojourn was up here. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, so when she's like aggressive.
When she's taking aggression. So you have really two ways of looking at this. You either need to be chatting with your Sojourn and be like, hey, I will be very happy to help you, but I need you to be acting like you have Lucio help, right? And not acting like you're by yourself. Or don't say anything and do whatever you want. And to be honest with you, I think both could be good. Let's say your Sojourn has, like, let's say they have like Flux, Beat, Mail, whatever. Maybe you're thinking we're not really going to commit here, but we have Sojourn ult, right? Maybe that's a situation where instead you go to enable your Sojourn. But right now, I see no reason why you should not be diving backline with your Primal. Your Winston goes out. He's about to go back in. Are you in a position to dive that Baptiste? No. You're actually in heal song on point. You're not even helping your Tracer in the backline. You see this?
Yeah.
It's not like passive. Like you need to be playing more aggressive. I think that's the bad way to describe it. It's you're not doing anything. Is the way to describe it. There's no plan here.
Yeah, I'm just like, standing around.
Right. If you're back here and you're like, they have Flux or Sojourn or something, or their Sojourn Lucio keeps diving my Kiriko and forcing her TP. I'm going to sit with my Kiriko. If there's logic behind what you're doing, it's fine. But right now, there's no logic at all. It's just inactivity.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of it is because you're so used to probably playing some sort of dive mirror feels like this, that when it's not a dive mirror, you don't know what to do with yourself.
Yeah, I'm not really used to Lucio, so.
Sure. So push it a little bit. Even if your mechanics and your wall riding are garbage, this is how they're going to get better, right? This is how you're going to get better.
To dive and to place.
Exactly. No, have a purpose of what am I trying to do this fight? What is my purpose? What is my role? Even if you're totally dead wrong, go figure it out. Make sense?
Makes sense.
Okay. Any questions?
No, yes, at all.
Okay. This is a pretty tough matchup for you. This is a tough composition to play into. 100%. Could very easy to just die to BAP, very easy to get railed if you don't time things well. But I think like if you actually go out and try these things, like come up with an idea of like where does my proactivity going to be useful? I think you'll be doing fine. But all right. Well, I appreciate your time.
Oh, thank you.
You're very welcome. When Spilo has a bubble in his throat, it sounds like he fought in a cigarette war. Okay. Goldfish Toast, Master's Echo. How should I approach the Diva Tracer Brig comp? I think I was scared to get close because I could force my easily, but I go ahead and take the moments. Okay, do you want to jump in the call? Or do you... I don't think... No, they're not here. Okay, so we can just jump in. Turn up Discord. I've been having some audio issues on my end. I have everybody turned up, and I have to like turn everybody up to 200%. So I think it's something in my PC's in, but I'm not really sure what to do. You can if you want. I mean, it's up to you, man. I don't really care. We could just go through it. Whatever you'd like. Time to call Tactress. Yeah. No thanks, Mike. Bad. No, worse for me. Check volume mixer. Okay, maybe. Everything's quiet though. That's the problem. Everything I plug in my headphones, everything's quiet. Okay, so what was the question? Diva Tracer Brig comp. So I assume it's not this map. Diva Tracer's here. Should be at least 10 minutes. All right. I mean, I see Diva Tracer Brig here. They're going like full cringe comp here. No, it's okay. It's okay. You just tell me. Because you said at least 10, but they're already on the comp. Was it just third round? It's not game changing here? Okay, good. The fight at 10 minutes was the one I chose. Okay. Go to 10 minutes. We'll go to 10 minutes. Bop, 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 bop. Master's Echo with the most hideous skin in the history of the universe. Terrifying. Angle here is pretty good. Now, what I would do is I think you could be a little bit more aggressive, like as this fight evolves in terms of the angle that you're taking. So this is like a decent poke angle, but obviously there's no real opportunity to actually like commit a dive and actually get a kill. So what I would do is take that back Spilo. No. Is I would fly up, utilize this rooftop here, look for a dive bomb with stickies, beam, and you know everything that they're going to have is going to have a cooldown for you, right? So then you're just going to go for a beam, go for a dive, then shift right back up again, get healed, do it again. Get healed, do it again. I mean, maps like this with this kind of like vertical cover are really, really good for Echo. This angle is fine to start, but at some point you need to be utilizing that vertical cover to cycle like dive threats. Because right now, like this soldier's gonna gatekeep you. And yeah, you could do some damage to Diva, but in general, that soldier's gonna be able to put out more pressure than you, and you're never really gonna have the opportunity to do anything other than what you're doing right now. So either take that right side, look for a cycle here, then shift out, do it here, hard flank and do it on the right, anywhere that you'd like, but utilize that vertical cover, use the verticality to get height. Then as you drop, you go for the cycle, you'll have your flight again in time, and then you can fly back out again. The ulted immersing got stuck that way. But yeah, you can kind of see like this is like, it's too hard to do any reasonable damage, and you have no actual dive opportunity here. She's still Slay. Slay my retinas, maybe. She is cute, you're just jealous. Yeah, that's the biggest cope I've ever heard you say. But yeah, you kind of have it, like you kind of see how like you went to the sky a little early, but you went to the sky. You have basically your shift again now. But this kind of like chip at max range is just not gonna work. Facts can't be wrong, Matt. You're exactly right, they can't. But you can. Not a real human being in your spawn right now. Is all this making sense, mate? Whoa! Is this making sense? Just copy her. Copy her. Ah, I think you meant to copy her. You can red angry face all you want, but I mean, I know the Elo Mastery guys will agree with me because they're smart. Right, guys? Right? Yeah, see? They agree with me. You guys are idiots. So like, this is what we needed, right? Like obviously this is just like a desperate last second attempt to touch. So it's not like you're trying to do it on purpose, but this is what we need. Beam, sticky. But don't, obviously like, okay, let's put it this way. You would go in, you'd sticky, you'd shoot, you'd beam, you'd then fly up to the roof and then try and live. I actually think you could have done that here. I don't think you needed to keep touching. I know it's because you have your ult, but you know, like this is kind of like what we're looking for ish, sort of. My name is Fax. I am not wrong. Yeah, okay. We need a season 8 skin tier list for real. I don't even know how to check all the season 8 tier lists. But yeah, okay. That's pretty much all I have, Old Fish. I think utilize that verticality, go for dive cycles, fly back up. Whenever you have vertical cover, that's kind of like the de facto way to play Echo is to go for constant over and over and over and over dive cycles, dive cycle, dive cycle, dive cycle, dive cycle. Why dupe the soldier? Wouldn't the diva be better? Yeah, I think the diva or the tracer probably would have been a little bit better, but it's not that not that big of a deal. Okay. My name is Defaulto. I freaking hate my life. You guys suck. It's Defaulto. I'm the new Overwatch hero. Oh my gosh. Every time Stefano says something, it like hurts. Croissant? Why are you saying croissant? Croissant? Okay. Why are you saying Pog? Oh, leaked. Oh, the new hero leaked. Yeah, okay. Let's take a look at this PK Fishy here. PK, you had a correct Echo skin opinion, so you're welcome to join. It's Croissant, the new hero. I can't take this in my lungs. Sorry, guys. All right, let's do this. What's up, mate?
What's up?
All right, what are we looking at here?
Some Genji against 3 contenders players. Yeah.
I
feel like I
too-
played pretty good this game, but still got smoked.
Yeah. Well, I'll be the judge of that.
Alright then.
You sure?
I mean, yeah. I see Ana die, and what it is use. Like I have dash and full HP, so I think I can just kill her.
I'm more afraid of this.
Like
But-
where I'm looking.
Yes, which is everywhere but the window, but yes.
Yeah.
Oh. Was this really the play that you wanted to look at? Just this one here?
I mean, it's a little bit forward after this, but like.
Okay. We'll finish this off then. So it's fine. Obviously, that's a little bit unfortunate.
Yeah.
Here, the deflect just needed to come out. I mean, could it have come out earlier, or maybe you couldn't? Did you hit it as fast as you dashed?
Yeah. I hit it as soon as I could. I think. No, I swung
Kind of like,
first. I
yeah,
felt
you started to swing. Yeah, I mean that's it. Okay, all right. Let's look at this fight. All right, who are the contenders players?
Merit, Lab, and JMac. The Ramatra on the enemy team.
Oh,
They're all Australian contenders.
okay. Yeah, I know Merit. I know Lab though.
He's a support player.
Makes sense.
Yeah, this is like one of my first times being in like GM2. This is a GM2 average lobby.
Okay, cool.
I'm kind of just chilling here, waiting.
Yeah,
for my turn.
It is just wait for opportunities. I mean, it's fine. I guess if this angle means something to you, it's okay.
Yeah, I guess that's just like the easiest way for me to get there. I think.
Yeah. I'm kind of like, I'm looking at things from like a big picture standpoint where I'm like, I don't even think that you guys should have been able to make that rotation at all. That was way too far. But if your Doomfist is getting horny, then I guess it's fine. But yeah, it is what it is. At least you were ready for it. Okay, this makes up for the blade, I guess.
Yeah, it does.
Nice. I prefer that over blade any day, personally. Way
Just
more
wait for the
entertaining.
one-shot combo.
No, I'm just saying it's more entertaining, you know?
Yeah, and then I get fucked this fight.
To be honest with you, I don't know. It's kind of hard to judge these things because I guess they touched with 3 meters left to go. But it kind of comes down to like a sense that you have to develop of like, they're going to touch. It's going to happen.
Yeah.
They're on Tracer. They're going to touch. So don't kid yourself. Take a better angle. You know what I'm saying? Don't be like, oh, let's get 3 on card. Let's get 3 on card. It's not happening. You're not. Either you commit to the 3 on card and actually get 3 on card, right? Or you just take a better angle. Because the problem here is obviously like, oh, you get to nutty sleep, but you're also like your positioning sucks. Like why would you ever want to be here? Why would you not instead want to be sitting here instead? I mean, imagine this entire fight, but you're coming from this angle instead. You know, or even just from the same staircase, but you're hiding, right?
And then I can peek when she starts to go.
Right, exactly. It's just like one of those finds where you really every time these kind of touch or touch or cart situations happens, you just need to really truly ask yourself, is my presence on cart going to be the difference between us capping and them not touching or nothing at all? Because this is just, you come in directly, you take damage from the Ramatch roll, they see you come in, you get slept, you get rolled. It's still like decent value. I think you guys are still going to win this. Oh, okay, never mind, I spoke too soon. But it's agony, you know, it's agony to feel like, oh, I just came in from a bad angle and that's why we lost that fight, you know?
Yeah. So is there any like major skills I could be working on, maybe in rank to?
I mean, we can watch it a little bit more because to be honest with you, you chunk a deflect on the BAP, but I actually don't think this is like that bad outside of just like, it's a great sleep dart. You deflect, you don't quite have time to go out to cover, both supports look at you, and that's it. I mean, there's nothing really to learn here, to be honest, outside of get off of cart. But you're at a rank right now where you could play 90% of the fight well and make one crucial error and it doesn't matter. That's it. You know, we're not in platinum anymore, Dodo, so.
Yeah. I went for the combo, just messed it up, and I kind of greeded a little bit. Should have just.
Yeah, and this fight is not really winnable either way. I mean, you're very slow on the 90-degree turn as well. You know, I mean, this they call this a combo is an insult to Burger King anyway. So like, you know, I mean, this is like this thing cooked for too long. You know.
Yeah.
But I don't think this fight was really won either way. This is the fight that matters, though.
Oh, this was really scuffed. I think our Doomfist dies early, and I had to blade to touch.
This is kind of similar to 2 fights ago. This is bad objective play. You don't need to touch this soon. You don't need to touch this soon. You don't even need to. You need to sit right here. Let your supports rotate forward. Get some chip healing. You and your Doomfist end this. This is way too early. This is way too early. You guys have 3-4 seconds to play with. Touch an OT. This is, you kind of see what I'm saying? Because like you need every second that you can get to get these guys into position. You guys are touching way too early. Your deflect is forced before the fight even starts. Where's your Doomfist dies? Like what actually happens here? Probably power blocks and dies through window. Oh, he doesn't even. You know, but it's like you guys had zero business needing to touch that soon. So I mean, it's actually kind of a unfortunate circumstance because actually the reason that you guys lost this is just bad objective play from you guys all around. You guys stayed in a lost fight on late second touch for way too long. You were sitting on cart instead of taking an off angle, and then both you and your Doomfist were way too frantic to touch with almost 5 seconds left to go. It feels weird, like how much of that feedback is actionable. I don't really know, but maybe it's just good to know.
Yeah,
maybe it's just good to know.
Just be more common those situations.
Yeah, it does. It does. At this level, play 100%. 100% becomes more common because these games get a lot more competitive. People knowing the details and min-maxing things like that. That's why C9s happen a lot in higher ranks and in pro play because touching unnecessarily is really bad. Puts you at a big disadvantage. You want to be taking positions, not touching point, right? So I guess, you know, there's obviously an opposite extreme, but I think there's maybe some thought in situations like these clutch situations. Do I need to touch point? Can I take a better position instead? When do I need to go? That's important. That's important, I think.
Right.
Any general questions that we didn't really go over here? Because obviously this one was a bit of an odd review.
Yeah, no, I think we went over it pretty well. It was
okay.
I was a bit shocked by how good these guys were, so I was like, that's
Yeah,
probably
I mean they're good. They're good, and these are some of the best OCE guys as well too. So, but yeah. All right, I'll chat with you later, mate.
all right.
All right,
So
see ya. Burger King is not good. I don't know what you guys are talking about. I made a joke. Burger King is not good. It's not like an insult to Burger King. Burger King is just fast food, and most fast food is tolerable at best. But that's what fast food is supposed to be. It's not good. They don't call it the good food. It's fast food. Are there aspects of Burger King that taste good? Yeah, sure. Like, I mean, you put enough, you fry something, it's gonna taste fine, but it's not good food, nor does it taste as good as other things. It's not that I dislike fast food. There's aspects of fast food that taste fine, but calling it good food is a stretch. What is the best Bionicle comic? I don't know. It's a good question. I actually haven't read it all off of the Bionicle comics a long time. It's been a long time. In and Out better than Burger King? Yeah, maybe. Okay. He doesn't eat like poor people. Okay. 16 minutes of Masters 4. Most of the match was going well, but we lost someone in the last point. I think it could have done better, but not sure. And the ball wins the matchup. It's not too good. Okay. Do you want to jump in the call DVD? Fast food tier list by Spilo thoughts. That might be fun. Although I'm so out of the loop with fast food. I haven't had the last time I've had like Five Guys and like Chick-fil-A or something in like the last 3 years. Sure. I don't know how. I will invite you to speak. I just invited you to speak right now. There you go. Hey, what's up?
Hello.
16 minutes, you said, yeah?
Yeah, around that.
Okay.
So
Ha! All right, fill me in. What do you got?
So it's more that my team was kind of struggling with the Winston.
Yeah.
Because they didn't manage to break the shield that easily with
Yeah.
Widow and Tracer. And so,
Yeah. Okay.
So the fact that we even made it so far with this team comp against Winston earlier this game, I'm not really sure how, but
Yeah. I mean, it's also hard just because like this is the point in the map where there's just not a lot of space for you to kind of do your thing. There's not a lot of flanks to set up from. Third point is kind of like the brawl tank point of Numbani, right? So, I mean, I will say now, I think like at this point in time, the best thing you could be doing is just resetting and setting up for the next fight because you have people on cart. You know that you're not really taking engagement. The stagger chasing has finished 8-10 seconds ago, right? So really the worst thing you could do right now is not just die, but lose CDs unnecessarily, right? Or lose a lot of HP or demand a lot of support pocket. Because now you're at a point in time where an engage actually makes sense. The problem is you don't have your adaptive shields. You're still down over 200 of your HP, and you're not even engaging the target that you probably want to engage for, right? You're defensively slamming a Winston, right? And now you're going to be blizzarded as well. So just remember, where is my team? Who's following up off of my engage? And then just be cleaner with your on and offs, I guess.
yeah,
Makes sense?
The fact why I'm kind of slamming the Winston right now is because since my team was struggling a lot with.
So you're a toxic team player.
I mean, I felt I didn't really have any option.
Maybe. I know you're playing in a cast maze in, but you always have an option. Like I look at this here and I'm like, you can defensively slam into Winston.
I meant more generally over this last part. So.
I see. And you do have options. You just have to exploit them. It's hard, but it's doable. I think like you look at your comp and you're like, Winston, we don't have a lot of ways to break shield. We don't have ways to punish him. That's fine. But you don't want to give that Mei, Cass, Zen, Lifeweaver all the space in the world to follow up off of that Winston dive,
I try to balance it. It's really hard though.
It is hard.
Yeah.
It is hard. Okay, let's take a look here. The big thing though is just don't engage without your team. That's the big takeaway of that fight.
Yeah, I'm trying to work on it.
Sure. A little clunky mechanically here. I think your best bet here is to do what you're intending to do, which is to get up to this ledge here.
Yeah, if you go back and watch that first swinging
Yeah.
again,
Right here.
it's actually that I'm booping the Winston back from engaging. I believe it was at this part at least.
Maybe not. Oh, like right here, trying to hit him. Yeah. That's fair.
And he
That's fair.
kind of gets stuck there. So
Yeah, that's fair.
and then
Good. Now, you know what's going to happen
blew
here.
too early.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think this engagement is definitely happening. He's jumping your backline, right?
Yeah.
So you probably should be engaging in his. I'm a little concerned about. Yeah, I was going to say. Good. Don't take any more damage. Reset. Take top. Yep. Don't do this.
Yeah, I don't like to do this, but it's
If he's feeding, let him feed. Take that opportunity for these supports to be like, Winston's feeding, we got to push up and help him. And you hit him in the back. You already started your stage here. You see Winston turning around. Continue your rotation and hit the life weaver back here.
Yeah.
Slam Zen, grapple out, right? Just so that you don't get frozen and hindered and so on. Again, because like you see, that's the problem, right? Like, you help break bubble, but look at your HP, right? Because the thing is you're like, I'm punishing the overextending Winston, but he's not overextended if this is what's behind him.
Yeah.
And that's immediately what happens is bam.
Yeah,
I think you looked at the situation and you looked at, how much your team was struggling with the Winston, and it feels a little bit like you're either in your frustration or your honest attempts to help, you get stuck in a negative feedback loop. You know what I'm saying? Peeling the Winston, avoiding the backline, which, to be fair, has a lot of tools of dealing with you, but you need to force those tools. You need to force that Discord on. You need to get that hinder. You need to get those guys distracted because you're dying anyway, right? So you might as well die with a chance of actually killing something at the same time, especially now that you have mines.
yeah, definitely.
It's a hard world out there for a ball right now.
Yeah,
But this
worst
isn't it.
Part about this is that I already know that the play is bad. That I go for the Winston. I guess I just haven't considered all the negatives of it, so to speak.
Sure. I mean, shooting Winston here is fine because it's just Winston,
Yeah.
right? Like this is going to be fairly useful. And then taking that opportunity to, hey, we did a little chip damage. Now I'm going to mines. That's a great play right there. That's double support ult forced. And not only double support ult forced, but everybody's freaking out on the enemy team. This is an opportunity for your Widow to get a headshot. This is an opportunity for your Trace to hit a pulse bomb. This is an opportunity for your Mercy to actually get some space, your Kiriko to actually get some space. This is a huge, huge play right here. Something might actually die here. Yeah, there's life grip. This is okay for now because there's nothing else to shoot. But now as they walk forward, what are you going to do next? There's bubble, live, go backline, roll. Great. Look at this. Look what you're doing. 3 ultimates. Great job. Now I would stop shooting here before you get discorded and lose HP, right? Oh, maybe he just ignores you. Okay. And the life weaver just ignores him.
Yeah,
What? Okay. Well, you know what? We take it. And you go for the cast. Life grip pulled out. I wouldn't keep shooting here. I was going to say just not as good at that range. Unless he's low. Good. Stop shooting. Run away. Get him. Oh! Yeah, I mean, do you see how much more you're doing here, right? This fight, like, obviously there's been moments where, like, I obviously a little bit of better mechanics here, better CD usage, whatever. But, like, you're giving your team an opportunity to actually win this fight. But it's been after 3 fights in a row where you contributed nothing because you're too focused on that. But nice job. Nice job at the end there. And that's probably how you guys got this far, right? I mean, I see them on Cassidy May Zen, and I would be very surprised if they started on Cassidy May Zen. Let's see. What did they start on? Yeah, I mean, see, they didn't, right? You made their lives miserable, didn't you? Yeah.
One thing to mention, the Widow was kind of struggling on my team.
Of course.
She kind of mental boomed a bit because he thought I was throwing by picking ball.
Yeah, I mean that's the ball classic, right?
Yeah,
there's 1% of games that are lost. Yeah, it's 1% of games are just instantly lost because you picked ball because people mental boom in your team.
Yeah.
It is what it is. What it is. It is what it is.
That day plus this game, I had like 3 games of that happening.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's the thing is like you have to understand that you are more vulnerable than the average tank player to what your teammates are saying. So you have to just accept that and also be attentive because like I really think that Winston focus was as a result of what you or your team was saying or thinking or doing or your team struggling. You have to fight that. You have to fight that because think about the fact that this game was winnable if you had not wasted so much time on that Winston. Yeah. Right? You just have to stay focused on what you need to do. Okay. Any questions?
Not
all right, mate.
entirely sure. Does it have to be related to this?
No, it doesn't. You ask whatever.
It's just that at times with the Sombra rework, most of the times it seems easier at least to play around it. But sometimes I go up against the Sombra matchup where she loses a lot of value by kind of staying with her team, so to speak.
Yeah.
Kind of waiting for me.
Yeah.
But it makes engaging really hard.
Yeah.
And trying to make anything happen.
It becomes more micro-intensive when she is inside of her team, right? When she's outside of her team, it becomes more of like, where is she? What's the cycle of her cooldowns? Where is she positioned? When she's inside of her team, it becomes a lot more of how quickly can you roll through with your grapple roll throughs, right? You need to grapple. You need to try and hit her with those grapple roll throughs so that you cancel the hack, and you almost never, ever, 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 ever go for a dry slam, or certainly not a grapple slam, right? It needs to be, where is she? What's the status of her hack? Is she distracted? Did I cancel her hack? So another little tech thing that you could do as well is, have you seen the shoot in the air then slam tech?
Yeah, I've tried that sometimes.
But yeah, it's going to be like those things that you're going to need to do versus a Sombra sitting inside of her backline. Do a quick roll through, bump, 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 set up for a grapple or set up for a slam, shoot her first, then slam, drop mines, then slam. But you know that if you get hacked, you still are going to be fine because you have your adaptive shields and so on. The other thing you could do as well is let yourself be hacked in a good location, because once you're hacked, you can't be hacked for 8 seconds, right? So you basically save your CDs, certainly your slam. You save your slam and your grapple preferably until after she's hacked you. So it's going to be a lot more micro intensive. It's a lot harder for you than it is for her, but also she's losing a lot of value by only sitting inside of her backline.
Yeah, there's an odd interaction if you have a Kiriko and a Sombra, because if you get cleansed from that debuff, you can just get hacked again. Oh,
I didn't even think about that. That's gross. Yeah, please don't cleanse me, Kiriko. Yeah, I mean, actually, unless it's an EMP, Suzuing a ball is probably pretty bad, because the 1 second hack is like not the end of the world, but then getting hacked again is.
Yeah.
That's funny. All right, mate. Well, I'll chat with you later, all right?
Yeah.
All right, see you, mate. Cheers.
Yeah, see you.
DMAC Ball will be the only hero with gore. Oh gosh. Let's do one more, y'all. We only have time for one more, sadly, but we will do one more. Glit, are you here? Glit is here. Do you want to jump into a call? Also, he could swear now. He's the only one on. Now, I could get the. I could understand. I could definitely see the Wrecking Ball can swear thing. Somehow that makes a lot of sense. He's the only one allowed. Do you want to jump in the voice, Glit? Or would you like to just watch? Sure. All right. Let's get you in here. What's up, mate? Can you hear me all right? Can't hear you at the moment. Oh, you're muted. Okay. I'm looking through the timestamp here. 120. Killed the Widow and Mercy, but lost the fight. I'm especially interested in working better with my Ana and Sombra that I'm on comms with. I'm on ball. I'm bronze. I got super confused mid-fight. I suck at New Junk City. The next fight I tried to engage right before my team went in to make space, but I got blown up. No, I was screening for one person. Okay, so yeah, we can look at this fight. So Glit, you're still muted. But whenever you're ready, we can take a look here. I'd actually like to start back just a little bit further even, just for a little bit more context. So Glit had to leave. Glit will rejoin us in a second. We'll wait. Does Spilo accept ego VODs? Only if they're my VODs. You sure they got time for 2 more, right? Nah, man. Nah. Don't try that. He has to go coach me and Mount and Blade Bannerlord. Huh. You want to try again, Glit? Let's try. Get this again, surely. Testing. Still says you're muted on Discord, like the stupid muted thing. So I don't know if that's a mic issue or what. If you ego VOD him, I'm sure he'll roast you. Wait, Spilo, can I hire you to coach me in a game you've never heard of? Yeah, sure. Played or heard of. Is it a Barbie game? If I send an ego VOD, Spilo would probably be impressed and then make me a pro. Yes, that's true. I use all my connections. Yeah, if your mic's still not working, we could just review the footage if you'd like. It's up to you. Mountain Blade Warband. Sounds kind of like a weeb game. Need coaching in Lego Fortnite? Haven't played. Need Super Mario Bros. 3 coaching, please. No. Minecraft coaching? No. Coaching and picking up girls? No. Oops, wrong chat. Yes, I can hear. That would be dope. Yeah, okay, we could take a look here. Okay, let's get some Wrecking Ball, y'all. Most unweeb game ever. Sounds like a weeb game. Nice. Good little flank there. Ooh, nice little roll out there. You're like, I'm gonna go for the back. Oh, nope, we're going right on. Nice. Good kill. Love to see it. Next target, BAP probably. I mean, Queen's fine, but I'd prefer the BAP. BAP's a faster kill. Case in point, right? Because he's going to be able to sit there and pocket the Queen. And for you anyway, like, if you were like a Ryan, you could probably kill the Queen pretty fast, but you're like, this BAP's taking forever. You just need to be decisive here. Like, you could have killed either of them, but I mean, yeah, I mean, honestly, the really short way of looking at this is that the Queen was not the priority target for you. BAP would have been faster and better. But even if you had gone for the Queen here, it would have been okay if you just stuck with her. You know, like grappled, rolled around, and then came out of ball form and shot again. The problem is then you're like, you kind of roll away. You're like, you know, who should I go for? But I don't think you saw the BAP. And you're like, oh, shoot, there's the BAP. Oh, shoot, where do I need to go? But then now the Queen's killed another one. And I think you're trying to do a jump slam, which I actually respect the crap out of. Like, it's good to practice those techs, even if you can't do them just yet. There you go. Get him. Go chase him. Yes. It just took too freaking long. That's all. This guy literally gets a lamp again by the time you go in for it again. That's all there is to it. So, I like the initial target priority. Stay on the squishies afterwards. And then beside that was just a goofy error. That's all. We can maybe watch one more fight if you want to. Yeah, I think just being more decisive with like sticking with the Queen or going with the BAP faster would have been better there. But yeah, a good start to that fight anyway. Like hunting down the Widow and the Mercy afterwards. Okay, waiting for your team. You're a little early here. Your team is still kind of walking forward. I'd probably waited another 5-10 seconds, at least for one of your DPS to get out. So it's going to be very difficult for you to get a solo kill here. I guess your Moira's here now. But yeah, I think that was a little early there. And then in terms of megas, there is a mega. So you went out this way. There is a mega. Chat, help me. Where's the mega? Oh, there's a mega on either side of these things here. So for your information, there's a mega here as well, just in case you want to know. This particular point is really bad. Enjoy my stream. Thank you, Falnair. Drop mines. Good mines. Give it a little spin to win. Then go for one of those targets. You could probably go for the BAP here. Actually, no, you're stalling point. Yeah, that's smart, because we're on 99%. I didn't even see. Go for the, yeah, see. Somebody will touch, surely. Yep, this is good. Roll away, roll away, roll away, roll away, roll away, roll away. Ooh, bless me, please, sports. Nice, okay, you're good. Go get him. Go get him. So spin and win is actually pretty good sometimes. Like 50 consistent damage and being hard to hit is really good, but obviously, like, use it when it's appropriate, when the damage is good. But when there's a squishy isolate, it's better to go for them. Good slam. Your Sombra's there to help you. Your Moira's there to help you. It's the only reason pushing this far forward worked, because this was happening here. And this was also happening here, right? So while you're distracting your resources, like the absolute toughest thing with ball, besides the mechanical aspect, is knowing when is a good time to go, when is a bad time to go. Because you can always go as ball. Like, you can always go, right? But then, like, here, it's like, is there follow-up up here? Is my team, like, because your team's kind of shooting the queen, so it's good. And your bastions up here, so it's good. But, like, let's say that your team wasn't shooting that queen, you would have just instantly died. Stay on her? I would have stayed on that Mercy. She was isolated. You had enough HP. You had your HP from your adaptive shield, so you could have shot a little bit longer here. I'm throwing a lot of information your way, so bear with me. I'm just kind of doing a speed review here. I want to finish this point. The SMG Flank Widow, my personal favorite. Yeah. Okay, then they lost their queen. But yeah, the big thing is it worth going for ult charge if they have no CC and I have an E but no team? Yeah. I would try to not use your E because it's kind of a long cooldown. But if you want to go for like a little bit of quick, just like run in there, slam, shoot a little bit, then run out and get. And as long as you are full HP, full cooldowns by the time that your team gets there, it's probably okay to go for some ult charge. Yeah, it's a good question actually. Yeah. Any questions besides that, Glit? Target priority and commitment. Yeah, I just think target priority and commitment 100% there. I mean, it might not be a problem that's always the issue, but it's definitely what cost you that first fight. Yeah. Is it worth pulling out hard mid-fight for a better dive with Sombra? Yeah, like if you've used your cooldowns and like that Junker Queen is chipping you off and you just want to run away, grab a quick health pack and go back again, then yeah, absolutely. Ball is definitely a character where like you don't have to stay fully engaged the whole fight. You want to kind of go in and out quickly. But you don't have to stay fully engaged the full fight. That's the nature of dive tanks. Winston is a big one. Ball's a little bit more consistent at value, but like you can go in and out depending on the status of your cooldowns. And if we don't have a slam or you're grabbing a health pack, it's fine. Yeah, you're welcome, mate. All right, y'all. We're gonna end the coaching call. Loves and kisses. We have another free coaching call. Actually, I don't know if we have another one this week. But yeah, we have premium call tomorrow. Zolik, Tinsa, John, Fossis, Hafikul, the whole Hall of Fame lineup is going to be here the rest of this week. But yeah, you guys have a wonderful rest of your week. I'm going to end it right here. Cheers. Okay. It's how not tunnel vision on going in over and over, keeping track of your own team. There's lots of ways to not tunnel vision, I think, on things. I have a video on tunnel vision. Where is it? Nice jobby. That's awesome, mate. Looking forward to it. Tunnel vision. All of these can help. Tunnel vision, focus, stuff like that. Basically, a lot of it is setting reminders, getting in the habit of doing the thing, starting small, not pushing yourself for perfection, but looking to do stuff better over time. Yeah. And keep in mind that it's impossible to really like fully master a habit the first time that you do it, but to be more consistently doing the thing than you were last week, and then just to kind of keep pushing it from there. Cheers, Moby. Okay. What you guys want to do some hammer time? I really want to do some hammer time. Secretly super in disguise, bro. Super would fit inside my left butt cheek. I got a lot of respect for Super, but that guy's bones are like the size of like paper clips. Ice, thanks for the sub. Good to see you, mate. He also has, a much more inferior, everybody. He's a much more inferior personality. And yeah. A close game and a loss? No, Jobby, just a close game is fine. Doesn't have to be a loss. Close game's fine. Spilo's not twinking enough to be Super. I've learned, over my time as a streamer has taught me to just say nothing sometimes. All right, chat. What do you guys want to watch? What do you guys want to watch? We have a lot of things to watch, actually. When was the last time we did this? Oh, the beginner's guide to team comp. I don't want to do that. That one's boring. The comprehensive 5 rules to fix Overwatch 2. We already went over that one. How to fix. I honestly thought this said how to fix marriage. How to marriage. Hitting GM doesn't mean you understand balance. Overwatch 2 is not balanced from Tickety. I found a thread the other day on it actually got removed, I think, on Overwatch 2 is ranked by the design of their kits. You know what? We should set up a poll. What are the ones? Super is what we do. Let's do Overwatch 2 hero Overwatch 2 hero design tier list. What else did we have again? Rank does not rank and balance commentary. Fix 5 rules to fix Overwatch 2. And then we had what? What was the other one? Overwatch is not balanced. Tickety. Overwatch is not balanced. You guys vote. We might do a few of them, but you guys get to vote. All right. Votes live. Or polls live. God, listening to Spilo makes me want to drink a large glass of water. Listen, guys, there are worse things to be told. What is my mewing routine? Is that like the jawline thing that people used to do? Like the thing they do, like the jawline thing? I think that was one of those weird things that went around several years ago. What's your go-to to grub when you're gassing off the grizzly? I think Wingstop. I think you got to, if you're not hitting the Wingstop and bathing your entire face in barbecue sauce, I think you're doing your body a disservice. Overwatch 2 hero design tier list? Yeah, maybe we'll do that first, then maybe we'll do the rank and balance thing. 4chan look maxing, I think. I don't know what look maxing means. Okay. So I saw this in competitive Overwatch and I was immediately like, yeah, that's actually a pretty fun idea. I think somebody actually mentioned that to me before and I was like, maybe we'll do it. So I was like, maybe we'll do it. Yeah. I don't want to really judge their tier list instead of just make our own. So maybe we do that. Backs maxers. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Do we just make our own? Probably just make our own, right? Okay, so hero design tier list. I know I'm gonna have to give it freaking title because someone's gonna be like, "What the frick are you doing, Spilo?" And I'm gonna have to sit there and answer 7 times in a row. So, hate people that talk enough. What are you doing, Spilo? Hate those people. Oh, I don't have the paid version. No, I paid for a subscription, or I had a license, and it wouldn't let me transfer over. And now they've gone the way of Satan because it's only subscription. You have to like subscribe. I'm like, bro, I'm not subscribing for your thing. I buy the product, or that's it. I don't do this whole subscription nonsense. Adobe garbage, bro. I hate that so much. Give me the product, you moron. Give it to me. I want it. I'm not renting you the program. Give me the program. That's so annoying. I freaking hate that stuff, man. They changed it too. I'm not saying you should crack stuff, but I have a lot of sympathy for people that crack like the stupid subscription stuff, man. Let me buy the program. It's why I use Vegas now, because at least Vegas sucks butt cheeks, but at least I can buy it. Jobby. Okay. Here. Design. I feel like this one is going to be, I think, probably pretty subjective, to state the obvious, because I do think that they're like, you can talk, I think it would be more objective if you're like healthy for the game. You know what I'm saying? But like the design of the hero, I think it definitely includes like a lot of like fun factors, even if they're super unhealthy. So it's like, I don't know. Maybe that those are kind of one and the same. So maybe when we talk about hero design, it's like partially like how healthy is this character for the game? Not how healthy is like for like the meta necessarily, but just like how inoffensive is this character? Like, is this a good design? Was it well designed? Not necessarily is it well balanced so much as is it like a good character? You know what I'm saying? In terms of not like, oh, is it fun? Because like I freaking enjoyed. I mean, everybody loves a little bit of Junkrat cancer every now and again, but like that's not healthy. That's not a good design. And I think especially we have to consider Overwatch 2 here, whereas characters that may have been okay in Overwatch 1 just aren't so okay. Spilo is a product. The model of the character too, not the like how it looks, no, how it functions, sure. So what should we name these tiers? Wow, great design, so good, and health too. Wow, not bad, well done, solid, keep up good work, okay? Wow, not amazing, but okay. Nice try. Okay. Wow, this suck. Nice, bad. Try. Real bad. Wow, you suck. Real bad. Wow, bad. So bad. Wow. I think this is where we're going to be rolling with it. I feel like the colors are kind of backwards, but we don't really care. I mean, yeah. I mean, we're gonna have to shift things around on the second pass, but yeah. Go ahead and move the tier list to the right a little bit, Spilo. I mean, I'll just move my face. I mean, can anybody tell me how to do that? Actually, because I would love to do that. How do I do that? How do I do that? I do that. I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to do that with a web page. I don't think you can do that, can you? I mean, I could do this. This is okay, right? There. See? That's good. I could move the whole window, yeah, I guess, but that seems so like cruddy. Okay. I think Cassidy, like honestly, like Cassidy, like having like a short to mid-range hit scan character with like dueling potential is not like a bad thing. I just think the execution is really bad, you know? I don't think Cassidy is like fundamentally a flawed character necessarily. I just think his current iteration is like really bad. Malga tier? Yeah, maybe we'll do that. But I don't want to do anything. I don't want to get the cart before the horse. We'll get there. We'll get there. But yeah, I think currently like Cassidy, like right now, like the mag grenade alone would put him in here. But then also the fact that he doesn't really have a clear identity on like what is he supposed to do is not helpful. I actually think Diva belongs here. And hear me out. I think Diva belonged here or maybe even here in Overwatch 1. I think that she was one of the best design heroes in Overwatch 1 for the role that she filled, the niche that she filled. In fact, she was so good that Diva metas were almost always the best metas because they either, whether it was a brawl meta, whether it was a dive meta, she was like a good gatekeeper to a lot of really bad things. But as a solo tank, she doesn't function very well, sadly. It's not, and but this again, I want to be very clear. It doesn't mean that if Diva were to become meta, it would be like, oh, she's a cancer, terrible, unbalanced, awful tank. I don't mind playing that much versus Diva. I don't think really anyone minds versus Diva, but like again, we're not looking at it from like how likely do you want to play versus them, because Diva would be fine, you know. Diva, but like she's just not a very good character right now. Yeah. This one's hard for me because Genji is not flawless. Like I might say maybe like a character like Tracer is almost. But I feel like Genji has higher peaks than Tracer in terms of like how flow, fun, enjoyable the character is. You know what I'm saying? So you look at like something like Nano, right? Exactly. Blade combos, something like that. He still has his aspects that feel terrible, but like the reason why I'm still tempted to put him at the top is partially selfish reasons, but I know so many people, and I'm one of them, that only play Overwatch because of Genji. They literally, and from like, we were like, I was like, I never played a first-person shooter before in my life. And I log in at my friend's house, and I play one game of Genji, and I'm like, this is amazing. I want to play this character. And like, I think that has to be like, that has to count for something. You know what I'm saying? Where it's like, is he a flawless character? Absolutely not. But man, does that character have peaks. There's so many. I know more people that started playing the game because of Genji than any other character in the game. By far. By a large, large, large margin. And there's and a lot of people I've coached. A lot of people I've coached. It's like, oh, what got you in the game? Oh, I started to play and I tried Genji and I just like, oh, and I got hooked. And I think like that has to count for something. So not a flawless character. I don't think the top tier will be flawless. I think flawless is, but I think like that I have to count for something. I don't think you have to do the appeal of the character, but I don't know. This is where it gets subjective because I think Mercy's like down here. And yet there's a lot of people that only play this game because of Mercy. I'm trying to differentiate between broad, like a broad, I think broad appeal has to count for something. I don't think niche appeal should count for something. Maybe that's rude of me to say. But I think having a very unique character doesn't necessarily mean it's good. But I think that's the difference between the Genji and Mercy appeal, I think. Because Genji is a broad appeal that most people enjoy to some extent. Whereas Mercy is a very, 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 very niche thing. Mercy was a big draw for people who played healers and MMOs from Overwatch 1. Fair enough. I did not Naruto run now. Yeah, I mean, I think playstyle obviously is a big thing here. I think this has to be here. I think there are aspects of the character that are really fun. But I think that Hanzo remains a very difficult character to balance. I think you could even maybe even put him here. I actually think this is a hot take. You guys ready for a hot take? Hanzo might be harder to balance than Bastion of Mercy. Just because of his design. I think you could fundamentally rework the worst parts of Bastion of Mercy, but I don't know what you would how could you I don't know how you would balance Hanzo. No. You guys are not. See, this is why I have to explain these things. I'm not saying he's as bad as Mercy and Bastion at all. It's not so much about the feel or even balance things, right? I'm talking about like the core design of the character. You can fundamentally grind, replace gears in Bastion Mercy and maybe not fix, but improve the design. How do you do that with Hanzo? You can't take away his one shot without destroying his entire identity. I just don't know that you can. I don't know that you could do it. You could reach out to me in Discord, Jobby. Discord. I think snipers in general are a really, really hard thing. I think it has nothing to do with the sniper necessarily. I think Widow falls here too. Same kind of thing. Widow's not like my public enemy number one for me right now. But hero design, she's not. It's not good. I don't know that you can. The only argument you could make is what Rav is saying, which is like Hanzo's hard to balance, but things like Sonic Arrow, Wall Climb, and both feel so good. Where like Hanzo belongs here because he's really bad, but there's aspects of him that feel really good for a lot of people, right? He is a relatively fluid character, so he does get points for that. But the concept is fundamentally flawed. One-shot projectiles. Yeah. Oh, Cass and Hanzo definitely belong in the same tier. Cass is not as flawed, but is in a much worse state with Hender and having no identity right now. Hanzo is in a much more healthy state right now, but is a much more fundamentally flawed character. Cass could go up. Hanzo is as good as he's probably ever going to get. Widow, I'm honestly not too sure. I think Widow falls down here because Widow feels good, but nothing about her kit feels good. Grapple is whatever. Ult is whatever. Venomine is whatever. There's nothing that's like particularly fluid or fun. I think Widow is just whatever. I mean, Junkrat, obviously. Junkrat has aspects that are pretty fun. I think his mobility feels pretty fun. But the problem with Junkrat is even his mobility is bad design. Like his mobility forces you to go up. It doesn't even let you like actually get the angle correct. No, my thing. I try to close it. No, can I control Z it? Yes, I can. As I desperately try to close off my cloud backup. Yeah, I mean it. But even the thing, his trap is poor design. His mobility, like I said, for the Junkrat player is annoying because it forces you up. Junk is in the bottom tier. He's a fundamentally flawed character. He could be fixed, but a spam character with a trap and whose mobility hasn't been updated since 2015, nah, he belongs in the bottom tier. It's not even like one of those things where like I don't even think he feels. I think actually in some ways Bastion currently is more fluid to play than Junkrat. I know. I think Lucio has to go up. Again, not a flawless character, but man, there is just nothing like him, and it's done really well. Very skillful, very difficult, unbelievable skill ceiling. Very fair character to play versus and against. The aspect of speed I think is a really unique and cool thing in a team-based shooter. I think Lucio's great. It's just, I mean, come on, like it's such a unique and cool thing, and done very well. Yeah, I think Junk is fixable. I do think Junk is fixable. I mean, we had it. He was one of the characters that we looked at. He's definitely in. I think there were ways to bump Junk to like here. I think. Let's put it that way. I don't think you can say the same for Widow. May. If it was Overwatch 1, I'd actually put her near the bottom. But since they've taken a little bit of her emphasis away from Freeze, the only thing that I'm on the fence here. Because Wall is I think Wall is a lot of fun in Overwatch 2. I think they could probably turn the HP down more, but it's a lot of fun to use. I think her icicles are really good to use. I don't think she's particularly unhealthy for the game. The problem with May still that makes me hesitate putting her here is Blizzard, I think. I think it's Blizzard. And Ice Block is not a like super crazy ability either. It's not like it's a bad ability, it just is. So, when we're competing for mid to top, there needs to be like good things. I might have to insert another tier. I think we're gonna go ahead and insert another tier here. No. Why does it do this? This tier list maker is so unintuitive. No, like why? Why is this so unintuitive? It's like add a new thing, but it edits the original one. It's so annoying. Like what? Okay. Yeah, I think this is probably where we'll go for now. Oh man, this one's tough, right? With the top purple? Okay, sure. That's probably a better color, yeah. What do you guys think about Farah down the bottom? Flying explosive projectile hero with. She just said, I think Farah, people hate playing versus Farah and people hate playing with Farah, right? Has to be here, right? Nobody likes playing Farah. Yeah. I mean, she has fewer people playing Farah than playing Junkrat and Bastion, right? So, no. Here? Only because he has like something of a cooldown cycle that makes sense. It's just not always very well executed. The whole gunplay is pretty fluid with him, the reload and the way the weapons work. But he's not, yeah. he has something of a cooldown cycle, right, which is kind of unique for a DPS, but it's just done very poorly. Okay, you guys ready for a take? Yeah, what's up, Scythiel?
May's great.
I love you too, man. Maybe? I mean, there's just nothing like it, right? I think, especially with the pin changes. I think anything that feels bad with Rein in Overwatch 2 is not Rein's fault. I think it is these heroes down here's fault. I don't know. I don't know if I want to knock him down a tier. Maybe one. Maybe because he is competing with Genji and Lucio. That's true. He's too simple to be up top. That is okay. You know what? Actually, that's the one that is a fair critique. He is a very simple character. So there's nothing wrong with Rein. I would change nothing about Rein, but he is simple compared to some of the other characters that we might put up there. No. Not simple in terms of character design, and too easy, I would say. He's not the hardest tank. I do agree with that. Depth and simplicity can coexist, but I don't think Rein is the first tank that I think of when I think of that. I'm not saying that Rein is easy, but he's definitely not the hardest simple tank. You guys can probably guess who I'm referring to here. I think there's another tank with a very simple kit that is a little bit better designed. Yeah, Hog is just garbage. Hog is the only quote-unquote failed rework I think we ever did. I don't know if you guys saw the tank rework video I released a couple weeks ago. We thought we spent 4 hours, I think, on the road, and we with 300, I think, suggestions, maybe more, and we came up with some things to make them better, but we couldn't figure it out. I think the hero needs to be deleted. Widow, and you could. I think there's only a few characters in the game that have good arguments for being deleted from the game. Not literally, but Widow is one of them. Roadhog is another one. And Bastion / Mercy in part. But I was legitimately like baffled. You guys ready for a hot take? I don't actually, you know, that's probably not much of a hot take. He's a really poor design. He's a very lazy design. He's just it wasn't a bad design because it was a smart design, but it was a bad design. It's just Call of Duty. A permanent sprint, you have a gun, you have a healing station, you have a helix, that's it. The only thing that you could say about him is that his not having a cooldown on your sprint is pretty fluid, but like there's literally nothing special about this at all. Yeah, there has to be ones. Okay, maybe I shouldn't take points away for laziness. I feel like taking points away for laziness because at least even if these characters aren't perfect at points, there's effort. They tried things. Soldier is the most boring vanilla. There's nothing put in him. He's literally just a copy and paste Call of Duty character. So obviously there's just nothing to go on.
Boy.
What's up, hottie? Is how fun the character is relevant for the list? I think to an extent, funnest character is fun. Thanks for the raid, Hottie. I really appreciate it. We're doing like a hero design tier list, y'all, where we're talking about like the health, quality, internal, external quality of the initial design in right now in Overwatch 2 of the character. Cheers, Hottie. We got some hot takes already. Yeah, Maga is definitely near the bottom. I don't think you can have a character like Maga I guess we can go ahead and talk about Maga. So here's the hot take though. Maga does not belong in his own tier. Hear me out. So Malga right now, the way his gun, the self heal works with the gun, no damage mitigation at all. And you could even argue to an extent his ultimate little bit not good designs. Like it encourages bad play, very hard to balance around. But there are aspects of him like his overrun, being able to utilize his weapon at mid to long ranges that are fun. So I think that I think everyone's very sore right now from being slapped around by Maga, and he's very poorly balanced right now. And I do think that the character is poorly designed, but I don't think that he's unsalvageable. In fact, you could probably argue that Maga is somewhere along in the lower here, if a balanced and number tweaked him enough. But right now, no. But he could make it here. He could make it here. Hook is fun, but we just went through a couple of things that are fun with Malga as well, right? If you had more motivation to actually use your overrun and crit slam, that's very fun to do. If you had more motivation to use your weapons at range, that's also very fun to do. So there's aspects that are there, that there's potential there, but just not right now. I agree. I think, yeah, I think Ramatra is also quite bad. We'll get there as well, but I agree. I don't like Ramatra as well. Although I think Ramatra's Omnic form does have potential, with especially the Vortex. But I think right now he's not good. People say that. I've been saying that since his release, before his release, actually, when they released the example gameplay. But people don't want to hear that. People don't want to hear that Ramatra is boring. I think that the last 4 hero releases have been misses. Personally, I don't think they've hit since Kiriko. And Kiriko is her own bundle of baggage, to be fair. But I don't think. Yeah, I think they've all been misses. You haven't followed until now, but what aspects of designer re-rating? Balance, fun, dynamics, skill, expression, how they fit in the Overwatch 2 meta / headspace. Yeah, Ramadra's visual and audio design is so good, people really want to like him. Yeah, exactly. That's the shame. Is he's a bad man. What's up, Epic? Thanks for the sub, mate.
Hi, coach.
I think Iliari is okay. I don't hate it. I don't like Iliari. I think Iliari does the same thing, and that's all she does. She takes an angle, she pylons, and she shoots. She doesn't really have any real utility. She doesn't really have any real dynamics with how she plays. She just holds an angle and shoots, which I don't think is that fun. Okay, let's keep going. I actually think Sem belongs here, since all of her reworks. The reason why you could argue that she's maybe in this range is because turrets, ha ha ha. But I actually think the worst part about Sem now is I think her wall is really badly designed. I think her wall is terrible. Not good for the game. Not an interactive or enjoyable ultimate to play with or against. The teleporter is good. Yeah, the teleporter is unique. Her weapons are unique in an aspect. But yeah. It's mostly like the whole like build your beam up kind of a thing is kind of weird and more tank focused. It's definitely a character that depending on the rank you like certain things less. Like low ranks hate the left click, but left click is like not that relevant in higher ranks. It's all about like the flank right click, right? So good design. You could actually make a pretty good argument that they should put teleport on a cooldown on walking out of spawn, but I feel like that'd break the hero. That'd break one of the reasons why you play the character. But yeah, Symmetra has potential. Just I think the ultimate is like I said, I really don't like the ultimate. I think the ultimate is not good design. Having a giant wall, basically that's unbreakable. It's like I don't know. Like it's really strong. It's just I don't enjoy it. I don't enjoy it. I think Torb is bottom tier, to be honest with you. They've tried and they failed. He's not as bad as he was in Overwatch 1, but he's still bad. Having a builder hero flop this badly is really, I think, embarrassing. Like, I think they've moved away from the whole builder concept, but he doesn't do anything. Like, he doesn't build. There's no choice. There's no options. There's no variety. His deployables are either wildly broken and easy to use or totally useless. His ultimate is not all that interesting. His gun is very, very spammy. His hitbox, there's just nothing good about Torbjorn. Deserves hard because the naked Torb 18 plus glitch. Yeah, I don't like Torb. I don't like Torb. I think he's not like the worst hero in the history of the universe, but like there's just nothing. There's the thing with Torbjorn is like you look at this list on here, and there's really bad heroes down here. Heroes that are probably even worse than Torbjorn, but they all have like redeeming there is nothing redeeming about Torbjorn besides funny hammer kills. I mean, there literally is nothing. Like I think that's subjectively there is nothing good about Torbjorn's hammer design or fun about Torbjorn's hammer design. Period. His ult's lame. His turret's lame. His overload is lame. His primary fire and his secondary fire. Maybe the secondary fire, the dynamic there is kind of interesting, but that there's nothing there. There's nothing redeemable about the character. Pretty sure Torb is actually the best design character. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's not even like a question of whether he's easy to play or he's a healthy character, although that is part of it. There's just nothing redeemable about him either. What if you make Torb make different turrets like in the PvE? I mean, that's the question, right? Like, I think like that's the only way that you redeem him if you brought some sort of like builder identity back that took skill, and even then people still would not want to shoot turrets, Tracer, obviously, just like, I mean, it's hard to beat Tracer. You could even argue that Tracer's above Genji, not because her peaks are consistently higher necessarily, but because there is nothing about Tracer's kit that isn't good. There's nothing. It is all the way through perfect. I think Pulse Bomb is the perfect ultimate. I think Blink is the perfect cooldown. I think Recall is the perfect cooldown. I think that her weapons function. I think she probably does a little bit too much damage right now. But I mean, I think she's perfect. People are always like, oh, Overwatch always babies Tracer. Whenever anybody tells you that Overwatch struggled because they baby Tracer and they refused to nerf their poster child, give them the middle finger because they're idiots. There's a reason why. You cannot hold Tracer to Junkrat standards. They are not the same. You guys ever seen The Boys? What is that one scene? I'm better. That's Tracer. She's better. She's just better. I'm sorry, you don't deserve to be compared to Tracer. You don't put in the same amount of effort as Tracer. You don't. The character doesn't have as much counterplay as Tracer. The character doesn't have as many mechanical and dynamic expressions as character. She's better. She's just better, and she deserves to be better. And not only does she deserve to be better, it's better for you that she's better. The game isn't good when Tracer isn't playable. You want her to be better. It's better for you to be better because you can outplay Tracer. She can make a mistake. Even the best Tracers in the world make mistakes and die. So it's like, there's so many characters down here that it's, even if they make mistakes, it doesn't matter, right? Or it's very easy to not make mistakes and so on. So the reason Genji is, I would put Tracer above, I put Tracer and Genji in the same tier, even though I think Tracer's the overall better design here is that Genji has, I think, higher peaks of fun and an experience that that Tracer can't really reach. But yeah, I mean, Tracer is honestly a real accomplishment. I don't think they definitely took some ideas, I think, from like Scout and TF2, but I think Tracer is a real pinnacle in Overwatch design. I think it's kind of one of the most simple kits, simple thing. Very rarely do you feel cheated. Really, really well done. You couldn't disagree more. Oh no, I'm sorry about your tour, mate. I'm sorry. I think Winston's up here too. I think Winston is the slightly better version of Reinhardt. Hottie viewers, don't kill me. I think Winston as a simplistic hero design like Ryan, but has a lot more, has more skill expression in different ways than Ryan does. It's like Winston is like Reinhardt, but a little bit better in a multiple different categories. I actually think the right click thing was also a cool little expression they added as well. But you have Primal Rage, you have bubble placements, jumps, anything with mobility automatically has a slightly higher, healthier skill curve, vertical mobility specifically. Yeah. Yeah, that might be a wrap for the Holy Grail tier list. But I think there'll be a few others that are dancing around it, maybe. I think, man, I don't know. Zarya's a tough one for me. I think Zarya belongs down here, but for slightly different reasons. I think Zarya, again, similarly to D.Va, it's another one of those off-tank things, was a very good tank for Overwatch 1. Did a lot of great things for Overwatch 1 in terms of the ability to enable another off-tank. But yeah, in Overwatch 2, she's struggled a little bit more. The ability to double bubble yourself, the limited range, the limited mobility. Any brawl tank without mobility doesn't do so well in Overwatch 2. And I think Zarya kind of falls into that category right now. Even though she has a bit of poke, she can bubble from range. I think in Overwatch 1, I think immediately we bump her up. But this is an Overwatch 1. So, yeah. There are aspects of Overwatch 2 Zarya that are still fun. You know, I don't dislike Zarya, but I don't think she's a great character right now where she is. Was my favorite Ken Carson song? I'm honestly not too sure. Not too sure, actually. I don't know how to feel about Zen. I think Zen is one of those things that we have to put a lot of thought into. I don't like where he's at right now too much. I think Zenyatta in Overwatch 1 probably bumps up. But right now, it feels like he's experiencing an identity crisis. And I say this as somebody who, Zen is my number one played character. He has a bit of an identity crisis where he felt very fragile in Overwatch 2 with 200 HP. You know, there's a lot more dueling taking place in Overwatch 2. So Zen struggled at points. So now they buffed his dueling potential while nerfing his overall just Discord spam, beating the crap out of the enemy team. And now it's like, you know, kind of where does he fall? I think he's a bit of an identity crisis right now. I think there are aspects of the character that are super fluid. The 0 cooldowns, at least until the Discord change. Really, really nice. Very fluid character in that aspect. No mobility. And the way his primary fire works, very, very satisfying. The ultimate is good. It's just a weird position he's in right now. He's in a weird spot. I think prior at Overwatch 1, I think this character is here. Like I said, now I don't know where he's at right now, which is tough, but I think that's just how it is. I don't think Zen is worse than that because even if they never fix Zen, the character still feels very fluid to play in many aspects and is still an attractive support to play for people that play support. He's still fun, very fun. So I think like if they never figured Zen out, he would still just sit here just based off of the merit that his initial design was still a lot of fun to play. He will coast infinitely at that level. Maybe getting no better, maybe getting no worse, but still here. Least bias placement. I mean, tell me I'm wrong. You are wrong. Well, I knew that wasn't wrong. That didn't take long. The only reason that you could argue that Zen belongs a little bit lower is with the single tank Discord. I think that the only reason that you could argue Zen is here is that they gave Discord a cooldown instead of just nerfing its effectiveness versus tanks. If they reduce its effectiveness versus tanks, then I think he 100% belongs here. I would much rather prefer saying that Zen has gained 75 HP over the course of Overwatch history is kind of disingenuous. I mean, obviously, but a lot of things changed early on. But we're not going back to 6v6. So we're judging things based off of the 5v5 metric. You know what I'm saying? Whereas when we say Reinhardt's fine, even if he feels bad because it's not Rein's fault, that's because of things that absolutely can and should change. But we're not going back to 6v6. So to me, I think if anything, I'm going to leave Zen here because I'm biased. But I think Zen has a good argument to be here until they actually nerf the Discord effectiveness versus tanks and take the cooldown, because a cooldown feels terrible. The cooldown is literally only there to give tanks something to play around, but they don't need to play around it as much if it was only 15% instead of 25% or whatever. How does Zen have more skill expression in a 5v5 context than 6v6? I'm not sure I understand what you're saying. More dueling potential for sure. I don't know if there's more skill expression. I think Zen is actually a little bit harder to play, but that was before the 225 HP. Why is Rein not in top 10? Because he's not able to compete with these. Ana. Oh man. See, I know what I want to do. But I'm scared of the hive mind here. And I'm going to have to add so many disclaimers. Okay, here with 2 tweaks or minor tweaks away from jumping up to here. Very close to being up to here. Overwatch 1, she's here. Overwatch 2, she's here. But she's tweaks away from being here. She tweaks away from being here. Here are the mistakes. Number 1, support passive. Benefited Ana more than any other support. Maybe Brig, but more than any other support. Number 2, they need to reduce nades duration because it's too easy to land on the 1 tank right now. Just reduce its duration. You do that, she's here. You do that, she's here. Sleep and nade are miserable to play against, but fun to play with, right? And they do. I don't care what anybody says. There is some level of skill involved. A lot of skill. No. Ana is definitely this high right now. You guys are coping and seething. There are aspects of Ana's kit that feel absolutely terrible to play against, but remember, these characters are not perfect. They're 2 tiers below these tiers, all right? I don't think Nano is a problem, to be honest. I think, yeah. Neither Ana ability is even remotely well designed. Yeah, I Doomfist enthusiast. I hear you, and I disagree. I think Sleep Dart is one of the best abilities they've ever put in this game. A skill shot on a long cooldown. If you're gonna have CC in the game, that's where it needs to be. Support bias showing hard? No, you guys are just gaslighting me. Here's what's happened. The community has been slowly taken over by angry tank mains. And I understand, but this is not support bias. This is just an immunity to recency bias. That's what it is. I'm fighting recency bias. Everybody wants to sit here and tell me Ana was a terrible design character. Nobody was saying this. Nobody was saying this up until the past year. Nobody was saying this. You guys are revisionist history. Nobody was complaining about Nade and Sleep Dart as these wildly broken abilities until recently. 5v5. Now that's where you have to literally look at her kit and be like, okay, yeah, we need to reduce nade duration in 5v5. It's not good. Obviously, she benefited a lot from support passive in 5v5, so it's not good. But that's part of the discussion. Sleep and nade, you can't blanket everything. It's not all or nothing. There's nuance here. I met one guy. Actually, you guys want to hear a funny story? The only person who ever legitimately was convinced that Ana was a fundamentally broken character was a family to a friend. I went over to their house for dinner, and he was like some teenager. And dude, the guy was just ranting about how Ana was just fundamentally broken. This was back in like 2018. And so maybe he knew something that we didn't. But I never met. I remember being like, whoa, wait, what? You don't like Ana? Like, who doesn't like Ana? You know, like, yeah. But I think Ana right now is like, she's still a lot of fun to play. There's still ways of outplaying and counterplay for many of the cast, if not all. And the things that are making her weak are things that are, unlike Zenyatta and Diva, relatively fixable. I just disagree, man. I don't think Ana's character design is fundamentally flawed in Overwatch 2. I think it's actually perfect for Overwatch 2. Having a character that is not Kiriko, Moira, whatever level of mobility that can still function, still has skill play, still has ways of dueling people, still has risk involved, has to choose between nading defensively or aggressively. You know, I think one of the worst things they ever did with nade is reduce its self-healing. Because I think one of the best things that you were ever required to do is make a decision about, do you nade yourself or do you nade aggressively, right? And so when they nerfed the splash healing, they made that decision a lot easier. And the best thing they could probably do is nerf the absolute butt crap out of her passive and actually make you have to choose what to do with your nade, right? And probably buff the healing a little bit. I don't know that I would totally remove the support passive, but they should like double before it kicks in. Like, what is it right now? Is it 2 seconds, guys? Is it 3 seconds? It should be like 6. It should have 0 impact on 1v1s. 0. 3 seconds. Yeah, it should be 6. It should be doubled. Is Nanoblade even broken? Yeah, it's broken. It's broken because it's one of those things where like it does take skill to do, but once you get that base level of skill, it's almost impossible to counterplay. It's not. I'm not saying Nanoblade is easy. It's relatively, once you get to like the certain level of skill, it let's put it this way: in Overwatch League, Nanoblade is basically uncounterable. Whenever they were Ana Genji metas during Overwatch 2 at points in time early, first couple of months, you just lost. Yeah, like you can't do anything about it, you know. And there is no ult combo in Overwatch 2 at that level that was comparable. Well, Grav Dragon, but Grav Dragon was people. I played in Grav Dragon metas, and you could play around it at least at the pro level. In fact, it wasn't meta. Grav Dragon wasn't even meta in Overwatch League scrims ever because it was too easy to outplay. One support ult was consistent. You split. I mean, it's a terrible combo for sure, but yeah. Yeah, anyway, let's not go down any more the Ana road. I think both the Zen and the Ana kind of have an asterisk. I'm gonna drop Zen. I'm gonna do it. Just right now. I feel bad. He's gonna heal. I think he's at the top of this list here, but it feels weird to put Ana and Zen in the same category. Especially considering I feel like Ana's design issues are so much more fixable than Zenyatta's. I think Zenyatta's are so much harder to address. No, I won't move Ana up. I'll move Ana up if they change nade. They actually healthily fix nade and or deal with the support passive. Then Ana goes here, but not until then. Sombra. Disclaimer. Sombra used to be here, but I'm putting her here. Used to be here. Here. Used to be here is now here. She's improved. The rework helped. But perma-stealth, hack, and the recent EMP buff, and honestly, she's another one of those characters where it feels quite difficult to tweak or fix a lot of her issues. I think her design is fundamentally flawed. The whole idea of like a hack taking away abilities, not a good thing for a character to do. Good rework, but it's very much a fundamentally flawed character, I think. So better, but still like, Hanzo tier where it's like, I just don't know. Yo, Saber.
Thanks to @Timothy for my sub.
Yeah, Timothy is a good guy. Why is hack not okay, but sleep is okay? If you don't see the difference between hack and sleep, I don't know what to tell you. If you don't know the difference, if you can't see the difference between hack and sleep, I don't know what to tell you. It's like that is quite a comparison. Yeah, I mean, Orissa's down here. Let's not lie. Although, if you guys saw my recent tank rework video, you know that Orisa could actually bump herself up to here. I think that there's potential with like things like Javelin and Javelin Spin, but right now she's definitely here. Definitely here. I actually think Doomfist belongs here. I know I'm going to make some people mad with that, but we had the discussion in the tank rework video already, so I won't go into it all over again. But basically, CC spam tank doesn't have any really way of outplaying CC, and tends to be very snowbally. Right? Is either dominating you or is getting dominated, and doesn't really have a good in between. And things like power block, not great, not a great ability. Way too many bugs. I think definitely belongs on here. I think, again, Doomfist balanced properly, bugs fixed, counterplay introduced, could shoot all the way up to here or maybe even low here. But right now, no. Yeah, that's true. Overwatch 1, I think he was definitely more in this department, But yeah, I don't think it deserves to be higher. Both playing up and against and with and as Dooms is still a very annoying experience for everybody involved in many ways. So, better, but, Yeah, I mean, I don't think you're convinced that his rework makes him more fun, but it definitely takes some of the edges off, I think. The Ana placement, you'd have to go back. That was a long discussion. I mean, Moira is terrible. I actually think Moira, in some ways, is maybe the most unredeemable character in Overwatch 2, where some of these are just like, questionable design, like introduction choices, questionable design choices, questionable overall design. What is Moira? Like what is that character? Like, what is that character? Who thought that was a good idea? Like, what is she? Like, the funny thing about it too is before she was like the flanker. Like, dude, you just heal bot it. Like, you just dumped healing, like, and built Cole. I mean, it is. She really is terrible. She really is terrible. I think you could even argue dropping her below, where some of these other characters have like potential. Moira is just atrocious. Like, I don't even know what does she do. Is for low mechanical skill, but if you don't have high mechanical skill, you still should have to make choices with what you do and how you do it. And Moira also has one of the lowest barriers of entry when it comes to decision making and positioning in the entire game, and that does not have a place in the game. You have to make a choice. These are characters that don't have a lot of mechanical demands, but they have to make choices. And Moira does not have to make those certain choices. And the worst part about it is like you feel bad for the Moira players too, because there's only so much that they can do. Brig. Now, boy, that was a tricky one. Brig was an awkward one. Brig was definitely down here on release. Her entire, and not only do we grade her an F based off of her initial design, but we know that we could grade her an F off of the initial design because of what they said. They introduced Brig to kill dive, and that already tells you as much as that you needed to know about release Brig. Now, that's not current Brig, though. Current Brig has a lot more playmaking potential, requires a lot more skill. And I think the only thing that really ticks me off about current Brig are two things. I think the rally rework was active garbage. I think maybe we should have seen the writing on the wall with the Roadhog rework when they said that they were going to rework rally, and they just gave her a bigger shield. And they gave her stun back. That was a joke. I remember that and being. I literally thought it was a joke. I thought it was like some April Fool's prank when I first saw it. That was terrible. And then I also think the burst heal on armor pack was a poor design choice. And I think that is something. Whenever you see these clips on Twitter of like supports or OP, it's 50% Suzu, 50% burst armor pack. So like I think Brig probably belongs in here. I think Whip Shot is still pretty fun. I think the change to Bash was good. There's a lot of, I don't know, but Inspire is still a problematic, like the passive heal is problematic. It's bigger than Lucio Aura. I don't know. I really don't like Rally. I think that when they changed, they also nerfed the speed in Rally, which was terrible, right? It's a better ultimate in terms of power. Oh gosh, I'm dying. But it's a worse ultimate for design. Because it reduced the amount of playmaking that you could make because you're slower in Rally than you used to be. So as much as it pains me, I might actually have to put her here. I don't think she's a terrible character. I think she has a real potential to shoot all the way up to here pretty quickly. But I don't think it's going to happen. I would say I might put her in the bottom of this tier. But Rally, Burst Armor Pack, and Inspire are just tough. The Brig ult rework, they actually made it worse. They actually made the ultimate worse. It would have been better if they'd buffed her in some other way besides her ult and just left her ult as it was. I don't know, bro. I'm really torn on this one. This one feels like Zen. It feels awful because Brig is like not the worst character in the game right now. She takes a decent amount of skill. But at the same time, in terms of like raw design, it just doesn't feel great. There's too many like red flags with this character, I think. Yeah, the shield bash, the thing they did with shield bash in Overwatch 2 was the best change that she got by far. No stun, more movement, more mobility. Counterplay, dynamics, skill, fun to play versus. There's a lot of aspects of it that are a lot of fun in Overwatch 2, like being able to go in solo plays but like, I don't know, guys. I'm still torn. What do we do? Bottom of C or top of D? If I'm looking at it from a student, it's D. But if I think about it in game, it's not that bad, and it goes to C. Okay. Yeah, she definitely has potential. Like again, if you can deal with like the burst pack, and if somehow like if they reverted some of the rally stuff, she could sneak her way into B even. But they didn't make her better. They made her a lot better. She was really, really boring in Overwatch 1. Even when they nerfed her all the way down, it just wasn't fun. You know, it just. Yeah. Feels wrong to put her on the same level as Zen in design. Yeah. But see, I actually don't think the gap between current Brig and current Zen is that big. Like I don't think Zen is that much better than current Brig right now in terms of design. I think many aspects of Brig have gotten a lot better in Overwatch 2, and a lot of the aspects of Zen have gotten worse. 225 HP, the boob kick, the solo Discord controversy, and the new Discord change to where it's put on a cooldown right now. His fragility, his lack of fragility. I don't know, you know. Yo, thanks for the gifted sub, Javi. Congratulations, capitalism. So maybe it's not that unreasonable. Okay. Wrecking Ball. I think currently Wrecking Ball is here. I think Wrecking Ball is like the Genji, where there are Wrecking Ball benefits a lot from some crazy things that no other character can do, and you're not going to get in any other game. He is like Doomfist in the fact that he can really struggle versus some things, but I don't think that that's unfixable. I do think that that is fixable. I think Wrecking Ball absolutely can jump to A. It's possible. It's just not right now. I think that the tricky thing with Ball is you always have to be very careful how you buff him, so that he's already quite good at killing isolated and solo targets. So we already went over all the things that I would suggest for Wrecking Ball in the tank rework video on YouTube. So I think that this character could absolutely be in Reinhardt tier with peaks that are higher than Reinhardt. No, I think Ball is better than Doom. I think Ball is less of a frustrating experience than Doom and has a lot more individuality than Doom. Maybe not a lot more, but I would say a little bit more. I think Ball's biggest struggle is how, if he doesn't get the stuff that he needs in Overwatch 2, then he's going to remain a wasted potential because of how unique his kit and how many unique aspects that he has that just didn't transition over. You could definitely I understand y'all's argument with Doom and Ball here. The reason my initial instincts are to put Ball higher is because of the unique aspects of his design that I think are more impressive and more enjoyable than Doomfist. And he also doesn't have abominations like Power Block. And I would also argue that the ultimate, Ball's ultimate, also is a lot better designed than Doomfist ult. Is it really unfun for other 9 players in lobby? I don't know. I think to an extent, part of the complaint about Ball needing more frontline presence is just Plat, not even Plat, bronze brain, to be honest with you guys. I've never in my life had a hard time playing with a Ball. Never. Not once. I think it's just human psychology being really, really dumb sometimes. People that don't understand the game, they don't understand what a tank means. I refuse to factor that into the equation. If something feels bad and remains feeling bad, even if you know what's going on, then that's understandable. But I think part of it's just dumb bronze brain. And I don't think you should cater to that. I don't think you should apologize for having, because it's the same problem. It's the same problem, quote unquote, with Tracer, right? Tracer does not fit the archetype of what DPS should do in Overwatch 1 when she was released. There was not a single character that functioned like Tracer in Overwatch 1. Not a single one. There was no Wrecking Balls. There's no Sombras. Everything was a soldier. At most, you had a Genji, but everything was pretty direct, right? Damage output. But Tracer always took flanks and always went deep in the backline, right? So I think like we can't judge Tracer for people being morons, right? People complaining that Tracer's not a good DPS character, right? I don't think you could do the same thing with the ball. Cheers, Jobby. I appreciate it, mate. Appreciate the gifted subs. And you can't punish Winston for not being a frontline tank either, right? I don't think you can. I don't think you can judge that. Having only one tank emphasizes the problem, but I don't even think you need to play with a ball player. You know what I'm saying? Like people say like, oh, you need to know how to play with a good ball. No, you don't. You just play. You don't. It's more of the responsibility on the ball to play with you than it is on the other way around. And a good ball player that knows what they're doing also is able to extend the pressure phase long enough to where you don't have to synchronize everything at the same time. But low ranks don't know that, but that you can't punish the design of the character. Because a tracer on cart not getting effective value because she's sitting on cart instead of taking a flank, that doesn't make the tracer design bad. That just makes the player bad. And I don't think that you need every character has to have some like crazy initial skill curve to where like, yeah, if you don't know all the techs and flank hard, then you're not gonna be able to win. But I don't think you can punish a design because it's not immediately appealing to somebody who just started playing the game. If it's not intuitive how to play with a hero, yes, of course it's not. Of course it is. And the same reason why Reinhardt and Winston are both very good tanks, even though they have pretty radically, not radically, but very radically different kits. And Reinhardt might feel more intuitive. Winston is not. You don't punish Winston for that. Winston is not quite as intuitive, but has not infinite, but significantly more expression in multiple different ways. I think you can get bonus points for intuitive, but I don't think you take points away for not being immediately intuitive. I also think that sometimes when you create characters with this level of complexity, Lucio, for example, I actually think that complexity and intuition can sometimes have conflicting goals. Not always, but sometimes have conflicting goals. For example, think about like what's the most complicated movie that you've ever really enjoyed? And ask yourself, would that movie have been better if it had been simpler? Sometimes movies get overcomplicated. There shouldn't be an obfuscation of message or vision, right? But sometimes some of the complication and thinking that you have to put involved is part of the experience. That's what makes it fun and enjoyable and unique, right? We don't compare a Pixar movie to a Christopher Nolan film. We don't go, oh, Christopher Nolan needs to simplify its movie. It should be simple, right? It's apples and oranges. They're great Pixar films. There's great Christopher Nolan films. They could be both great films, but we don't compare. It's comparing apples to oranges. So when you're comparing ball, always not intuitive, lower ranked players don't know how to play. That's the lower ranked players. If you want to sit there and watch Pixar films and not ever watch a Christopher Nolan film or a movie made before 1972, that's fine, but don't sit there and throw stones at that film. Dive is the best meta. I think characters that have mobility are the best characters. Yes. I think you will notice that there is a mobility, a very clear mobility bias in the top half. And I would go as far to say, ego here, that part of this is at least partially objective. Characters with mobility have to make more positioning choices. Characters with mobility have more options of what they can and cannot do. Characters with mobility are not generally as easy to play. And I think that I've made that point many times. Everybody in here generally knows where I stand in that argument, so I won't sit there and beat the dead horse. Pixar films were peaked, yes. Many Pixar films are phenomenal, but it's apples and oranges. Anyway. You can't even really compare Genji and Tracer because Tracer, I think, is a better designed character, but Genji has higher peaks, I think. I think Genji has a more unique experience. He gets points for that, I think. All right, go next. All right. Ashe, I think she's all right. I've never been a huge Ashe fan. I think I think Dynamite's kind of, I don't know. She just is. She's inoffensive. She's fine. I think maybe you could bump her up just because she is one of the more skillful hit scans in the game. Because I'm sitting here running through my brain and I'm like, I don't know. She's fine. She's fine. She's A tier, to be honest. She's the sniper Widowmaker should have been. Yeah, I agree. But I just can't justify putting Ryan and Ashe in the same tier. I have a hard time putting my finger on what doesn't fully please me about Ashe, but I think that's kind of the nature of this tier list, right? You know, it's not so much what's wrong with Ashe, but there just isn't as much to sing her praises about as there is with the other heroes above her. You know, I think it's not so much of like it's not you, but it's me. It's me. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not that there's anything necessarily wrong with her. I mean, Dynamite's fine, I guess, and Bob's fine, and the shot, the skill, and unscoped, but that just. Like what is truly an amazing and unique experience with Ashe, you know, design wise, and I don't know. Like I guess the reload, the way her gun functions is differently, but I don't know. Like it just is, you know. I don't think she flows as well as some of the other characters. I don't know. It's not. I mean, this is where we talk about like, is it a healthy character for the game? You know, I think Ashe is fine. I don't have any real problems with Ashe. You know, I'd put her higher in that tier list, right? Necessarily, but like, I don't think in terms of a design tier list, there's nothing. You know, I don't even play most of these characters. I have like 5 hours on Tracer. I don't play Lucio at all. He's my worst support hero. I'm a total Wash Genji main. I haven't played in years. And I used to be a Ryan main, but I don't enjoy playing him as much right now. But you still have to give credit where credit is due. You know. So I don't know. BAP. I think BAP's really low. I think the only thing that keeps BAP from blowing lower is I think his weapon play is very fluid and enjoyable and a very unique aspect of his kit. But his abilities are really bad. His abilities are really, really bad. Probably the worst support abilities in the game, because whereas Kiriko has in many ways more offensive abilities, hers are what, in many ways, especially her teleporter, enables a lot of really good things too. At least in some aspects, right? Whereas BAP nobody likes the BAP abilities, right? I think BAP has a lot of work to do. Great gun. That's about all I can say about BAP. Yeah, Sam, we talked about it. We talked about it in the Group Up podcast. Heck, we talked about it in our rework support thing 6 months ago, or if not longer. Yeah, I don't enjoy BAP. It's a shame because his weapon play is really fun. It is a very fun aspect to play versus or with, but it's not. He's not a particularly good design, and he's always been bad. He's always been problematic. Exo boots are nuke. Yeah, that's true. Sig is an interesting one. Sig is definitely one that belongs down here as in Overwatch 1. Very not a good compliment in Overwatch 1. More of the worst things that people hated about Tank, but man, is he shot up in Overwatch 2. I think Sig is kind of be one of those things where like, the only reason that he's not higher is because of his competition. But I think there's a lot of aspect. His damage mitigation is very fair, is skillful, takes timing, takes investment, has counterplay. His primary fire is very difficult to land. His stun is a skill shot and on a cooldown. I think Sigma's good. I really do. I think that some of the Sigma metas aren't super fun, but I do think Sigma is a fair tank, lots of counterplay, has very a good balance of strengths and weaknesses. I think Sigma is a great example of a character that actually got a lot better in Overwatch 2 than in Overwatch 1. Whereas Sigma is one of the worst tanks in Overwatch 1. He's actually one of the best in Overwatch 2. There's not many aspects of Sigma that you can look at and be like, that's unfair or that's poorly designed. I think pretty much everything with him is even his oldest is cool. Do you think Ryan tier, y'all? The only reason why I'm hesitating Ryan tier is there's nothing really bad to say about him, but there's not as many good things to say. You think Ryan tier? All right, Ryan tier. All right, fair enough. I say there's not as many good things to say about him, but yeah, his primary fire is really unique and his accretion is really unique. Yeah, but that's the map devices. That's the map. Just because Sigma's the only playable tank on Circuit Royale and the like, that's not Sigma's fault. Imagine if you couldn't play Sigma on Circuit Royale. Imagine playing attack into a damage boosted Sojourn, Widowmaker, BAP. You need Sigma to play into it. Like Sigma is like the diva of Overwatch 1, where he makes other DPS and supports playable because he's the only thing that can actually take that space. When I say that about a Widow, everyone goes crazy. What do you mean? Yeah, Sigma is the only reason that, Sigma is actually what makes Circuit Royale playable. Without Sigma, it would be an even worse, really. Yeah. I don't think Sigma is as much of an enabler of spam comps as he used to be. He just plays well versus them. So people tend to marry Sigma with spam heroes, but he even in the recent Bastion meta, the reason people were playing Sigma is because Bastion, right? Sigma is what, imagine, again, Bastion meta, but no Sigma. Imagine how terrible that would feel. Terrible that would feel. Oh, Widow on Oasis? Oh, yeah. The Quack, you could make a very good argument. I made a video about over a year ago, actually, about how Overwatch 2, you could argue that a lot of the Widow problems are more map problems than Widow problems. But y'all aren't ready for that. I've made a whole discussion on the problem of one-shots, especially in Overwatch 2, and especially because so many escort maps have these sightlines and not very good flank angles. It's a bit of a problem. But yes, so escort maps and hybrid maps in particular are quite awkward in Overwatch 2. You guys want my anti-5v5 rhetoric? That's the closest I'm going to come to it. You could actually go down the list of escort and hybrid maps, and you could count them. I think every single one has a problematic point. Echo. This is another kind of funny one where actually Echo was really fun, but was actually not that healthy in Overwatch 2 or Overwatch 1 because her tank damage was so high. You got like a damage boosted stickies and beam. In Overwatch 1, you're dead. It doesn't matter if you were a Diva or Ryan, you're dead. It's over. Freaking not a very healthy character in Overwatch 1 in a lot of aspects. Overwatch 2, not as much of a problem, right? Because the tank's got a lot bit more HP to work with. I actually think Echo moves up a little bit. I think you could even argue bumping her all the way up here. Very fair character, very skillful character, very difficult character, a lot of skill ceiling involved. Pretty flexible character. And you can't actually just 3-2-1 sticky tanks over and over and again like you used to in Overwatch 1. So I think she's good. Overwatch 1, she was definitely down here, despite being really fun, just because of how easy it was to kill. Because this is the thing, guys. Let's just take a moment to remind ourselves. The last two characters that we've put in this list, for everything that's bad about 5v5, we just bumped up two characters that were really unhealthy for Overwatch 1 to A tier because of 5v5. So I'm not going to go down that discussion. There's bad and there's good. we have to admit that for some characters, 5v5 is exactly what they needed. For some characters. Echo is what Pharah should have been in terms of the verticality. Doom was also bumped up as the rework as well. That's true. That's true. You know, Brig was more of it was not so much a 5v5. I'm talking about 5v5 specifically is why Sigma and Echo moved up. I think Doomfist reworked and 66 probably would have been bumped up either way. So I think Doomfist, it's kind of unfair to lump that with 5v5, I think. Yeah, I'm talking specifically about characters that benefited from 5v5. And I don't think Doomfist or Brig specifically, or even BAP benefited. You could argue that BAP has the potential to benefit from 5v5 a lot because he doesn't need his abilities the way that they are anymore. You could lean BAP more into the more dynamics of weapon play, and he could, because of one fewer tank, you could move BAP up here and rework his abilities. So BAP could move up further because of 5v5. He just hasn't yet. They haven't done the work necessary. Sojourn is hard for me. Sojourn has immense potential, but they've just not done it. And I think I think I'm gonna have to put her in here. Because it makes me so upset to put her there because she belongs in A tier. She belongs in A tier. She belongs in A tier. The problem is that we have the environment first off of damage boost. So as long as Mercy's in this game, Sojourn's going to be dragged down to help me. She's literally chained down here because of Mercy. But it's not just Mercy. I think the rail doing the amount of damage that it does, the primary fire feeling as bad as it does is what keeps her there. If you had changed 3 things, you removed damage boost from the game, you reduced rail damage to like 130 headshot, right? Or 120 headshot. And then 3, reduce the delay, or 4 things, I guess. 3, reduce the delay between primary fire and secondary fire, right? That's a P and a 2, I promise. So that you're not punished for railing. Because the problem, if you reduce rail damage, there's a delay between it's the opposite. It's after secondary. It's after your rail into your primary fire. So rail to primary fire, there's a delay. If you reduce that delay, so you're not punished for doing a rail that does a lot less damage. And then 4, you tightened her spread or reduced damage, whatever. She has the Ramatra effect where her primary fire is too bad at medium to long ranges, and especially on moving targets. And if you were able to do those things and lean into the Soldier 76 with slightly less range and more vertical mobility with burst through rail, she would be an A tier DPS. Very fluid, very fun, very fair in some aspects, but she just has these issues that they refuse to fix. I don't even think rail size is a problem if it just didn't do as much damage as it is. I think 130 or 120 headshot would be totally fine. Because if you reduce the delay between rail and primary fire by a lot, then it would still be much higher DPS to go for the rail. It'd be a good finishing blow. Sojourn's one of those characters where like her balance is keeping her down here. Her design overall has a lot of potential, but it's not well balanced right now, so she can't go higher. I don't feel like her effectiveness is based on the enemy tank hitbox, and that's why you blame the state of rail and the state of her primary fire. It's one of the worst. Sojourn is absolutely. You should feel sick to your stomach with what they've done to Sojourn since her release. They have gone the complete wrong direction. And I told them this over and over again in the Overwatch League Discord on her release. I told them this. I told exactly what I'm telling you now. I told them this. And they did not listen. And so she's still a very frustrated and frustrating and not a very hated hero in some aspects. Sojourn fun levels are so tied to the rail, though. I totally disagree. The reason why so much of her fun levels are tied to the rail is because her primary fire feels so bad. The reason why is because nobody wants to use her current state of primary fire. You have to bring the primary fire up while you bring the rail down. And you don't even necessarily nerf the rail, you just nerf the rail damage. You buffing the time from rail to shooting again is a pretty significant buff. It's one of the most awkward things about Sojourn is you rail, delay, shoot. And you reduce that or remove that, a lot of things about Sojourn's rail feels better. Her primary fire will always feel bad. And I just totally disagree. I was there, Gandalf. I was there on the alpha. Her primary fire, first off, was already better than it is right now. It felt fine on release. They could have made it even better on release, and it would have been fine. But they've done nothing but make it worse. Anything where your primary fire is an enabler is absurd to me. That is just terrible choice. It's so disappointing to me. This is probably the character that is the biggest gap between where she is and where she could be, I think. Maybe we've talked about that with a couple other characters. I know we talked a little bit about with Malga, a little bit with Bap. Maybe Cassidy could be bumped up to here as well if they made some. But it's frustrating to say the least. Because Sojourn was the first time when I picked Sojourn in Alpha, I was like, oh my gosh, this character feels amazing. The slide feels so much fun. The rail gun mechanic is really fun. Like the whole idea of a rail is really fun, and they ruined her. And to be fair, she was ridiculously busted, and there was a lot of things wrong with her initially. But they ruined her. They've done nothing to make her better. Outside of reducing it, making it slightly less frustrating to play versus. And this is what I'm talking about when you can't just nerf characters. You have to look at what was wrong with the character and address what was wrong without breaking the character. And that's what they did. You can't just tweak numbers till the cows come home. Collat on Ultimate is also fun. Exactly. I mean, imagine it. I don't know. I don't want to talk about it. Makes me sad. Jolly, yeah, I do think Summer could be bumped up as well. Although I'm not convinced that Summer will ever be able to like break beyond this tier without like some major stuff things. But oh well. It is what it is. Yeah, I think Dark Queen's A tier. Yeah, 100%. Very good character design. Initially, she was like B tier because her shout was like really broken, but they did some number tweaks to her. I also like that they upped her bleed damage and her bleed heal because that was pretty forgettable on release. Like outside of Carnage, even with Carnage, it just didn't really matter all that much. Now it actually feels like it's not a broken part of her kit, but it is a noticeable part of her kit. You know what I'm saying? To where it's like, it's not a huge thing, but it is something that you actually notice. And that you want it to be tangible, the choices and the things that I'm doing. Like when I go for shot melee and I get a tick, a little bit of healing, like that should actually matter a little bit here, right? I like that they had a character whose damage mitigation isn't through a shield or raw healing. Her hitbox, now that they fixed that, the shout in terms of temporary HP plus speed, her ability to set up her own plays through Gracie, which is a very difficult to land skill shot. Her ultimate is a little tweaky at times, just with Suzu and stuff. But I think Jungle Queen's great. I mean, she's had moments where she was a little too strong or a little too weak, and I think like regardless of like overall strength, I think Jungle Queen's good. Very fun character and has some decent dynamics of how she can play as well. I want to skip the hard ones. We'll get to the hard ones. I think Lifeweaver belongs in F tier. I think everything about his kit rubs me the wrong way. His hitbox is still too big. His damage is still too high, and the spread and the travel time is still too slow. It also lacks there's nothing interesting about his weapon at all. Outside of the initial Titan on the spread, heal is really bad. Very boring heal. Nothing interesting about the heal. Pedal is bad. Pull is the most fun part of the kit and also the most controversial. Tree is dull. Just terrible character. Terrible. Above Moira for sure. That's true. Yeah, that is true. I would give him above Moira. But no. Yeah, I actually think Iliari belongs down here as well. Now, I know that you guys are going to be like, wait, what? No way with Iliari. This character is just not well designed. They gave a character a charge rifle and a pylon. And then they gave her mobility that she never uses at all. And that's it. Her ultimate's the best part of her kit in terms of design. Even the way her weapon sounds is a big disappointment. There's no dynamics to this character. You take an angle, you pylon, you shoot. That's it. Why so much hair? She's one of those characters that she was like the, okay, let me give you a good design. Let me give you a good analogy here, all right? You watch, okay, I'm going to make some people mad at this one too. Star Wars Episode 1, The Phantom Menace. It's 1999. You're 5 years old. You go with your dad to the movie theater and you watch freaking Darth Maul with a double-bladed lightsaber. And you're like, oh my gosh, this is insane. This is insane. And you go again and you watch the movie when you're 7 and when you're 10 and the action scenes are 6 and you're 12 and there's some talk about politics and negotiations and then Jar Jar Binks and then you're 14 and then you're 16 and then you're in this Jar Jar Binks and then you're 18 and you're 20 and it's Jar Jar Binks and you're 22 and then there's the stupid alien things that sound like bad Chinese racist caricatures and oh no. Right? It's like the first time you played Iliari, you're like, whoa, the ult feels sick and I'm popping off. And then you're like, and that was it. Like when your first impression of a character is as good as it gets, the character is not well designed. Characters should be, wow, this is fun, but wait, there's more. With Iliari, it's the opposite. This is it. It's not getting any better than this, so you better enjoy it. So it's like, that's my problem with Iliari. There's just nothing to her. That's it. Well, this is fun, but wait, there's less. I mean, that's pretty much it. I mean, it really is just that. I think the biggest lackluster things is if their pylon was more engaging and more challenging to use. We learned this with Sombra. When there's more risk involved, the character becomes more interesting. So even if they did nothing about pylon, but did the Sumito change where they changed the duration and had like a certain timer, that would instantly make the character slightly more interesting. I agree with you. I think the mobility is extremely disappointing. Not interesting, not fun, very limited with what it can do. That's another low-hanging fruit. I even think the whole way that her design of she heals here, but you could definitely do things to make Iliari bump up, but I actually don't know that there's a lot that you could do. Yeah, it's disappointing. It's a lot of fun the first time you play it, which made it immediately better. I think we're just so. I think the other thing that poisons our impression of Iliari as well is that people were so desperate after Lifeweaver to just play a character that had mechanics and actually felt fun. And Iliari comes in like, the white savior kind of a thing, and oh, look at that, everything's gonna save. But she just wasn't it, right? She just wasn't it, and it was like that initial, like the impression of, but it really wasn't what she wasn't what she thought she was. And people were so starved for skill play and hitting shots. Sun Girl saved me exactly. The story was really good. The character was. I actually think Iliari is probably one of the more interesting characters that we've had for a while because she's just a kid basically, and she's been under a lot of trauma, and she's desperate to prove herself and desperate to do the right thing right now. And there's a lot of things that they could do with that character, especially compared with Malga and Lifeweaver. Like there's a lot there. But it's a disappointment. I actually think her voice acting is also is quite good too, I think. But biggest problem is how people pronounce her name, bro. I had to fight tooth and nail. I had to flex that I have a Peruvian friend card. I cannot even tell you how many times. It's Iliari. And when you say it fast, it sounds like Iliari. And I'm white, so that didn't help me a lot. But people were like, no, it's Ilari or Ilari. Yeah, I can't even do it. It's like the Spanish. I'm like, it's not Spanish. It's Quechua. It's Quechua. It's not Spanish. It's Quechua. It's a native intellect from Peru. Moria. Yeah, Moria. That one, that one is pet peeve. The Mines of Moria. Oh, man. But yeah, that's okay. Actually, I think worse than Iliari might have been. Do you guys remember Brigida? Wow, that was a long year. I mean, dude, most people still can't pronounce her name correctly. Yeah, I pulled out the Peruvian friend card. How to cringe. Listen, guys, I have friends with melanin. Not a big deal. Occasionally I get some sun myself. So, oh yeah, Bridget. Yeah, it was Bridget. Bridget. That was a funny one. Oh. Sometimes I acquire single. I'm a bit of a melanin myself. I guess we could do Ramatra first, then we're gonna go to Kiriko because Kiriko might be the hardest one. Ramatra kind of falls in this category for me. I think he has potential with things like his Omnic. I think with his Vortex. I actually don't even really hate the whole idea of the punch. It's more the block that I don't like. So I think Ramatra has potential to be here, but isn't. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Great voice actor, great physical design, cool character. Not a well-designed hero. Like, and I think the problem with Ramatra is he has so much potential. Actually, you know what? Ramatra really kind of falls in the Sojourn category, I think, where there's so much potential, but man, they got so much wrong. The shield, terrible. One on a long cooldown, 1,000 HP, terrible. Vortex, not the best iteration of that ability they could have done. Block, garbage. Nemesis, gun, or Omnic gun, terrible iteration of a weapon of that variety. Way too slow of projectile speed and probably too much damage. Ultimate, don't even get me started on the ultimate, right? So there's so many boxes to check off with Ramatra. Yeah. He is fixable, right? I 100% agree. I mean, if you, again, Overwatch Tank rework guide on YouTube, we I think fixed a lot of his issues. I think if they did incorporate it and then tweaked numbers appropriately, the things that we said with Ramatra, I think immediately he jumps to B tier. I think the whole idea of having a tank that fidgets between a more of a ranged and close range format is pretty cool. They just did a terrible job of it. That's all. I can fix him. I could definitely fix him. Bro, tell me that you guys would not want to try to fix Ramatra. Tell me. I mean, that guy's a Giga Chad. Who wouldn't try? That was like an abused girlfriend. Yeah. How's it going? Fine. Omnic boy, save me. Yeah. Yeah. Hero design tier list. Yeah. But yeah. Anyway. All right. So this is the real tricky one. This Kiriko is like the 50-50 character. Let's put it that way. Where there is a lot of good things to say about Kiriko. Very fun to play. Very unique. Brought not necessarily an unhealthy play style to the game, and definitely feels like the more Overwatch 2 support. But really, like so many other characters, wasn't done as well as she should have been. Yeah, exactly. It feels like the A and S tier, or S and F tier at the same time, right? Where aspects like teleporter is what enables Kiriko to do things that are really good, but because you can teleport from so long away on such a low cooldown through walls, feels really bad. Suzu, in many ways, is disables some of the worst things in Overwatch 2, but does so easily, and also disables some of the best things in Overwatch 2. The ability to make plays is great, but the size of her kunai, her hitbox, the spamming that she does, not so great. Maybe this is simple enough. Maybe this is again like a character where it's like we put her in C, because of there are good things about her, but she. I think there. Okay, sounds crazy. I think there's A tier potential for Kiriko, but just not right now. Just not right now. I think if you adjust Suzu, you adjust her hitbox. The challenge with Kiriko that's always weird to me is it's always like, why is her win rate so low? You know, is she just harder to play than people think? Like she really is a really low win rate support. So whenever we talk about like what Kiriko needs, it always feels like nerfs. But then it's like, well, then what would you buff? You don't want to buff her healing per second because that was the worst iteration of Kiriko. So I don't know. I really don't know. Maybe, you know, okay, here's an interesting thought. The more I've played with Kiriko, the less I like the triple the triple headshot multiplier. Is it triple still or is it 2.5? Yeah, I was just about to say that, Varashi. I feel like in some ways that feels like that should be higher skill, but I really do not like that the more I've played with it over the last year and a half. I think having a double headshot time to kill on a character that can disengage any is too much. I think they should reduce it, honestly. But you know what? There's so many ways that they could approach this, and I think they'd have to do some things one at a time. Like you wouldn't want to nerf Kunai's hitbox and nerf the multiplier at the same time. I don't think you want to do that. I think you want to do one or the other and let it sit and see what happens. And you wouldn't want to do that, for example, and also nerf her teleport, like make you have to do it through a teammate through walls or something like that. Without, you know, everything. The thing with Kiriko is everything affects everything. There is no one cooldown that exists in a vacuum because her entire dynamic of playstyle and like her flow chart and like cooldown cycle, everything, it's like a Jenga thing. Everything, like every block is resting on the other thing. So if you pull out one, the whole thing might come crashing down. So you need to be very careful. Like even just buffing her hitbox, like making her hitbox a little bit bigger and like slowing her fire rate down would have a huge impact on what she does. So I don't know. I think there's a lot of ways that you'd have to look at Kiriko. I think she has potential. There's a lot of good things about Kiriko. There's a lot of bad things about Kiriko. I'm curious to see what they do. It's just more the strafe animation, the hitbox itself. That's true, yeah. Yeah, the spam. Wait a second. Let's look at overbuff here really quick. I don't even know if overbuff stuff is updated, so don't take this as gospel, guys. I know we're just doing all win rates and stuff, but like I think this is like, you know, it's an eye check, you know. I mean, like look at that. Like let's actually look at competitive last 3 months. It's not great, you know. It's not great, you know. It's the lowest support win rate in competitive. Should be higher in Grandmaster in theory because everyone, but see, even in Grandmaster, it's not even a 50% win rate. That's crazy. It's the third lowest support. And it's competing with Lifeweaver and Moira, which is way harder to play than those characters. I don't really think that you also swapped into the law situations, though. It kind of skews the win rate. That's true. Yeah, so that this definitely does not tell the full story at all. There are certain things that will heavily sway this number. Which is why, hint, Blizzard, you shouldn't really use this as a real balance metric, but it is interesting. Now, here's the funny thing, though. Here's the funny thing. That's actually crazy how low Iliari's pick rate is. This is a new hero, guys. And it's losing to Lifeweaver. Lifeweaver, the older hero with the worst design, has a higher pick rate than Iliari. That's crazy. Telling you, there's only so much this character does. It's just not fun. But yeah. Anyway, I think this. I'm pretty pleased with this list. I think that like this is. I mean, obviously it's my tier list, so duh. But I think we're relatively balanced. I think. Widow is mega misplaced. I disagree. I don't think, again, just because they're on the bottom doesn't mean that like red alert, they have to be fixed immediately. Like, I really don't think Torbjorn is like that big of a deal. He's fine as he is for right now. But like, you know, fine as is for right now, I guess. Even Lifeweaver is like, whatever. He's fine. Just leave him. I think there's some of these heroes down here I think need to be changed sooner rather than later, but I think Widow, Torb, Lifeweaver, whatever, for right now. But I'm not gonna. I still don't agree with the points. Just because a character is skillful doesn't necessarily mean the design is good. There's some there, and I think that's something that you have to. I think skillful is good, but not all skillful is created alike. Yeah, I think everybody in chat here is going to disagree with. If you don't disagree with at least 4 or 5 placements, then you're a simp. But hopefully nobody, wigs out totally. Where is Mama Wong? Mama Hong? What do I think about Venture? No idea. I refuse to have an opinion about Venture. Have we seen ARX this morning? I'm aware of it. I disagree with 32 of the placements, but I'm still a simp. Huh. When the devs add Pigpen. Yeah, I don't want to talk about Pigpen. The Luffy cosplayer. I'm never going to live that one down, am I? Why are so many heroes in the bottom of the list? You tell me. It's not like we don't have anybody in S or A tier, I mean, Overwatch has not done a very good job initially designing and or updating their characters. There's a huge gap between Tracer and Bastion. When is the Lara Croft cosplay? Is that the Tomb Raider chick? Yeah. I never played Tomb Raider. Is Lifeweaver really that bad? Yeah, I think so. He's not a terrible character in the meta. He's not a good character in the meta by far. But there are worse characters. He's just a poorly designed hero. It's the same kind of thing of as Torbjorn and Widow, where it's like Torbjorn specifically, where it's like it's just a bad design. It's not like people are living and dying and Malga is dominating the meta. But yeah. I'm putting on fake Angelina Jolie lips. That's not a hot take, Devices, but it is a hot take in terms of like the reasonableness, because hero reworks don't make as much money as new heroes is the thing. They don't sell battle passes, and even if they move away from that market, it doesn't necessarily get as many people to log into the game. Just put the rework on the battle pass. That would be pretty funny. Yeah. Anyway, I will say Malga probably belongs here. I know, like I said, last thing I'll say in this is some of you guys are like Malga belongs lower. I think there are aspects of Malga that are really fun and that give him the potential, which is the only reason why he doesn't have his own tier. He's just unbelievably strong right now in a really bad way. But I think if you put Roadhog or Bastion or Lifeweaver or Orisa as strong as Malga, they would be just as frustrating to play against. There's nothing inherently that makes Malga worse than these characters besides the fact that he's stronger. What tier was Cass in Overwatch 1? I would say probably C or B. I was never a huge fan of Cass, even in Overwatch 1. I think the whole flashbang thing was either useless or really frustrating to play against. I don't like Fan the Hammer. I never liked Fan the Hammer. And there were times where his fall off was a little too broken. I think Cass is actually kind of a tweaky one. I think Cass could definitely move up to C tier, but he's a weird DPS. I think Cass is a very sleeper character that's not really done as well. I think characters like Sojourner are a better representation of what we want DPS to feel like in Overwatch 2. Yeah, it was a Reddit post DVD. You like all 3 iterations of Sombra fight you? I would, but I don't know where you live. Remember that Jake game when he went full McCryclick? Yeah. Yeah, the problem with buffing Cassie's fall off is then he starts to like compete with other DPS and ranges that he shouldn't. Like Cassie's fall off range is terrible right now. Like, I have no argument there, right? It's pretty bad. But the problem is that whatever was like any significant stronger, then he replaced Sojourner or he replaced Hanzo or he replaced Soldier. And so, I mean, obviously those characters have strengths that he doesn't have. So it's definitely not a 1-for-1 copy, but he definitely starts to compete with him in that niche, which is weird when you're holding a revolver. Address, send all. The Secret Service is gonna screw these guys over. Some poor European troll in chat's like, yeah, I'm gonna send a death threat to that address, and all of a sudden, we're at war in Lithuania and we don't even know why. Yeah, Fan the Hammer is awful. They really should just remove Fan the Hammer, honestly. But yeah. Do or do not, there is no try, I'm sure. My name is Spilo Hardwell White of a 308 Negra Arroyo Lane, Albuquerque, New Mexico, 87104. To all law enforcement entities, this is not an admission of guilt. What do you think if Fan the Hammer has a cooldown instead of alternate fire? It still doesn't work, right? Because what are you going to be Fan the Hammering? Come on, be honest with me, right? It's a tank, right? It's a tank. You're not going to come up and flash fan somebody that doesn't even that barely even worked in Overwatch 1 outside of tilting people. So it's just going to be tank, right? It's going to be a shield. So we don't need more tank busting or shield breaking. That's brainless. I don't think that that's something that we'd want to do. I see what you're saying, but I don't know that there's a way to fix that. What do you think about that? Sojourn and Cassie are very similar in one mod, one measure. Yeah, I've talked about Sojourn a little bit and Soldier similarities earlier when we talked about Sojourn. But yeah. What if Cass had a frag grenade? That would be funny. We don't actually have a frag grenade in Overwatch 2, do we? Do we have a frag grenade? I don't think we do. You just like call it. No. Cassie has the ability to catch and throw back projectiles. It's the new buff. Just freaking catch bullets out of the air. Wait, what is that from Tuskanen? Tuskanen. What is that? It doesn't sound familiar. Anime? Oh, no. Closest thing I've come to watching anime is I watched the Avatar off because I feel like everyone's watched that, though. Wait, Style wasn't American when he kept suggesting that Cassie should get a whip. Wait, Stylosa wanted Cassie to have a whip? That is funny. What would he do with a whip? I'm not responding to that, the Beast. It's a meme, sir. Yes, I know. I know. Some people get very angry at saying Avatar is anime. Anime-ish art style, not anime. I've what? Yeah. Whip. Oh, gosh. Avatar. Okay, wait. Avatar. Avatar, The Last Airbender. I mean, it's kind of anime art style, kind of. Kind of. Right? Right? It's like the shiny eye thing or something. I mean, I'm not saying it's anime. Like, I don't know the definition of what is anime. Is a hand-drawn and computer-generated animation originating from Japan. So yeah, if it doesn't originate from Japan, then it's not anime, right? Avatar, The Last Air, right? Produced by Nickelodeon, Asian set and inspired by Chinese martial arts, right? So it's inspired by Chinese culture. It was animated. Yeah, it's white people doing things. Yeah, I mean, I get it. Anime literally means Japanese animation, right? See, I'm not an idiot. Like, I can read. Have I heard of dark mode? Why, you don't like you're having your eyeballs seared? It's white people doing things. I mean, it is. It is. I mean, come on. No Japanese person is named. Wait, where was it? Avatar, The Last Airbender. No Japanese person named Zach Tyler Eisen, right? Or named D. Nobody names no person with melanin names their child D, you know, or Michael A, or right? It's Michaela, I know, right? Or Greg, or Mark, or even worse, Jeremy. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't happen. The studio animator is South Korean, right? Okay. But in Japan, anime represents all animated works, regardless of style, apparently. Well, it's because it's in Japan, right? Avatar is anime in Japan, but it's not in anime outside of that, you know? See, I'm paying attention. I'm learning. I'm learning. It's so bright that it straight deleted all the melanin from Spilo's face. Yeah, Jeremy Sugarman, right? These guys have like one melanin to share. They share a melanin. They each get a melanin. Have I watched any anime, Spilo? No. I've watched some Akira Kurosawa, I think. Is that the guy? Maybe did I just butcher his name? Kurosawa. The Japanese filmmaker. I enjoyed a lot of his films. And then who's the guy that does something away, Spirited Away? I watched a lot of his movies. Mizuyaki. Yeah. Did a lot of his films. I've watched. What have I watched? Where's his list? Where's his filmography? Wikipedia? You know, I was going to send you thousands of dollars, but you're letting me down. Wait, I'm an idiot. I'm on the Spirited Away page. Oh. Yeah, that's a low point, boys. All right, here we go. I've seen Howl's Moving Castle. I've seen Spirited Away. I've seen Princess Mononoke, and I think I've seen My Neighbor Totoro. Good. I think Spirited Away was probably my favorite. Yeah. I enjoyed it. They were a bit weird. I think Howl's Moving Castle was very strange, but it was alright. I didn't enjoy Princess Mononoke as much, but I did like Spirited Away. Monokie. Mononoke. Mononoke. How do I say it? How do I say this? Mononoke? I'm going to watch the Godzilla film. Yeah, I haven't watched. Pronounce Mononoke.
Mononoke.
Mononoke. Not Mononoke. Metropolis, it's on my to watch list. Mononoke. You do know Howl's Moving Castle is an adaptation of a British novel, right? Didn't know that, no.
Mononoke.
Wait, they do? Well, then is it Mononoke? Mononoke. See? See? White people pronunciation. I'm good. I did it. I knew it. See? I am smart. I'm a genius. See? Idiots. Imagine doubting my ability to actually do these things. I know what I'm doing. Idiots. Mononoke. How is that harder to say than Mononoke? Mononoke. No, it's Mononoke. What does it mean? Yeah, actually, what does it mean? Oh, the spirit. That makes sense. Miyazaki. What? Wait. What? What is his name? Miyazaki. Yeah, my bad. I just misread. I didn't really look at the name. Miyazaki. I got it. Okay, I got it. I don't sit here and stare at his Wikipedia page. Ball player Mike, thank you for the sub. Prejudice on display. Your mama's on display. Miyazaki sounds like a Japanese appetizers. I mean, come on, this guy's pretty appetizing. Okay. It's like the what is a taiko? Taiko argument. What is taiko? What? Dude, the GIF is not even a question. Who is the creator of the GIF? I'm gonna introduce you, introduce you guys something. You guys know Steve Wilhite, creator of the GIF. Didn't this guy say that it was pronounced GIF? You guys want to see a disappointment to your? You are a disappointment. You are a failure. You guys want to see the picture of a failure? This is a failure. This guy's a failure.
It's pronounced GIF.
No, it's not. It's just not. Thank you for the sub, though, Boom. Best Overwatch comp. What does that mean? Composition? Best composition in Overwatch ever? Right now? In Overwatch 2? Overwatch 1? What is the Taicho conversation? What does it even mean? What does it mean? Is that like Kofifi? Like what? Are we just never gonna know? Oh yeah, what color is the dress? I forgot about that. That was an old thing. Team comp, best one right now, right now. Mauga, Mercy, Farah, Tracer, Kiriko. Why is there a dog in my chat? Why is there a dog in my chat? And oh hey, look, it's the Vegas Eternal. Why is the Vegas Eternal barking in my chat? Mauga, Bastion, Sim, Kiriko, Life Here is my dream comp. Yes, you would. You have that vibe. If anybody ever comes up to you in the street, it's like, you're Amalgamate, right? You should immediately punch them in the face or just break down crying. Because either you need to have like the wherewithal to be able to defend yourself, or you just need to quit. Just quit right there. Chat. Let's do a little bit of Spilo, and then I'm gonna go. Hey! Throat, man. Okay. Let's get to this. If you have, we're so behind in Spilo. What does Winston need to be more viable or meta for the trash to be taken out? If you have a team of friends in ranked and they're struggling against a sync summer dive composition, which solution is the best? Simply increase your pace so you can engage before the summer is ready. Try to catch the dive in a more efficient manner. I'd say probably catch the dive. It's a little hard to enforce the increase of your tempo because not a lot of compositions have the ability to do that. Not a lot of heroes have the ability to do that. So generally, it's just better smart to just play to mark, scout, deny, dive, and push afterwards. Out of Dante, Punk, Mirror, Collusion, Hawk, how would you rate the Western Alof tanks? I'd say Hawk, Punk, Colluge, Dante, Mirror on same tiers because I don't know enough about Dante. But I think Mirror is situationally good. He's a complete horrible human being. But he's like good on characters like Ram and like anything where you can kind of like take charge. I think Punk is underrated as well, but I don't think that underrated. I think Hawk is pretty clearly the better player. Question for Coach Spilo. What is the most optimal way of playing the recent Sigma with the Maid versus Doomfist comps? Well, this is a little outdated. I think marking and poking, like marking the Doomfist with early pressure, denying the dive, making sure there's no follow-up to the dive is probably the best bet. I think it's hard to like force tempo onto the backline unless you've already forced the Doomfist out first. Marking the Sojourner on angle is probably better. I think controlling map and holding lanes is better than looking for mid-fight rotations onto the backline once you force CDs and resources. Like they're the one that are more cooldown reliant. You're more of a just hold space and do damage and look Lucio rotates later. The Dorado rotation, going for the co-side rotation as attackers on Dorado B. Should one person be sent to push hard? I would say only do the coast rotation if the person on card is totally self-sufficient, like a Tracer, or only do the coast rotation if you've pushed the cart so far that it's a one-fight territory anyway. You can keep in mind that you can also push cart and then rotate through church to high ground. So you could always start by pushing the cart and then rotate to the right side through church. Especially in 5v5, it's a lot easier to do that. Rank the top 5 most important kicks or martial arts. I'm from a Taekwondo background. For self-defense, roundhouse, reverse side to back, side kick, front kick. Probably side kick is probably the most effective. Side kick and front kick are probably the most important in terms of self-defense because they're the lowest risk. Something like a push kick or what we call a tie kick, a kick to the side, it will do good damage if placed properly and have relatively low risk. You don't really want kicks to be like these huge wind-up And reverse kicks, crescent kicks, and roundhouse kicks are not quite as useful, and they're a lot more dangerous. So yeah, leg kicks are really good. I think leg kicks to the side of the quadricep generally are really good. A lot of way of building up a lot of damage. Dead leg is no joke. Shin to quadricep is not fun. It's really the IT band. Rib kicks are also pretty good. So if you kick, but you need to kick below the ribs, otherwise you might break your shin. Although shin on rib, generally shin wins that. So you would want to kick. You want to aim your kicks in really 3 spots. If you're going to go for a head kick, the neck is usually better. You want to aim your kick for the neck. You guys see this? This hurts. This will knock people out or do some serious damage. But I generally don't recommend head kicks as they're very difficult and they're slower because of the travel distance. And it's easy. And then there's the rib kick, which is right here. You guys see that? Like, your love handle, between your hip and your rib. That's where you want to kick. That's going to be a kidney kick. Or spleen or liver, and that does a lot of damage if you can hit it. It's a little bit more risky, and it's also very checkable with an elbow. And then your other kick is the one on the side of your leg, here. So right here. So between your knee, right above your knee, and then your hip bone. So right from here, you do a lot of damage from a kick on this side here. And that's generally the safest kick. Fastest can still do decent damage. And then for push kicks, which would be called your front kick, and that's mostly just for space. And those are a little bit more risky, but they are relatively fast. Well, I had a question. Yeah, so for push kicks, anywhere from we call it like the triangle. So you can either do either hip on either side or like the sternum right here. So anywhere in this section here, it's like the triangle, stomach, hip, anywhere is fine. Calf kicks are pretty good. Yeah, it's just hard to sometimes develop or build enough momentum to actually do damage with calf kicks. Yeah, knee stomp. There's a lot of things that may or may not be meta that may not be super useful. Side kicks are easier to catch if they're aimed above the hips. Yes, but most side kick, I like I said, I generally recommend kicks to the legs. I agree, Matt. I would almost never throw a kick above the waist in a street fight. Even if you were extremely confident, it's extremely risky. As a Batiste player, how do I deal with, for example, my Mei not using her cryo freeze or my Kiriko missing her cleanse on our tank when he's anti? I think you just have to pray that they will use their abilities. Like I don't think you can spend your whole life second guessing yourself or not using the ability because your teammate made a mistake. Because when you're talking about something like Lamp, it is the longest cooldown. So you really don't want to use Lamp when somebody else should have an ability that they should be using instead. And if you lose games or fights because of that, that's okay because you'll win more from having the discipline and not using it first. Superman Punch. Superman Punch is just very situational. You need a lot of space and you need a lot of setup for Superman Punch to work. Superman Punch is more of a guard breaking punch. And it's also one that's, because of its slow windup, you can't just use it. You have to put them in a position where they can't move laterally a lot. And you also can't use it if there's at all of a threat of a counter strike because you'd be in serious trouble. It's more of like you invest more power into the punch because there's less of a risk of a counter, and because their guard demands it. In a lot of ways, when somebody is playing more defensive oriented, the way you play more of a space game than you play for just raw breaking their guard, unless you're on mount or something like that. But then you're not doing a Superman Punch on mount anyway. Superman Punch is not really like Ryan Pin. I'm trying to think of like what would be a good way to think of a Superman Punch. Superman Punch would be the equivalent of doing a triple blink, then a recall, one clip attempt as a tracer. No, not monkey jump or Ryan Pin, because those are both normal methods of taking space that are effective even if they don't land. Whereas a Superman Punch that doesn't land is you put yourself in a pretty bad spot. in terms of your balance. What makes Dante's Doom so good? I don't. There's really everything. I mean, I haven't seen Dante's Doom in a long time. He's good mechanically. He understands the character well, knows the rollouts. He's smart, good team player, good communicator. Yeah. Same thing goes with Gushui. I mean, what makes Dante or Gushui good at all? I mean, to answer that question more in detail, I'd have to study their POVs for a long time and then tell you. But everything, they're good at everything. About to make the switch from console to PC. Bastion form? No. No. Because Bastion form makes you tankier. Superman punch is a high risk, high reward punch. Bastion is also a safety tool too. I'm about to make the switch from console to PC. I've never played any games in PC. What are some good practices developed to learn to use keyboard? Just find a good sensitivity. Find a good eDPI from either 3K to 6K. eDPI is your effective DPI. Your sensitivity in game times your mouse DPI. So try and find a good sensitivity somewhere in between there, and then just practice. Good posture as best as you possibly can. Take breaks from the computer, and then there's really everything else. You'll figure it out. Do you have a favorite horror movie? I think The Conjuring might be my favorite. That one's pretty darn scary. But I'm a big fan of the 50s Twilight Zones, which aren't really. It's not a horror movie, but man, I really enjoy those Twilight Zones a lot from the 50s. Great show. One of the best shows I think ever. Especially, I'd say about a good solid quarter of those episodes are just great. There's a lot of good old ones too. Some of the original Frankenstein is good. Chat, what am I thinking of? Here's what we should do. What are the best horror movies of all time? I don't watch a lot of horror movies because I think it's probably the weakest of the genres, up there with comedy. And also, I'm not a big fan of like gore and stuff. And some of the horror movies are also like remarkably inappropriate overall as a genre. I watched one called The Haunting, which I think I mentioned earlier, which I thought was good. Scrolling. The Innocence was okay. The Birds is obviously, I mean, if that even classifies really, it's hard to say. Vision of the Body Snatchers is okay, but I don't think as good. Carnival of Souls has a good feeling. It's very spooky. But Jaws, if that counts as one, is okay. I'm looking on this list and it's including a couple movies that I wouldn't necessarily include, but bless me. Oh, Dead of Night. That's a good shout. You guys really want a fun one? Check this one out. Dead of Night. 1945. British film. Wow, this one is really unique and quite ahead of its time in many aspects. If you ever find this one, there actually might be a free version on YouTube, actually. It is pretty old. Highly recommend it. Only an hour and 17 minutes long. Very spooky. Very spooky. Not scary in the traditional sense, but very unsettling film in many ways. It stuck with me, some of the scenes. Very, 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 very highly recommended. I'm going to keep going through this list here. Yeah, Hitchcock, if those count, there's a lot of good Hitchcocks as well. I did not like Night of the Living Dead. I thought it was quite dull. I respected it, but I didn't enjoy it. Obviously, Alien is a classic one. We watched Get Out. I thought that one was quite good too. I thought Get Out was fine. Psycho is, fine. Psycho is pretty good. Psycho's pretty good. Did I see The Nun? No, I didn't find the Conjuring sequels to be good. The second one was quite. Actually, you know what? I'm not going to play it on stream because I don't know what the rules with all that are, and also I don't want to scare you guys out of your pants. But this scene right here was especially in the context of the movie is really freaky. Especially like, at night. yeah, I definitely recommend. The Conjuring 2 had some really good scenes, and that was one of them. British Conjuring. Yeah, I thought that one was quite a good scene. Definitely one of the more unique scenes I've seen. I thought it was quite good. Quite good. Life Weaver's release, yeah. Question as a Junkrat player, how often should I go for assassinations? When do I do it? When the best to do it? I think for a Junkrat, the answer is always go for assassinations, but sometimes the map doesn't let you, so you don't. That's the idea. Is that you should always be looking for flanks or angles or high grounds or just small chokes where you can go for these assassination plays, but it's always like, hey, does the map have one? If not, okay, then I'll be patient, but I'm looking for that opportunity. Now, obviously, you might be like, well, I don't know what's good and what's bad. You need to go experiment with it. But it's basically you always want to go for a one shot with Junkrat if you have the cooldowns for it. The question is, does the map allow you, right? Basement Water Scene. Oh, yep, that one was good too. Spilo Sim take. I don't know. I think Sim is okay. It's not one of my bones to pick right now. It's not a big priority for me. I just think that the character is still. I would like if they gave her a different ultimate. I don't know if that there is a lot that they can do more with the character. I look at the character's state right now with her turrets as they are, teleporter as it is, her primary and secondary fire as it is, and I think it's about as good as it's gonna get. I think ultimate I would love to see, but I honestly don't. I don't think that they could do anything more to the character. The turrets provide value without being totally worthless or totally obnoxious. The scouting value is really good without doing too much damage. I just don't think there's anything you do to Sim at this point. It's the ultimate is the thing that I think they could change, but I honestly don't know that you could make Sim any better than she is right now. I don't love her, but I think she's a lot better. What do I have to do to get Spilo to coach a console GM Doofus main? Fill out a coaching form. I coach anybody. Is Doom the better ball? No, I don't think so. I think Doom is the better ball in terms of his place in Overwatch 2 because he has more consistent lethality. But yeah. What would you say is the most urgent, egregious problem with the support role? I think the cooldown length and power is the most egregious problem in the support role. If you this goes for Ana, this goes for Kiriko, this goes for BAP, and I think this also to an extent goes for Lifeweaver. How long and how powerful support cooldowns are. I think it would be if I had to choose a battle, it would be on that. I think. You prefer 5v5 in terms? I prefer 5v5. I prefer 5v5. Just because I play it more. I think a lot of people remember the peaks of 6v6, but I have a very visceral memory. I'm not only coaching, but playing from bronze all the way up into grandmaster in 6v6. And I remember a lot of really, really, really bad games. The other tank picks Roadhog. You're playing two tanks, but the supports go Lucio Zen. I don't think people realize like how low 6v6 could go. Yeah. So, I still don't like playing Reinhardt with Lucio Zen, but it's possible. It wasn't possible in Overwatch 1 because you had another tank pulling your resource. So, in a coordinated environment, could 6v6 have a higher peak of enjoyment? Maybe. I don't even know if that. I'm not even sure that that's the case, but I'm more of a 5v5 enjoyer. Not just because I think 5v5 is better. I don't know that it's better. I think I like it better. But I also know that's where we're at right now. And I think it's a bit of a pipe dream to expect us to go to that big of a change backwards. It was kind of like the lightning hit once, and I think people expect lightning to strike the same spot twice. I'm pretty sure it's been asked before, but since I'm new to the server, who should ideally kill some turrets when playing at a choke? Anyone who's damaged front forward is not that poor. I think Lucio is pretty good if possible. But yeah, as a Ryan, I would generally not put that as a priority, but it depends. Winston is better than 5v5? Sort of, kind of. I'd say it's about the same, to be honest with you, because he's victimized a lot by the things that a lack of diva enables. What do you think about the director's take notes? Yeah. I'll die in the hill. The diva is just big brig. What are the other tanks? Ryan is Lucio. I don't know why I say that, but it just seems Ryan and Lucio go together, so surely that's it. Zen, Sigma. I don't know. I honestly don't know. Top 3 maps you would avoid changing the game. I don't know. Let's find out. What maps do you guys think are fine? I mean, honestly, I'm not a huge fan of all these maps. I think they all have their problems. Even Rialto has moments, right? Like Legions, maybe okay, but even I honestly like if I'm just such a turd. Like I feel like I could find something to fix on like almost every map. Ironically, I feel like the maps that I have the least issues with are the flashpoint maps, and even those, I think you either tweak the way the spawns work, like how you always spawn in the back. You know, I think there's something to improve on with all the maps. Really, even Lijiang has its moments, right? Lijiang. Garden, the infamous crossing bridge, and then having to go through a brutal choke is your other opportunity. And even Night Market is not perfect. Whoops, what I did not mean to do that. Brain just switches off. How do you feel about when Wrecking Ball is strong? I think it's okay. I don't think he's as bad as Hog. I don't think he's as bad as Hog, but not amazing. Does Onanade need a nerf? Yeah, we talked about it. I mean, my big thing with Onanade is just nerf its duration. Just nerf its duration. It should not last as long as it does. That's it. That's really all there is to it, in my opinion. I've seen a lot of overly complicated suggestions. I just don't understand why we need to make it complicated. I think the simpler the fix, the easier. It doesn't need a healing reduction. It doesn't need a an over amount that only allows the just make it last not as long. That's it. Now you're good, Chris. It's more on me for taking forever to answer these. I'm only going to be able to do a few more too, which is tragic. Oh my goodness gracious, Lexa, you're killing me. I got around writing on the comps my team plays. I know you love broad questions, but any advice, suggestions? How to play it, when to play it, any changes of the years? You think this comp is too broad for a 4K team? Not enough. Well, first off, obviously a lot of this has changed with Malga, so keeping that in mind. Ryan Sojournson, Mage Junk, Bap Lucio, Full Dive, Ball, Summer Tracer, Zen, Brig, Ana, Ball, Ash, Widow Tracer, Ana, Zen, Brig, Mercy. I mean, it's like Ryan Ball Dive. It's okay. It's okay. As long as you can play your Ryan comps on like short to mid-range Koth points, and then if you're like on Busan, you whip out your hybrid ball, then it's probably okay. Because all the variations you have of the ball are all just like slight variations of each other. So it's probably okay. Yeah, this is probably okay. What would you name the next Mars rover? Your mama. Why in God's name is the communication between Blizz and the community so bad that they constantly mess up balance matches like this? I mean, I don't think it's even the community. I really don't think it's the communication. I don't think it's a communication problem. I think if anything, communication's been the good thing. I just think it's an understanding issue. I think it's an understanding and it's a skill issue. You have to be you have to know your game. You have to you understand balance. Not only do you have to understand balance holistically, but I think like in your game, I think you have to understand balance holistically. Sorry. I think you have to understand like the importance of skill curves, the importance of risk versus reward, the importance of fundamental hero design, the influence of win rates and pick rates, the influence of how metas are shifted by movers and shakers, and then complements, which they don't understand, not consistently. They'll nerf characters that are in the meta, even though the only reason they're in the meta is because, like the Sigma nerf, right? Made no sense whatsoever. It was like Sigma was only played because of Bastion, and when you do that, you show that you don't know how game balance works. So, that those are the problems. I think the listening aspect might need some work. Maybe, but to me, you also have to know who you're listening to, because for every complaint there is about Overwatch balance, there's like at least a large portion of it is just objectively wrong. So apple juice slander, Samoa Guide. Orange juice is much better than conventional apple juice, but it got me wondering, have you ever had it cloudy? apple juice. Actually, really, no, I've not. We have a lot of local farms, but we don't have any apple farms. You know what? I might have had fresh apple cider. I might have, and it was really good. Let's do a couple more. How do you balance play? How do you play Ball Summer Tracer on break into Doom, Summer, Genji, Kiriko, Lucio? Hard mark. Because you guys have like Summer Tracer that can really ruin somebody's day. You hard mark, and basically the difference between y'all's compositions is this guy can shoot on an off angle, this guy cannot, not consistently. This guy gives ranged healing and ranged support. This guy does not. So if you just like spin this entire game and ball Sombra Tracer with Pax and on a pocket, just harass Sombra and Genji and Doomfist and Kiri, like the whole, if you just keep harassing damage off angles, then they're going to do pretty well. This composition is more reliant off of getting their Lucio in, getting the Genji in, and if they don't get the Genji or Lucio in, the characters don't do very well, right? Whereas your composition, the Brig in the neutral with Pax, the Tracer in the neutral with Pax, does a lot of work. A Sombra Tracer with Pax can really mess people's day. Brandolini's Law? I have not. What is Brandolini's Law? It sounds fun. No, you shouldn't need to swap backlands. If you're on a Brig or dying to this dive, then your Ball Sombra Tracer aren't hitting them hard enough. The effort of debunking misinformation. Yes, exactly. I mean, anybody that has been
Spilo, I'm avoiding ranked right now because of the state of Malgar. You basically can't win without him. Him playing a lot of QP and
I don't think it'll hurt you too much. No.
Do you think a lot of QP will make me a lot worse when I jump back into ranked?
It'll make you a little worse.
Actually keep me playing.
But it's only a couple of weeks. You'll be okay. You'll stay fresh. Get some rest. Catch up. Catch up in some rest. Have some fun with some friends. I don't think it's gonna be that big of a deal. Yeah, I mean, this is true. It's way easier to poke holes and stuff that's bad than it is to actually like provide a solution or actually to fix the problem, right? This is why this right here is why I did the rework projects for tank DPS and support, because I felt that it wasn't productive to sit here and complain and poke fun when I had nothing better to provide. And I know a lot of what I provide is subjectively good, but I feel like we put the effort and thought into doing things that I legitimately think are good suggestions. A lot of them are good ideas, or at least worth trying. So I did not want to do this, Yeah. Because it's right. It's way easier to be like, you're an idiot. Here's why. Instead of saying like, hey, here's what I would do differently. You know what I'm saying? Anyway. Yeah, no, I agree. If you don't enjoy playing Malga, don't play Malga, How do we go with Pharmacy on tank? I feel like most of the time I have to hope any distance. Avoid her, get value elsewhere. If she focuses you down, try to live, because it's two people focusing you down. Yeah, it's the same with any sort of, really treat Pharmacy like you treat a Tracer, but damage boosted. You can't really deal with her, get value elsewhere. I mean, if you can, Diva can help with her, but and Malga can as well. But the best way to deal with Pharmacy is just remember that there's two resources, and there's a naked support, a naked tank, and a naked DPS with two resources away. Continue rushes OP. Can you show us your Lucio crosshair, please? I think it's just a generic green crosshair, honestly. Sunni Russian Ben. That's funny. Funny little feller. Cannot believe I'm playing my Lucio crosshair. Legit my worst hero. I watched Death Note, I have not. Is that an anime? That's an anime, isn't it? Yeah, see? Okay. Maybe a dumb question, but from the website, it's not clear when I should pay request coaching. Should be under the booking thing. Should be under the booking thing. Just select coaching, and then you should be able to do it from there. Pocket supports. I can categorize one of the support as a pocket support. One. I can categorize the rest of the supports as the propensity and potential for pocket, but not forced to. Every support, Brig, Kiri, Iliari, Zen, Lucio, Moira, I guess, to an extent, Bap, all have the potential to pocket, but they don't have to. And that's what makes Mercy kind of criminal. Can I explain the general playstyle of Modern Diva? Modern Diva is more about just generally solo controlling space without necessarily ever hard committing, because Diva is just not built for hard committing with her kit. So she's basically focusing more on denying space and soft harassment without like actually fully committing. Winston has a more of a commitment for hard pressure. Diva is more about soft pressure, disengage, soft pressure, disengage, soft pressure, disengage. Bam, she sees an opportunity, she goes, but she doesn't. Winston is more of like it forces the opportunities. Diva has to wait for them and basically soften them up. Closer to your rank, I would say look at VODs closer to your rank is better. Raid boss Spilo in full football gear with 30 yards starting distance. How many corners are you plying through in one tackle? 7, 8, 9, 10. Depends on how tightly they're stacked. If they're stacked, I could get like 20. But you got to keep in mind it's like the power of inertia. You know what I'm saying? Nate Newton's cradle and force being transferred through objects, right? But if there's space between them, I might be only to get like 7 or 8. Let's do 2 more. Spilo's take on the Sigma Brawl. It's Bastion. It's Bastion. How should you handle toxic people, like more specifically when one of your friends starts to become... Yeah, so if they're your friend, I think the best thing that you could do is to kindly and nicely and respectfully, when you get the opportunity, to be like, hey, I don't appreciate this, or I don't think you should do this, or like, I've done this before even with my brothers and sisters in the past, and they've done this with me when I'll say something rude or ugly or thoughtless, or I'll do it with my wife, or she'll do it with me, or I'll do it with my sister. Like basically, if I'll say something stupid, or my wife says something stupid, or my sister says something stupid, because I have that relationship with them, they will be like, hey, don't say that, And sometimes I'll push back a little bit because, hey, how do I? And they'll push back at me when I correct them. But ultimately, it ends up being, yeah, you're probably right. So I think give a little bit of friendly, respectful pushback. Hey, let's not do that. But obviously, like if they continue, no improvement, no attempt, and they just tune you out, and they're a very unpleasant, unfun, difficult, or ugly person to be around, then maybe it's time for a break. Maybe it's time for a break. And I think you can even if that becomes a question of like, hey, why aren't you doing this with me? Be honest with them. I think one of the things I learned with coaching is that like sometimes negative, like just cutting somebody out and telling them very clearly why might be the wake up call that they need. You always see that as a last resort. But sometimes being nice won't work after you've done it. And sometimes you just have to respectfully cut them out. So would I rather shoot the feet of Tracer or focus the head and Tracer 1v1? Usually the head. Usually the head. Time to kill is super fast with headshots, and the burst damage is what matters in Overwatch. Yeah.
I don't need this tip. Yo, Spilo, one more
Yeah, thanks for the
question.
bits, by the way, mate.
I feel like him having to play Ana a lot cause of Maugar and Mercy everywhere. I'd much rather play Zen. Does Ana play like Zen in any way, or would you say her playstyle is wildly different?
Maintaining like a mid to long range position a lot of the time, but she has a little bit more flexibility. I say that, but Zen also has 225 HP and a kick now, so I think they function similarly. Zenyatta doesn't have quite this amount of self-sustain, but he has a little bit more HP. Yeah, they can work. I do think Zen is fairly decent versus Malga though. Like I don't write off Zen entirely. There's a lot of maps with nice long sightlines where Zen can do quite well versus Malga's Discord and Zen's damage. Zen is like one of the few characters that can get away with discording and just shooting a Malga. where a lot of characters kind of have to ignore him. I think Hanzo is another character that can do a lot of hurt to Mauga. It's the Mercy on your team. Oh yeah, I mean Ana is similar. Yes, Ana is similar, and you might have fun with it. So it might be something to try for a little bit. And if you're like, I freaking hate this, I don't want to play anymore, then don't play anymore, right? This is the Sudbury. I appreciate you being here today. It's been fun.
School has let up. I'm glad I could catch this one smile. Always fun to be here.
Yes, always fun to be here indeed. Good to see you, mate. Yeah. And I understand the Mercies and Quandary. Yeah, I think it's fine. Ana, just play Ana. Give Ana a try. She's a little bit more flexible with positioning, I think, and there's hitting your cooldowns is very important. But yeah, give it a shot. Ball versus Mauga, avoid the crap out of him. And if he starts chasing you around, be very careful about when you exit ball form, because even though he can headshot you through ball form, it just means more damage that you take, basically. So okay, chat, I gotta go. I'll see you guys on Saturday. Like Ana, but I find there's a lot less margin for error. Like you can do whatever as bad as better, but honestly, we're about to try. Yeah. So it's definitely a character where you got to land your CDs. But yeah, I'll see you guys on Saturday. I'm not really sure what the plan is on Saturday, but we'll probably do more of what we did today, minus the Elo Mastery coaching call. Maybe some Ask Spilo. We'll do some more tier list stuff. I know we didn't get to everything we said we get to today, so stay tuned. Pray for patch. Pray for patch on Tuesday. No Mauga. Hashtag no Mauga. Hashtag pray for patch. I'll see you guys on Saturday. Loves and kisses.